it not only is it significant part in being able to help in that area, but to have a great place to shop and be treated well when you come in. So again, that's Resuscitated, and this is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events.
Welcome back to Briggs on Books. Are you ready to pick your next read for the rest of the summer or for the fall? Think about this one, the spaces between two threads. If I'm not mistaken, that's Tuscany there. Not only do I have the book here, I also have the author, Libby. We rehearsed it. I've already got it wrong. Tell us your last name, Libby.
Siporin.
Libby Siporin, just like in rehearsal. Welcome. Now you are... I was thinking you're going to come on from Italy, but you're somewhere. Where are you today?
I'm in Utah right now.
Yeah, but most of your books are, well, not most. The most recent ones, they're what, mysteries set in Italy?
All three of the recent mysteries are set in Tuscany.
Yeah, beautiful. I'm going to ask you about that in a minute, but let's start with the book. The most recent book, The Spaces Between the Threads. Here it is. Tell us a little bit about it, Libby.
Well, like the others, it's a mystery, and I would call it, I think, probably something like a cozy on the edge or an edgy cozy,
Okay.
something like that. It doesn't follow strictly the cozy pattern. It has some violence and things in it, nothing bad. But like the other books, it talks at the base, there's community. So when you enter my books, you're entering a community of people that are very different, but are all friends, and that actually work in some way together to solve the mystery.
To solve the mystery, yeah. Now, interesting, you are writing mysteries based in Italy. You were a poet? You start off writing poetry and short stories?
I started off with poetry, short stories, and essays, and I have books in those genres. But because we were living in Italy part of the time and researching in Italy, I was with my husband, who's a folklorist, and we went there to research to the Etruscan area. And
do you still do that?
yeah, on and off, I live there part of the year. So part of every year I'm in Italy.
And I would imagine once you start doing that, it's hard to stop.
Very hard. We have good friends there now, too.
Now, this is the latest book, The Spaces Between the Threads, but it's
Yes.
certainly not your first book. Here, I think this is the first of the mystery series, the mysteries. Bitter, how do you say it?
Bitter Marema.
Now, are these a series, or are they all standalone books?
No, it is a series, and it's the same characters through every book. And the lead one is a woman named Lea Contarini, who goes to Italy. As I said, she goes with her husband, so it follows kind of my lifeline. She goes to her husband or to Italy for research, and falls in love with these trails, and it's on the trails that the mysteries begin.
Yeah, that's great. I just can't. I understand that you kind of paint a picture of Tuscany and different places in the book.
It paints a picture of Tuscany, but the Tuscany that many people don't know.
Right.
Because in the Maremma and farther south, it's forested area and mountains. So many people think of Tuscany, what we see on the postcards, the rolling hills and the cypress trees and so they think of that area. But the area that I'm talking about and involved in the books is the forested area. Wild boars, deep trails, old caves, ruins, that sort of thing.
Amazing. So you got to live there to get that deep into that stuff.
The base of mystery are always secrets of one kind or another. And they may be secrets that have to do with someone's personal life, or they may be secrets that have to do holdover from the Second World War, something that happened during that time. They may be family secrets that talk about abuse or that talk about some kind of beating or sexual abuse or something like that. So that theme runs through all the books, the idea of secrets.
I tell you what's going to make me want to read these books is just listening to you and hearing your passion, and especially this most recent cover, which shows me a little peek of Tuscany that I've never seen. But who's going to read these books? Who likes this type of book?
That's an interesting question. I think travelers may like it because they will be introduced. If they're traveling in Florence or Venice or Milano, they'll think of those big hot spaces like you described them. But this is a new area of Tuscany in the Maremma. I think women will like them because it has a woman protagonist, basically. And there's, in the spaces between the threads, there's even a very wonderful dog that is taken from reality, because I love that dog. So maybe dog lovers might like it for that. But people who are looking also for a sense of community, because that's a very important theme to me, that sense of community and friendships. And readers who like history or who like folklore, anthropology, that sort of thing, I deal a lot with local festivals, local beliefs, the secrets that exist in this small town that I created of Scansanziano. I deal with their secrets too, and I think they'll see a connection between a grand vision of, say, the Second World War in one book, and how it affects the personal.
Are there, when you go to Tuscany and spend time there, are there leftover relics and people and stories from the war?
Oh, there are stories everywhere. Another aspect of my books is like they're like the Matryoshka Russian dolls that come out from each other, one smaller than the other.
Yes.
And that's what my books are like. They're stories within the story of the mystery.
Amazing. That's just amazing. I had not even thought of that until now, that there's all this. We hear World War II stories all the time, but they're from, Americans who've come back from the war. And
Right.
So it's amazing. It's going to be another interesting look. And also, we were talking about history. You're also talking about a real place that exists, and that's what I like to learn about as well. So I'm looking forward to these books.
Well, I hope you'll enjoy them.
I want to tell or give a hint to our viewers. I only say this about books that I'm really into, but if you go to order them, I guess you could order them at Amazon and all the usual places.
Amazon, Barnes and Noble, yeah. And I would encourage people to go to their local bookstores, not just for my book, but for other authors. If they don't find them in their local bookstores, I'd say ask them to order them. And libraries, too.
Yeah, it's one of my tricks as I go to our Target. I buy a lot of books at Target. I always ask the guests I have on the show, I say, do you have this author's book? Can you order it? So that's fine. Yeah. Now, I was about to say, if you go to order, when I go to order on Amazon, I never click once and order. I click 3 or 5 times. I like to order 5 copies. I'm always having to go to parties and things, or there's a birthday for someone I forget about, and I've got the stack of books sitting there. So if you like this subject, you like mysteries, you like Italy, strong woman protagonist, order a bunch of these from Libby and pass them out. That's a lot of fun. Libby, go ahead.
That's very nice. Thank you. Thank you.
We're running out of time, but I want to give you a minute. Is there any other thoughts you want to share with our viewers about your books or anything in the world?
Well, I would just say, if people like to read and they like to read either my books or other books, I would say do order them, and most of all, do review them.
Oh, yes.
Even at 1 or 2 sentences, a review does a lot for an author.
Okay. Yeah, I always say this, that I'm forever looking for my next book. It helps. I love to get a book when I've met and talked to the person like this, but you're always looking for a book, and you see one with a bunch of reviews, it makes it easier. Well, a lot of people read this, so maybe, because there's a million books, how do you pick? So
it's exactly true.
That's a good point.
And it helps the author.
Yeah, make the reviews and get those out there. That'll help the author a lot. Well, thanks, Libby. I really appreciate it. I'm inspired by you. I'm inspired to go to Tuscany, go to Venice, to read these books. So thank you for coming on the show.
I hope you'll go, and thank you for your work.
Yeah, I'd love to have you back anytime, Libby.
Thanks.
And we'll be back with another author right after this. That's it. Oops. That's it. Now we're. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, where we celebrate what's good about Fresno. Not just Fresno, the foothills, Madera, Clovis, Sanger, Kingsburg. There's good things going on all over our valley. And when we find something good, we want to find it. We want to bring it to you. We want you to know about it. Let me say this. Are you having a business event? Are you having a wedding? Are you having an anniversary? Where you're going to have a bunch of people together and you want to feed them? I'm telling you, I found the best. The best. Well, I love barbecue, so we found Barba Kings. Marquise Glenn, welcome, Marquise.
Thanks for having me, Mike. Appreciate
Now
it.
you go out to people's places, you set up a barbecue and you cook, or do you cook it and then take it to the event?
So most events, I actually cook it beforehand, and when I show up, it's showtime. So we show up, we set up our tables, chafing dishes, everything,
Yeah.
the whole nine, and we serve people.
So when you're showing up, I'm sure you could bring anything, but you have brisket.
We have brisket,
Tri-tip,
we
chicken.
have tri-tip, we have chicken, we got ribs, we got a wide range of sides. We do desserts, we do appetizers. We're basically a one-stop shop. So if you're having a wedding or a
Whole event.
party, any kind
Would
of
you bring the
event,
plates and stuff?
absolutely, I provide everything. My goal when I do catering is to create a stress-free experience
Right.
for my customers. I don't want them to have to worry about anything but making their selections. Once their selections are made, I handle everything else. So all the footwork, all the eating utensils, all the dinnerware,
And the cleanup.
everything. And we also bust the tables at the end
Oh,
of
that's
the
nice,
event.
yeah. That's
So
nice.
we do everything from start to finish.
Now, so let's say the event's at 2 in the afternoon and you're going to do some smoked meats. When do you start?
Sheesh, it depends on how big the event is, how many people. Man, if I'm feeding 200 people, I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning, making sure everything's
Getting it going,
perfect.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm real picky about my food. Everything's got to be on point.
Does anybody ever ask you for something that's not barbecue?
You know what? I do get those requests. Sometimes I get vegan or vegetarian requests, but I also have a barbecue vegan or vegetarian option, and the most popular is the pulled jackfruit that I do.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good, and it's so much like pulled pork. I've had some customers that I fed throw it away because they thought it was actually pulled pork. I smoke it to the point where it
Oh, they're
basically
vegan or something. Oh, don't eat that. It's pulled pork. But
right.
it's
Yeah,
pulled
I smoke it
yeah.
to the point where the texture and everything, it's pretty much like pulled pork.
When did you have your first jackfruit, by the way?
Sheesh, man. I noticed that the vegetarian scene started to pick up traction, and I was like, I need to have an option for everyone. I want everybody to be able to enjoy
I'd never
my
heard of
food.
jackfruit, and all of a sudden it's everywhere. So,
Right,
Yeah.
right. So it was years ago, and I started experimenting with it, and I kind of, mastered the flavor that I was looking for and the texture that I was looking for, and it's one of them things where if I won't eat it, I won't expect my customers to eat
Right,
it.
yeah.
So I had to get it to where I could tolerate it. I'm a meat eater, but I could still tolerate that. It's great flavor.
Tell me about the variety or scope of events. Of course, weddings.
Yes, weddings. We do like repasses. We do large birthday parties. We do, man, it's just a wide range of things.
Corporate events.
Corporate
Having
events,
an annual party
yeah.
or something.
So, and that's another big thing that we do is corporate events. One of the biggest things that I do that I'm picky about is my food being fresh. So a lot of times, large corporations might feed all of their employees, but every place doesn't have 9 to 5 set schedule. So they'll have a day shift, swing shift, and a graveyard. So we'll cook fresh food for each shift.
Gotta have each shift covered.
Yeah, each shift will get fresh food. So I'm up at 12 o'clock cooking for the 4 o'clock in the morning lunch shift. So yeah.
Amazing. Now, let's say I'm getting married, for example. How much notice do you need, or would you like?
Sheesh, it's a first come first serve thing, but
Is it
just to
sometime
put things in
years in advance? 1 year?
that would be good. To put things into perspective, I've got the next 3 months completely booked. Next 3 months worth of Saturdays completely booked. So you definitely want to get in as soon as you figure out you're having that event.
Yeah.
You want to start conversations or start reaching out.
Yeah, I just married off a kid, and even a year in advance, we found a lot of, you're getting tents, you're getting tables, you're getting chairs, all the things you need for a wedding, and sometimes a year in advance isn't enough. So,
Yeah, sometimes
yeah.
because there's actually wedding season.
Yeah.
So there's 2 wedding seasons in a year, and if you're trying to do one of them months, then you definitely want to get in there and get in early.
Would you say it doesn't hurt to ask, like, oh, I got it a month away, and just ask and see what you have?
Hey, absolutely. I always tell everybody, just reach out to me. I can do multiple events per day. I've set up my crew and everything because the demand was so high. It drove me to figure that out. So I figured it out, and I'm able to do multiple events in a day. So sometimes there is still openings. So just give me a call, and I'll figure it out if I can do it. I love to feed everybody I can. Just when I can't, I can't. I had to learn that.
Yeah, I had to learn it. Yeah, now, we have your Facebook on the screen, Instagram, the web page. What's the best place to go get an idea, a look at what you guys do?
Ooh, man. So on my website, www.barbakings.com, we have a lot of pictures. You got full price, and I'm completely transparent. I don't hide anything.
Go to the website, huh?
Yeah, go to the website. You want to check out our reviews, go to Yelp or Google. We have a lot of reviews. Man, the work speaks for itself. The customers have no problem going and leaving reviews. My aim is to be perfect every time.
Yeah.
I don't try to be perfect. I try to make sure that we are perfect.
Do you work in a budget if somebody comes, hey, we're getting married, we have $700, got this many people, and
I try to work with people.
Yeah.
I try to work with people. I'm not all about making a dollar. I'm more about making sure people get to experience my food. My gratification with doing this is really not the money. Yeah, I need money to keep business going, but the gratifying part for me is people genuinely coming up to me and saying, "Hey, that was some of the best tri-tip I had," or "That was the best meal I've had." I get that often, and that's what keeps me going.
Tell me about the sides.
The sides, man, we have macaroni and cheese, green beans, rice pilaf. It's a wide range of sides that we have.
Potato salad?
We do potato salad, baked beans. Man, there's a lot. Everything I do is homemade.
I tell my wife when she goes out to pick up barbecue, I said, if they don't have potato salad, just don't bring it. I want potato salad with the barbecue. Something's
Right.
magic for me. Other people, it's the greens. Other people, it's the macaroni.
Right, I do greens, man. I'm big. I love greens. I love greens. I do potatoes. I grew up on that greens, potato salad. Like there's certain foods that fit in that barbecue spectrum that I look forward to when I myself have barbecue, whether I'm cooking it or not.
You have a secret barbecue sauce you make?
I make my own barbecue
You make your own
sauce.
barbecue
Yeah,
sauce,
and I
yeah.
actually just released it for sale to the public.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it's
I'm gonna get me some of that.
Barbie King's barbecue sauce. I have a regular and a spicy, and people tend to love it.
Yeah, I can't do the spicy. Some people they have to have spice. That's funny.
Yeah.
Some can't handle it. So I guess we'll say to our viewers, if you're getting married, having an event, corporate event, a big family party, I tell you, I've learned this. Maybe because I'm getting old, where I used to make all the food and do all the table and chairs and stuff. Call someone, Barbie Kings, and just let them come, set it up, clean it up, and I wash my hands of it. I just get some really good food. So.
You know, a lot of times people decide, we want to save $1 by doing it all ourselves, but the dollar that you save, it doesn't save any stress or hard or just
It's
the
stressful
hard
enough
work.
to have a party, huh?
Your day off turns into another day of work.
By the way, is there always a few leftovers for whoever's throwing the party?
Oh, absolutely. We always, so when we serve the head count, we serve whoever, all the guests, and then once we're done serving, I'm real picky. I try to make sure I overcook every time, because the worst thing for me would be to run out of food.
Oh my
So
gosh.
I've never really done that before. So I'll serve the food until it's all gone, or we'll package it up and leave it for them to enjoy themselves.
We're out of time, Marquise. Give us a last thought. What do you want to tell our viewers? Anything else? We covered it all?
And if you really want to experience good food and you're having an event, you want to wow your guests, then Barber Kings might be the caterer for you.
And go to the website. It's on the screen, barbecuekings.com. Check out the pictures, the food, and we'll be back with more Central Valley Talk, events and cool stuff right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. This show is business, real estate, events, investing, anything you do with money, insurance. We talk about all kinds of topics that have to do with you spending money, with you keeping money, keeping what's yours, and maybe spending a little less. We've asked an expert on all these topics to come onto our show. Welcome, Brian Christopher Murphy. Brian, welcome.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good. We're in Central California here. Where are you?
I'm in Vicksburg, Mississippi. It's about west central Mississippi, right on the river on I-20, about 3 hours from the coast.
I guess the principles are the same whether you're in Mississippi or in California about investing, spending, keeping hold of your money, putting it in the right place.
Yeah, pretty much. I know your tax rates out there in California are a lot higher.
Yeah.
California and New York. But yeah, the principles are all the same, and of course California's got really a interesting market because it seems like a lot of people are leaving California. They're going to Texas. Why Texas? I'm not sure, but I know the exodus from the state is not such that you're seeing a negative. A lot of people are leaving, but it's not like the state's draining.
I
The
think
numbers are not dropping that significantly, and there are always people moving to California as well. So.
Well, I think Elon Musk might be moving out of California or moving his companies to Texas or something like that.
Yeah, I've heard about that. He's building a new gigafactory. I'm not sure if they're going to build cars there or if that's his new factory for robots.
Huh.
There's supposed to be robots available coming out for like $10,000 to $20,000, kind of for at-home use, or I'm not sure what I would use one for, but they're coming out on the market in a few years, and that may be something a good early-in investor for somebody that's got a nice nest egg and that wants to put some money somewhere. I know previously we talked about not putting your money in the bank. You want to put it somewhere where you're hedged against inflation. Because interest rates the prime going to zero really kind of threw savers under the bus.
Right. No incentive to save anymore.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say, don't save, but just make sure your interest rate that you're getting from your account is at or better than, where inflation is. Last I looked, it was at 2.9, but interest rates are still, I think, around 0.25%, maybe 1%. I haven't looked at my interest-bearing accounts to see what they're getting, but yeah, you want to be hedged against inflation. Otherwise, money in the bank is losing money. But I always advise people, you can put money in CDs and bonds and things that are safe,
Yeah.
but then you're locking your capital up for a number of years. So that's more long-term investing. Oh, they do have, 5-year bonds, 1-year bonds, but it should be in something where you're hedged against inflation.
Yeah.
And preferably put it into something where you're actually growing your money.
Yeah. What about something like gold?
Gold's always make for a great investment. Gold, silver, any kind of precious gems, precious metals. I advise those not so much a way to invest and make money, but if you want to park some money.
Park some money there.
If you want it to hold its value, then gold and silver are a good place to put it. The gold, silver prices, there's other metals you can buy into. And actually a way to avoid all the high fees and buying gold is, if you've got that kind of money, is buy a contract for physical gold. And then you can actually take possession of it if you want, and they can put it in a vault for you.
Yeah, that's nice.
But technically, if you were to buy the contract, make some money then, and then, sell it before the contract becomes due and it's delivered.
So you never have to take possession.
Then you
that
avoid
way.
all the fees that are associated with investing in gold.
What about Bitcoin?
Bitcoin I've seen going up and down quite a bit, like as much as 5% in a day. Which, 5%, if you got quite a bit, you could, be making a little, you can day trade Bitcoin and other things as well, but the amount of money you would have to put into play to really see any kind of daily returns as far as day trading would have to be a significant amount. And then there's always that risk that, with the volatility in the digital coin markets, you could lose a lot of money really quick as well.
I heard Robert Kennedy, running for president, said he's going to go, take the money from the United States Treasury and go all into Bitcoin. And I heard Donald Trump say something like that as well. Do we see that affecting the value or strengthening the product?
Yeah, because I believe that what will happen, should they do that, and essentially Bitcoin would then effectively have the backing of the U.S. government. Well, that's going to spur a lot of interest and likely shoot it higher. So if you see that as potential investment, then you're going to want to get in before they make that announcement. Because once they do, the price is going to shoot up. So, you might make a small investment. I would not invest anything that you couldn't afford to lose, kind of like going to the casino. But, if you believe, that's going to happen, if they do end up doing that, then, that could end up being a good opportunity to get in, make some good money, and then pull back out. But just keep a very close eye on it. Lose money.
By the way, I tried the casino the other day as a way of investing, and it did not pay off at all. So,
no, that's kind of more what we call around here in the South redneck retirement planning. I think you're going there. You might have better odds there for redemption and salvation that you may have elsewhere. But again, it's a crapshoot, literally.
Literally a crapshoot. Funny though, every single friend of mine, when they come back for the casino, they told me how much they win. So it seems like nobody ever loses but me. So.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like going fishing. They always tell you about how much money they won. They don't tell you how much money they lost. They had that win.
That's right.
So maybe they won 5,000, but they actually were down, 5,500 at the time. So the winnings were really only 500.
So talk about putting money.
Like 50 stories.
Talk about putting money to hedge against inflation. A simple bank account is not good for that. I guess real estate. Would you say real estate is still a good bet for hedging against inflation?
Well, they do have REIs or REFTs or something,
Yeah.
real estate REITs,
Right,
real estate
REITs, yeah.
investment trusts that you can invest in to where it's more of a crowdfunding approach to where it's not just your money, a lot of other people in it too. There are real estate trusts you can invest in where more or less you're going in with a big group of other people.
Right.
So you can invest in things like commercial and industrial properties and, because let's say you don't have the money to buy a manufacturing complex, but the group does. And you can kind of look at what are they investing in, whether it's apartments, it's residential, it's commercial, it's industrial, and you kind of get in on it, without having to lay out a lot of capital. And of course, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Some diversification is good. Actually, when COVID hit and that big dip happened, my advice to people was, buy the dip, watch it. Don't sell off, but if anything, watch the dip. If you feel like it's about down, buy some more and then watch it pop, because it popped right back up again.
Right.
It's just that initial shock, because it shut everything down. My primary background is supply chain transportation logistics. You can't just shut supply chains down and think you're going to start them right back up again.
Now,
but that was a good time to buy the dip.
right before we went on the air, I looked at your website, and we had the web address on the screen here. But then I went to your YouTube channel. I found that very interesting as well. There's a lot of stuff on there. Some clips of you on different shows.
Yeah, I'm guesting. I've been doing guest spots. That PAR interview, it started out just an initial interview because Power Race Radio is out of the UK. And of course, the UK is, the Commonwealth is 94 different countries.
Yeah.
And they're primarily radio, but they have a video presence as well. That's actually turned into a regular recurring spot. Mm-hmm. And I do talk a lot about what my background is and different companies I own and invested in, and kind of what I do, but also giving people investing advice. And it's an international audience,
Yeah.
So I'm not real concise in my answers, and I do offer people the opportunity to consult with me one-on-one. Of course, first consultation is free, and I'd love to come and speak at different events and give keynotes, and I have a passion for speaking and inspiring people, and and you can see in those PAR interviews that I spread a message of unity and creating synergy, people cooperating, working together, making the world a better place. And I do a lot of charity and philanthropic work. Probably my favorite, I'm patron to the Wounded Warrior Project, which is all about helping service disabled veterans and their families, and as well as a few other charities like Ronald McDonald House and prevention of abuse of children and animals is also something near and dear to my heart.
Now, did I hear you're going to start your own show or a more regular presence?
Yeah, I actually have my own show that's going to be coming out on To Inspire TV and Motivation and Success TV on their streaming platforms, with additional exposure on Roku TV, Apple TV. Should be available in the channel stores on like Roku, Fire Stick. Those. We just began production, so I don't have a launch date. And the working title right now is How Can I Help?
Very good. Very good.
So I'm excited about that. Is just because I've shifted from doing to teaching and mentoring, consulting, speaking. Because I've made my money at 58. Now I want to help other people make their money, and make their dream life come through. Because it's really, to me, just a 1, 2, 3 process. The hardest part is figuring out what you want. But once you figure that out, house, car, clothes, lifestyle, well, go out and pick out what you want and then get it and pay for it, and I kind of walk you through the process, and then we'll get into that in the show. You know, how to find it, where to get it, how to pay for it.
Right. I've been interested in watching some of your videos on how to get into a house, how to get the interest rate, buying cars. You have information out there on that. A lot of ways people should look at a little differently when they're approaching these things.
Yeah, I'm really just kind of getting the channel going, but those 3 interviews, plus I've got these spots on there, and you know, I'm adding more as I have time to really. I want to, you know, give people an actionable blueprint on how they can take the steps necessary to get out there and get the life of their dreams, you know, and you know, live the American dream. But like I say, starting with home, car, job, passive income, which for those who don't know, passive income is making money that does not require you to work.
Yep.
You know, like you're retired and you have Social Security or 401k or a pension. That's passive income.
Yep. Best kind, by the way. My favorite kind. Brian, we're way past time. They're signaling me to get off. I can't stop talking to you. You're too interesting. But give us one last thought on spending money, what young people should do with their money, how they should hold on to it. Should they spend it all? Should they save it? What should they do?
Well, typically, you know, you're gonna. My advice to start out. There's 2 books I recommend: Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki and Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Begin your investing journeys there, because that's where I started mine.
Nice.
Those 2 books will really open your eyes quite a bit, and then also look at you know, buying a home, buying a business with no money down, because there's ways to do it, you know, without, you know, having to spend a lot of money up front. You know, there's low interest loans for veterans, for minorities, for women, business, and so just there's boatloads of opportunities. Whatever you want to do, the money is out there. It's like I had a banker tell me one time, as long as the deal just makes sense and your credit's good, you'll get the money.
You'll get it, yeah. You'll figure it out. Brian, you're kind of inspirational, because you're not just saying it, you've done it, and now you're helping other people do it. And we're looking forward to having you on our show more. And I'm anxious to watch your show on Roku. I have all those platforms you mentioned, so I'll be able to watch it. So thank you, Brian, and hopefully we'll have you back in the next couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, because see, one of the things my parents taught me is if you want to learn something, talk to the people who are doing it.
Some people already know the answers. You don't have to figure them out yourself, right?
Yeah, there we go.
All right, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And what was the other?
Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
All right. For our viewers, stick around. This has been Brian Christopher Murphy. Go to his web address, check out his YouTube channel, and we'll be back with more authors right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. This is a real estate show, real estate and home improvement show, where we talk about how to improve your home, how to preserve your home, how to preserve the value. How do you hire a good roofer? How do you hire a good landscaper? It's hard to find people you could trust. But my favorite part of the show is when we bring realtors onto the show, and they bring us these magnificent houses that they have for sale. Welcome to our guest, Sarah Petrill. Welcome, Sarah. You've got a fantastic home for sale. I'm going to put the picture up. Tell us a little bit about it. Where is it, and what are some of the details?
This is in the Fort Washington Country Club Estate. It's the cross streets are Fort Washington and Millbrook.
Okay.
It's in that corner.
Great.
And a very beautiful neighborhood, quiet neighborhood. And this is 5-bedroom, 4.25 bathroom.
There's a bedroom and a bathroom for everybody in the family.
Almost, yeah. And there are 3 bedrooms upstairs,
okay,
and 2 full bath upstairs.
Okay.
Downstairs you have 2 bedroom and actually 1 full bath where the bedrooms are.
Okay.
And then there is a 0.75 bath, that means without a tub.
Great.
Very close to the kitchen, which is updated in 2018.
Nice.
Kitchen is updated 2018, and they also have a half bath for the guests.
Now I asked you, I thought this was a brand new house.
It's built in 1991.
91, but it's so beautiful. It looks brand new.
It is, yeah, but then anybody buy can make their own.
Great. By the way, people don't realize, but this house has all the landscaping.
Yes.
The pool is there already.
Yes.
If you bought a brand new house and you had to do all that,
Everything.
it's so expensive to do everything.
Yes.
This one, somebody did it and paid for it already.
Right,
So
right.
you're
And the
actually-
pool is updated in 2018,
Oh, wow.
retiled and replastered.
Look how beautiful the backyard and the pool is. And the street is called Spanish Bay, but the whole architecture is very Spanish as
Yeah,
well.
it is. It has a Spanish tile inside of the kitchen.
Here's, I think, maybe the living room. And
That was a family room.
Family room?
This is living room.
this is a living room. So there's a family room and living
And
room.
living room, yeah, it's a traditional.
And a dining room.
Dining room, yes.
And look at this, it's amazing.
That is family room. You can
Living
look the backyard with the arch windows.
Right. And this is spectacular, this kitchen. I want to buy it just because of the kitchen. Can I afford it? Can you tell us what it's going for?
It is 1.395000.
Which is really, so 1.395,
Yeah, we just reduced the price.
$1,395,000, yeah.
Right.
In
And
most parts of California, that would be a bargain.
Yeah,
And in Fresno, this is where our prices are going now. But for a spectacular place like that,
It's,
near the golf course?
yes, Fort Washington.
Fort Washington
Yeah.
Golf Course. Do you know what school district or high school it is?
This is Clovis
Clovis Schools.
and Clovis West.
Clovis West High
Yeah,
School. So
yeah.
that's some of the best. I would tell you, I went all through Clovis schools, so look how I turned out. My kids went all through Clovis schools, and they did really good. So it's a place to send your kids. So if you want the good schools, a place for your family to grow, swimming pool, entertainment, everything, it's all there.
And it is 4,640 square feet house.
Another reason I want to buy this house. Look at how many garages there are.
4 garage.
4.
Yeah, one is tandem,
Okay.
so you can only see 3 from outside.
Okay, so
That's
one you kind of drive all the way
Yes,
through. and-
exactly.
Yeah, have a very big garage. What if somebody wants to see this? Now I put your phone number right on the screen. Is that okay?
That's fine.
So they just call you and they
Yeah.
can set up an appointment.
Yes.
And go see it. And it's an amazing house. Is it vacant or?
No, it's not vacant.
Yes,
No.
you need an appointment.
Yes.
Set up an appointment.
Yeah.
Make sure you're qualified.
Yes.
And, but you can help people get qualified, help them get a lender, and go through that process.
Yeah, and now in the real estate world, some changes are going.
Yeah.
The buyer-broker agreement
Right.
from August 17th onwards.
Onward.
And from August 13, almost 13, I think, somewhere next week, the MLS will not show how much commission is being given to the buyer's broker.
To the buyer's
Yeah,
broker.
it will be reflected as 0.
Okay.
So then you have to do some negotiation.
It's all up to negotiation right now.
Of course.
I feel like it's going to be the same as it always has been.
Maybe
about-
it will go back to the same. I don't know. It's an evolving process.
Now you've been doing this for a couple of years.
I've been doing in Fresno. I actually started in Bakersfield in the 90s. Then I came to Fresno 97, 98. And then something happened, changed my family. So I went into teaching.
Oh, nice.
And then after I got out of teaching, because I like this work, so I went
You're back in real estate, yeah.
That time it was Guarantee Real Estate.
Oh, guaranteed. But
Yeah.
now you're with who?
Now with, Guarantee has been bought by Realty Concepts.
I see Realty Concepts. That's
Yeah.
right. Berkshire Hathaway bought Guarantee, then Real Estate Concepts
Yeah.
bought that, and
Yeah.
it's amazing.
So the last April it is Realty Concepts.
But Realty Concepts is a very good company.
Yes.
There's a lot of credibility out there. Now, if somebody's watching and they have a house and they're thinking of selling it, but they don't know what it's worth, can you help them with
Sure,
that?
sure. Yeah, I can do that.
And it's free, right?
Yeah, everything is free what I do,
Yeah.
I only take the commission, that's
Right,
it.
right. I appreciate that somebody's been in this, and I don't want to say how long, like 30 years maybe you've been in
Yeah.
and out of real estate.
Yeah, but
that's a
in
lot
and
of
out.
experience. So
Yes,
you know the
yeah.
values, you know the neighborhoods,
Yeah.
and like that. And what about buyers? Do you help buyers?
I had a lot of showings, but then they don't get back.
Yeah.
So,
It's
so it could be, is that the cosmetics or the price, but now the price is, we reduced it a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's,
So this is good. This
yeah,
is a good price. I
good
think
price.
they will find. You pay a little for the neighborhood. You pay for
Yes.
the school district.
Yes.
And it's an exclusive neighborhood. You're telling me one way in, one way out.
No, the whole neighborhood, you have only one exit and same is the entry.
Okay.
Entry and exit is the same.
Okay.
So no one else can come in and go out for the different way.
Right.
So it's very close neighborhood.
Very secure.
Yeah.
Sarala Patil, I'm glad you came on the show. Any last thoughts about the house?
I want people to see and see what changes they want to make in the house.
Yeah. Make it your own.
And like in real estate, they say location, location, location. I would add negotiate, negotiate, negotiate.
Negotiate. Good. Good. I think you'd be a very good realtor to work with. Thank you for coming and showing off
Thank
this
you.
beautiful house. Before you go, I'm just going to run through all these pictures again because it sells itself. If you just look how beautiful it is, the mature landscaping, and the interior is all done. I mean, it's not like you'd have to come and remodel or redo anything unless you wanted.
Yes.
A lot of people like to do that and make it their own. But the windows looking out in the backyard are spectacular, and the kitchen is really spectacular. And of course, the pool's already built. And you said they redid the pool?
Yes, 2018.
Very good. For our viewers, stick around. We're going to have some more real estate and home improvement right after this. I just want to thank Sarah for coming on the show. I'm going to say her phone number, see if I get it right. 559-790-0660. And you answer that yourself?
Yes.
Good.
It's
Very good.
myself.
And we'll be back with more Central Valley Talk and more homes right after this.
I'm really old, Mike.
Okay. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. We're here doing a broadcast, international broadcast. I've been talking to people from all over the world today about their books, about their ideas, about their process. How do they come out with these books? How do they come up with them? Many of our viewers are just struggling to get their first book written. So I love it when we have an author on who's done it, who's finished the book and gone through the process and has it out there. Our next guest has done just that. His name is Walter Broach. Hello, Walter.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good. Look at that. By the way, tell our viewers where you're located.
What'd you say?
Tell our viewers where you're located right now.
I'm in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. It's just outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. Beautiful area.
Beautiful area. Yes, sir.
Now, Walter, you have actually, I read up on you, you're I forget the term, it starts with an M, metaphysicist?
I'm a metaphysicist, yeah.
Yeah.
There are very few of us.
Yeah, I bet. And you talk about energy, and you've actually
Yes, sir.
written a book called Spiritual Energy and You. This is a topic I've become very interested in myself because I think it's very important. But tell us, I'm going to put your book cover up here. Tell us about the book.
It explains, very few people even think about spiritual energy. They don't realize that what I found out recently, the universe is made out of energy. Do you realize that? Energy is everywhere. Energy and matter, that's what you have here. You're made out of matter.
Uh-huh.
Okay, energy and matter are the same. Energy comes together, it clumps together to form matter. Worlds are made out of matter. People are made out of matter. Your computer screen's made out of matter. It's all made out of matter. Okay, and this energy, people don't understand. It has what's known as knowledge, or it has understanding. Now, this is innate information. It's innate knowledge. It's knowledge. When a little kid, you stick your finger in his hand, he's going to grab it. is you know how to eat. Your body knows how to digest food, doesn't it?
Yep.
You, when you're a kid, you know how to walk. You learn how to walk. At first you start crawling, but slowly you learn how to walk, and then you learn how to talk. There's all different kind of languages all across, in the world.
Yes.
And all there, we don't realize it, but grass communicates with each other as it grows. It crawls along the ground, and it finds the best place for it to grow. There'll be patches where there's no grass growing, but it finds a place. So there is communicate. We don't understand that.
Right.
And it's difficult to explain. And what I'm doing, I have 3 books out now, and I explain what this energy is, this basic energy. It's a fundamental energy, and I explain how it forms into matter, and it forms into us, and how we communicate with it. And it's been interesting to me. I got into it when I was a child. I was about 7 or 8 years old. I was baptized into a church, and about a month or 2 after that time, I saw this movie, and it was starring William Bendix. You probably never heard of him. He's for my age, maybe older than me. But at the end of the movie, he died. And there was a picture of the movie was on him, and he was looking at he was laying there dead. And this shadowy force rose from his stomach. And it was, I think it was supposed to be his soul leaving his body going up to heaven. And I remembered that, and I have been kind of curious about it ever since. Well, I'm what's called elderly now. The government says when you get my age, you're elderly.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I figure I don't have a whole lot of time to go on. I don't know, I might live another week, another month, another 5 years. I'm enjoying it. And I've always been kind of curious about, that thing, that little soul going up to heaven. And I went to churches. In fact, I used to take my kids to church. And I wasn't really ever interested that interested in church. But I started studying this energy thing. I wanted to know why that soul. I couldn't learn why that soul went up to heaven in any church. And I found out that churches separate us from this energy. Really, you go to church to find out how to go to heaven. You get into spirituality or energy, which I call it. People say spirituality, and it runs them off.
Yeah.
But you say energy, and they might have a little bit of interest. But I had the interest, and I studied it. And that's when I found out. It's hard to find out. They've known, Plato knew about this. They've mentioned it, but just the universal energy, and they kind of drop it at that.
Yeah.
And you see references to it. A few philosophers throughout history for 2,000 years have mentioned it, but they haven't really, very few people are writing on it.
Yeah.
I write on it, and it's been exciting for me because I wanted to learn about it. It's just amazing. And it makes you learn about this. I'm looking forward to dropping dead.
Yeah.
I'm not in a hurry. I'm having fun while I'm living. But I feel that your body dissolves and it goes away and it turns back into energy. And your thought keeps going. Now you forget, as little kids, some little kids remember their past lives. They're up until about they're 5 or 6 years old, and then they forget about it.
Yeah.
A lot of kids do this, in fact, and they talk about their who they were when they were grown up. Am I talking too long? I don't want to keep
No,
you
this
too
is
long.
perfect.
But the kids grow up and they forget about it. They say, "Oh, that's what is it? It's not very exciting. I don't care about that." But we have these memories, and there's no way to prove it. You can't just sit down and say, "I had a dream that I was living in the 18th century." I've had thoughts of my lives in past lives. I can't prove them.
Right.
And I've wondered about what do can we imagine that our future lives are they in there in our minds somewhere? And I can't prove that. I haven't found that yet. I doubt if I will. But it's been interesting to find the past lives and that your mind is really the part of you. It's where your soul is. That I feel your brains your thought is in your soul. Your soul is in your mind. You would ask a scientist where the mind is, and they don't know.
Right.
They might say it's in the brain or that your thoughts in it, but your brain's just a little piece of matter.
Yep.
It has little channels in it. Your thought goes through, and it goes to your body, and it causes your movement, and it's you. So.
Walter, I wanted to ask you about a little bit about the book and about energy, because I've been interested in this subject lately. Even you said several philosophers have talked about it. Einstein even talked about it, that he said everything's energy. And tell us what we're going to find out in your book.
Pardon?
Tell us what we're going to learn about in your book.
What you're going to learn about?
Yeah. Will I be able to understand it?
You're gonna learn about energy turning into matter,
Okay.
and matter being all this. I got 3 books.
Okay.
You have the one, Spiritual Energy and You.
Yes.
I have also, can you see it?
Yeah.
Spiritual Energy Explained.
Mm.
And I explain the whole thing. I have another one about spiritual energy. Where's that sucker? Look at that cute little thing. About spiritual energy. And
Now, if someone like me wants to learn more about this, which of your books should we start with?
where can you get them?
Now, which one should I read first?
Probably about spiritual energy.
About spiritual energy. Get me started
Yeah.
with that.
And I got better. I used to write a lot when I was young. And I wrote for magazines and newspapers and stuff like that, local stuff, nothing big. I never made much money. I made a little. And I gave it up and went out, and I was in real estate most of my life. And I retired a couple of years ago. And I said, what am I going to do now? No, I did, and I just started jotting stuff down about this spiritual energy. And all of a sudden, the first one turned into a book. And my writing is improving. It's getting better with each book because I'm getting more concentrated, and I'm remembering to outline them and to make notes and just do everything. And I started out just writing it out, just carelessly.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting more serious. I'm getting more focused on it. which I think I feel good about it now. I feel really good. I feel like I can make a point. You have to describe actions when you're writing a book.
Mm-hmm.
You have to make it so people can understand it.
Yes.
And you have to spell words right and stuff, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
Hey, Walter, let me ask you this. We're almost out of time, but I have your website up on the screen. If our viewers went to your website, what would they find there?
what will they find there?
Yeah.
They'll find I have the books, or they can get the books,
Nice.
and I hope to start a podcast like you have.
Mm-hmm.
I want to start. I'm ready to start it now. That I can explain things about meditation, focusing, programming, setting yourself up to use your spiritual self to connect with people.
Mm.
You can when you're happy and you feel good, we glow.
Yeah.
You ever think of that?
Yeah. I don't,
Yeah,
but I
when
will
you-
now.
And when you glow, you attract people.
Mm.
When you smile at people, you attract people.
That's
You
how
fra-
that started me studying this energy thing that you're talking about. And people said you have to have that energy, and that will attract people. And that's what I'm interested in. That's why I'm interested in studying this some more.
Well, good.
Yeah, and for that reason, I found you, or you found me. I think there's a purpose there.
I think we found each other.
Walter, we're really past time. I could talk to you all day long, but let's just sum up. Any last thoughts you want to tell our viewers about you or your book, or anything you want to tell them?
If you want to learn more about energy, check with the walterbroach.com.
Okay.
And you can find me. I'm in there several places, and I would love it if you write me an email, ask me any questions you have about energy. I'll answer them, or I'll do my best to answer them.
Okay.
And I want to encourage you to make life fun.
Make life
And
fun.
that is what I've learned by studying this stuff.
Yeah.
And just hang in there.
Very good. And our guest is Walter Broach. His book is Spiritual Energy in You. Go buy a copy, but don't buy one copy. Buy 3 or 4 copies. Give them away. I think this is a very important subject, and I think it's time we all start learning more about it. Thank you so much, Walter. I want to have you back again and again.
Mike, I really enjoyed it, and thank you very much.
All right. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to the Real Estate and Home Improvement Show. We've been having guests all week on how to improve your home. How do you know which air conditioner guy to call, or plumber to call, or roofer to call? Well, that's what we do here on the show. We find out how to improve the value of your home, sustain the value of your home at least. One of my favorite parts of this show is when we bring on realtors who tell us about properties they have for sale. And I've been looking around. Is there anything under $400,000 that you could buy in Fresno? And our next guest, Jackie Curry, says, yes, there is. Where does somebody find a house under 400, 500, 600,000?
Can you believe that, Mike? Like,
Yeah.
it's really gotten up there, right?
Yeah.
So I have a listing, great condo, centrally located, for $219,000, if you can believe that.
$219,000.
$219,000. Great property.
Is it a gated community?
It is a gated community off of Shaw, fairly close to Fresno State, and all the other areas around there. Gated community
pool, yeah.
pool, spa, tennis courts, lots of green area.
Oh, open green area.
Yes.
Throw frisbees and stuff out
Yeah.
there. Be a great investment if you have a kid in college to buy this condo and put them in there.
I agree, and there aren't restrictions on rentals either, so it would
Okay.
be a good long-term investment
Long-term
too.
investment,
yeah. But
now,
especially if you have kids at Fresno State.
let's see if I have some pictures. Oh, it's an upstairs unit. There's
It
some
is.
stairs going up.
Yep, upstairs unit.
And the bathroom is, you said 2 sinks?
Yeah, 1 bathroom, but the toilet area and the shower are in their own closet, and then you have this dual vanity area. So definitely very usable space, and actually fairly large. It's just over 1,000 square feet.
Over 1,000 square feet. You said it's bigger than your first home was.
Yeah, it is, believe it or not, bigger than my first home in Fresno.
You know, I live in right now 800 square feet.
There you go.
I do have rooms in this building that I haven't been into for years, but my space is just 800. You don't realize how little you really use. And the flooring is kind of cool, kind of wood,
Yes.
laminate flooring.
It is all throughout, and then this is what we're looking at now is a fireplace in the living room, which is actually really large. That's quite a large sectional, and so great space.
This probably won't last long.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
A lot of opportunity, and like you said, price point is just incredible.
$350,000. Do you know what somebody would have to put down on something like this? Is it 20%?
I think it would be less than that.
Way
yeah.
less than that, yeah. I don't sell houses, you do, so I don't know.
It does qualify for a VA loan.
Oh, a VA?
Yes.
They could get in for nothing down
They
maybe,
can, yeah. That's why I hesitated in answering.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunity here for a lot of people at a great price point that we're not seeing anywhere else.
If you're a veteran, if you're a student, if you're a senior who's, like I said, I have this giant house I clank around in, I don't use it. Somebody may be ready to downsize, but it's still a good size and roomy unit.
Yes, and really close to a lot of things in Fresno. And don't forget if you're a parent of a student.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 bedrooms?
It's 2 bedrooms,
Yeah.
yeah. And the bedrooms are also very large in comparison to most condos in Fresno.
Does it have the, what do you call the stoves and refrigerator? Or
Yes, it has, and also has a washer dryer hookup.
Hookup, oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
with its own closet.
I never want to live in another house where I don't have an indoor laundry.
Yeah.
Or I've got to go outside or down the road or something. So
Yes,
that's great.
I agree. That is definitely a
Now,
plus.
I put your email on the screen. Since I can't read that part, tell us what the email is.
The email is JackieJoy, JackieJoy @gmail.com.
And the phone number?
559-908-0923. And anyone can call or text anytime, not just about the condo. If they have any other questions,
Yeah.
I'd be happy to answer
I was going to
them.
ask about the text. I don't like to call anymore. I just want to text.
Text.
Then I say, you call me when you're, because they're always
Yep.
driving or
Yeah.
eating dinner or something. I like to just text.
And text is awesome when it comes to real estate.
Now, if somebody's a renter right now out there in the community, they ought to be buying this.
I absolutely agree. Yep, interest rates have gotten a little bit better. We expect them to get better moving forward. And so, yeah, I think it's a great time to consider that.
I think the interest rates have been great for a long time because I paid like
Oh,
11% when I bought my first
Let's
place.
not talk about the well, should we even talk about the 80s when it was like
Yeah.
15? We won't even go there.
Now, so if somebody is a renter and they have no idea what it takes to buy a house, how much they'd have to put down, they can call you and just
Absolutely. You can call me, text me, email me. I can give you all the information you need to make that informed decision. And again, this is a great opportunity, but it's not the only opportunity. And it would be nice to get in now before we have
Yeah.
more competition moving forward.
I always say it's free to find out. Why not call Jackie?
Yes,
if you're a
it
renter,
is.
why not call Jackie and just say, what's the deal? What do I have to do? There's nothing like home ownership. You said these places were like 32,000. This is a
Not
few
that
years
long
back,
ago,
yeah.
yes.
And so in my experience when I bought houses, they've doubled in value by the time I sell them. So I can't promise that, but it's the only way we regular people have a hedge against that inflation
Is to do
buy.
something like that. Yeah.
That's something.
Yep.
Any last thoughts for our viewers?
I think we're starting to see things in certain price points get multiple offers again, and it seems to be heating up a little bit. And so I think, again, this is just a great opportunity for, like you said, students, investors, parents of students, people that want to downsize, that kind of thing. It's still a lot of space in
I wanted
storage.
to ask you before we are out of time, but one more thought is, if there's not a lot of houses on the market.
There are not.
So if there's a seller watching, it's a good time to call Jackie Curry. Right?
Absolutely. Yep.
Find out what your house is worth, what it needs, what you need to do to get it ready to sell, and things like that. Call Jackie Curry if you have a house. People need houses right now.
Yeah.
There aren't very many of them.
And I'd be happy to talk to you.
Very good. We'll be back with more real estate and home improvement right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show with authors from all over the world. I've got the next book for you. It's inspirational, and also some opportunities for writers to travel and attend a conference. Let me introduce our guest who is with us today. Sorry, we rehearsed this. Sean Langwell. He's the inspiration and boldness guy. Welcome, Sean.
Well, thanks for having me, Mike. Appreciate it.
And by the way, I want to talk to you about your book first and your inspiration, but in a few minutes, here's a poster, Sonoma County Writers Conference. We're going to get to that in a minute, so those of you who like to swipe away after a few seconds, stick around and you'll hear about that too. But Sean, you are an inspirational guy. You sent me this great inspiration this morning, practical wisdom to live an extraordinary life. Can I read off some of these?
Absolutely. That's why I sent it to you, Mike. You get to be the expert.
And it's whether applied to artistic endeavors or just to build stronger personal relationships. Start your day with an attitude of gratitude. Stop the steady din of fear, doubt, worry, overthinking, and my thing, imposter syndrome, etc. before you even get out of bed in the morning. Silence your inner critics with effective and easy to practice insight strategies and tidbits of inspirational wisdom you can use throughout your day, and awaken and embolden you to live a happier, more productive and meaningful life, fulfilling life. I was inspired by all those. Is that what your book's all about?
That's what this one is, Mike. And you had me on when I did my other book that was the impetus for this. It's all iterative. That book is called 10 Seconds of Boldness, which is why when you see on screen, I've got working on branding. I am the inspiration and boldness, not baldness, boldness guy. And a lot of that in this book is distilled down into bite-sized pieces that somebody can read in a couple minutes in the morning before they even get out of bed or wherever it's convenient. It's a small book that fits in a purse or a pocketbook or your back pocket.
Oh, nice, nice. Now, do you provide any strategies, practices that we could use?
Yeah, if you want, unlike 10 Seconds of Boldness, I purposely did not put a whole lot of executable strategies in here. Each chapter, if you will, is an executable practice. And think of it as like a daily meditation or an affirmation type of a book. Mm-hmm. They're short paragraphs. Inherent in each of those paragraphs is something that somebody can apply on a daily basis. And go ahead and continue on what you want to do, and I'll flip this open because I purposely wrote this book to where it doesn't have to be read cover to cover.
Okay.
There's logic behind the progression from a story standpoint, but it's purposely designed, and I didn't date it because I want people to be able to flip this open and say, I will until, and then read that page. So,
Sean, there's those of us who study and read inspirations, read techniques, leadership books, how to be a better leader, inspirational books, self-improvement, if I can say, self-improvement books. Those of us who do that, we do it often, and we don't stop. I mean, we never say, oh, I've arrived, I'm good now. We seek another book and another book. But there's a lot of people who don't do that. They don't have a practice of reading and studying success and inspiration and things like that. Tell us about that.
So it's a practice that's happened. Just to give you a quick backstory, I know we don't have a whole lot of time. It's a practice I started probably going all the way back to 1986. So we're coming up on 40 years here, 4 decades of consistent practice. And it started, there's no secrets out there. My very first book was a memoir about my addiction and recovery journey called Beyond Recovery. I leveraged that into 10 Seconds of Boldness because I've also been in the corporate arena for over 3 decades in selling advertising. So I have been fully immersed into self-improvement, self-awareness, self-help, which I can't stand the term. It's all personal growth because it's not about self-help. And a lot of times that's a misnomer because we actually, to grow, and the coaches will tell you this too, in order to fully grow, you can't do it all yourself.
Right.
You need to ask for help, and ask any CEO or any executive, leadership coaches will attest to this too. You need to be humble enough to ask for help and say you don't have all the answers.
Right.
Ergo, I spent my entire life since I was 17, for all intents and purposes, learning about this stuff, going back to Tony Robbins, Wayne Dyer, and every other great that everybody knows about.
And the point I was trying to get to, those who do go through those programs and readings and studies, again, we're not done. You got to keep going. So
You have to.
Yeah,
And that's why this book is here, Mike. It's a daily thing just to kind of jog your memory because we forget. We're human.
Yeah, and so I want to know how you get the people who aren't on that journey to get them on that journey. Well, one thought just popped in my head is I could buy these books and pass them out. I've done that many a times with these types of inspirational books, bought them and passed them out. So for our viewers, when you go to Amazon or wherever you want to buy the book, don't click once and order one. Click 10 times. Order a bunch of them and get them out there.
You're such a good promoter. You do your job well.
Thank you.
And you know, I wrote this with the intent. It's a low cost book. I wrote this so that any corporate leader, trainer, executive can do exactly that. Buy it by the case through Amazon or a local bookstore. I don't care where you get it. It's available anywhere you find books. Don't buy it directly from me because I'm not in the shipping business. I'm in the creative business.
Right.
But share it. And, you know, to answer your question too about how do you get into the hands of the people who don't know about it yet or who don't know they need it, there's an old saying, and I don't know if it's Confucius or what, but when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When people are hungry and ready to learn whatever it is that they want to face, a challenge, a problem, a situation, a work, a job change, a relationship change, they start looking, they start seeking. And there are some people, they're not unicorns. There's a lot of us that are perpetual seekers.
Perpetual, yeah.
But there's a difference between perpetual seekers and perpetual doers. And that's what I'm all about. That's why I have the moniker of 10 Seconds of Boldness and the Boldness Guy, because thinking and making plans is one thing, but actually putting your feet on the ground to do it. And this book will help you do that. It gives you the encouragement to get off your couch and get out there and do it.
Great. Now, before we get too far along, tell us about the Writers' Conference. Here's the poster for it.
So the Sonoma County Writers Conference has been had different names. It is a biennial, which means it's every other year. I have 14 different sessions, actually 15 different sessions. We have a keynote speaker by the name of Jeff Goins, who is a 5-time best-selling author, flying out from Tennessee to not only lead the keynote, but he will be teaching a hands-on roll-up-your-sleeves workshop for an hour and a half. That in and of itself is way more worth the drive in a hotel room and the price of admission to get in. Price range for those who are maybe budget conscious and don't want to invest in themselves or don't see the value, it's $125 to $175, depending on whether you're a member of the California Writers Club or anybody.
Nice.
It's open to everybody, Mike. It's the most comprehensive writers conference in the North Bay this fall, period. So we've got stuff on poetry, memoir, craft, editing, storytelling, how to write a short story, and 4 different speakers talking about various specific elements on how to take your published work and get out there and talk about it, teach on it, sell it, and market yourself. So it's a real nice blended program that I'm super thrilled about. Quite honestly, the value the people are going to get is a lot more than what the entry is for registration.
I tell you, our number one viewer profile is people looking for their next book to read, thank goodness. But our second viewer profile is people who are writing books and just haven't been able to get across the finish line. They don't know how to finish writing. Do you think they could benefit from this conference?
Absolutely. You know, everybody's at a different spot in their journey. Some are still thinking about it, or some are blowing the dust off a manuscript or a rough, as Ian Lamont would say, a shitty first draft that's been sitting in a desk drawer for 20 years. But you will get the tools, not just the tools in the training, Mike. You're going to get around other authors who are right where you're at on all levels and learn from some experts who have already gone through some of those bumps. And that's why we have this conference. Our entire motto for the Redwood Writers Club, which is sponsoring this event or hosting it, is Writers Helping Writers.
Nice.
It's not about one-upmanship. This is a collective, collaborative opportunity for people to rub shoulders with others just like them and figure out how to get that book over the finish line.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's scary when you're not there, but when you finally see it in print and you're holding it in your hands, it's like, I did it.
I did it. Yeah, there's nothing more inspirational than being around, like you said, rubbing elbows with people who are doing it, who've got it done, who are trying to do it, You know, it's just on this show, I get to talk to people every day who have done it, and it's inspired me a lot to get out there and finish what I'm working on. We have the web address up, redwoodwriters.org, and you can find information on the conference, I guess, at that website.
Yes, there's a separate tab that has pages dedicated solely to the conference, but redwoodwriters.org, not .com, .org is the site that has not only that, but it has all the other stuff that we have going on. If you're a writer in the Northern California area and you want to come check us out, we meet on the third Saturday of the month. The conference date is October 19th of this year, and it'll be an all-day conference from 8:30 in the morning until 5 o'clock at night.
And by the way, you call it the Redwood Writers Club?
Redwood Writers Club, which is one of 20 branches of the California Writers Club.
I can't tell you how many authors we've had on from all over the world that, you know, just say it's so important to be part of a writers group. And I guess that's what you guys are doing.
Absolutely.
Let's go back.
I got a question for you, Mike. When are you going to finish your book?
Well, books, far along on several of them, so.
I put you on the spot, but we had that conversation last time. If you haven't seen it, it's out there on
most of us who went to grad school, we have a book. We call it the thesis. Well, I have 2 graduate degrees, so I've got a couple of them floating out there. I want to get back to your book. I know we're going over time already, but today's the day. And also, we have your web address up, SeanLangwell.com. What will people find at your website?
They'll find a site that, forgive me, as working full-time and an author, it needs to be freshened up, but the basic bare bones of who I am and what I'm all about are in that site. There's some blogs that I've written over the last 5 or 6 years. There's a lot of helpful stuff, and really, whether it's on the website or searching Google with the last interview I did with Mike, anything and everything that I do, Mike, is designed not to just help serve me. My purpose in life is about helping other people, whether it's in business or one-on-one or encouragement or inspiration. It's what I was put on the planet to do, and that may sound arrogant, but it's not. When we find something that we really enjoy, we go do it. And I'll be honest, this book, I wrote this book in less than 90 days. I wrote, edited, and published this book in 90 days, folks. You know why? Because it's already in me. It just came out. And I published it, and I want everybody to share this. I want businesses to order one for every single employee, whether in sales or not, because you will find value in this book, I guarantee it.
Yeah, and again, I have to give meaningless gifts all the time. Birthday gifts, Christmas gifts. This is a great book just to order 10 or 20 of them and have them sitting there. So when you have to give away something, it's not meaningless. It's very meaningful for whoever you're giving the gift to. Sean, we're way past time. Any last thoughts for our viewers?
One thing that I like to close with, and I appreciate you giving me the time, Mike, is don't ever give up on yourself. Don't ever give up on yourself. If there's something, regardless of where you're at as an author or anything in life, there is somebody else who has already gone through whatever it is that you're going through. Reach out and ask for help, especially if you want to publish your book. There's tons of people. There's lots of pirates out there, but there are lots of people who are ready, willing, and able to help you and not rip you off.
Very good. Thank you so much, Sean. I hope you come back again and again.
I appreciate you having me, Mike. Thank you.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere, because we have another author coming up right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Brooks, our international talk show where we talk to authors about their books, learn about the books, and most of all, help you pick the next book to read. Faraway Hearts series. You like romance? You like suspense? You'll want to get this book. You'll want to get this series. And by the way, besides having the book here, I also just happen to have the author, Sharice Drake. Welcome, Sharice.
Hi, thank you, Mike. It's a privilege to be here. It's an honor.
Tell our viewers where you are.
I am in southern Utah, just 2 hours north of Vegas.
So kind of close to Nevada.
Yeah, I'm like 6 miles from the state line.
Wow.
So,
you ever zip down to Las Vegas?
Oh, yeah. We haven't been in a while because it's even hotter there than it is here. And
Oh, yeah.
we try to stay in as much as we can when it's really hot. So
I bet. Tell our viewers, here's the cover of your first book in this series, Faraway Hearts, Rebecca's Rosette. Tell us a little bit about
yes.
that.
Okay, so the series itself is it's based in Southern California. It's all done from different perspectives. Each perspective will have two parts, and it's done from the perspective of one of the women in the series. And the first one, obviously, is Rebecca. She is kind of this timid woman who isn't quite sure how to act even around like the man she likes, even though he's been like one of her best friends for quite a few years. And she doesn't get any of that confidence until she meets another man and becomes friends with him. And then she starts the relationship with the man Derek, and it says on the back, so I guess I can say the name.
Okay.
She starts the relationship with Derek, but in the process, she develops feelings for Jared, but Jared has this dark past, and he doesn't want to bring someone else into that.
And how's the second book? It looks almost the same name and everything, Rebecca's Rosette. Oh, I see, part 2.
Yes, part 2, that's the Thorns Appear. That's when things get really rocky. Most of part 1, I mean, some things happen, some dangers, some sad moments, some tragedies. But it isn't until part 2 where you really find out what the big deal is with Jared, why he's so concerned, and it leaves on a cliffhanger.
Is Jared the police officer?
They are actually both police officers. So Derek, he's a millionaire. He was born into money, but his father told him that he needed to do something with his life. He just has that with his sons. And he decided on a whim to be a police officer, but he actually found it quite fulfilling. Jared just always wanted to be a police officer.
By the way, there's a third book coming out. Is that the same series? Does it pick up?
Yes, it is. It's from another woman's perspective. Her name is Julia.
Okay. Now tell me about from different perspectives. The book takes from different characters' perspective?
Yes. So it pretty much is the same timeline, but you'll focus more in on what's going on with Rebecca in her love life and in her dangerous situations. Like she, as you notice on part 2, she has a baby, and that baby is very significant to the story. Julia, it's completely different in the fact that she is a police officer, and so there's more suspense in hers. Like, there's still suspense in Rebecca's, but there's a lot of suspense in Julia's.
Nice. Now, we probably answered this question because you said it's romance, suspense. But I still ask the question every time, who will want to read these books?
We mostly decided that my target audience is a lot of like mothers staying at home, or even some middle-aged women. But even men can enjoy it, especially if they're like in law enforcement or interested in like crime series. If you've ever watched a crime series, that's kind of what I kind of style it after. A lot of the characters in my novels are in law enforcement or are in something similar.
Something similar, yeah. So people who like police dramas might like it too. Whenever I'm at the airport, I go to the airport, I look at all these books, and I grab the one that the cover strikes me. You have very striking covers, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
So I was reading a series of books, and somebody says, "Oh, I didn't know you read romance novels." I said, "I didn't know that's what I was doing," because I was really into it. Very, very well written books and the like. So yeah, men will like it, women will like it, people who just need an entertainment and a break will like it, and I hope everybody likes it, Charisse. Now, are these your 3 books? Is this the totality of your writing so far?
Oh no, I'm working on number 14 in the series of the seventh. It's the seventh perspective.
Uh-huh.
So
Wow.
I've completed writing them. I'm just working on publishing them.
Yeah. Now, ask you this. A lot of our viewers are writers who have not got published or haven't even finished. A lot of people have trouble putting the pen down saying, I'm done with that. So, especially on their first book. Well, tell us what your discipline is. You get up every morning and sit down and start typing at 6 a.m.?
No. So I'm actually a full-time mom as well. So
Yeah.
it's very difficult to try and find time to write. But the thing is, I just love it so much. And I find that I'm more stressed if I'm not writing.
Yeah.
And so my husband, he's very supportive. He will do everything he can to make sure I have time to write, as are my kids. I mean, they're all old enough now to kind of understand that mom's an author and mom loves writing. So let her have some time.
And by the
it
way,
doesn't always work smoothly.
Yeah,
But
I think you have 3 daughters.
yes, I have 3 daughters.
How old are they?
12, 10, and 7.
So they're getting a little more self-sufficient that you can
Yeah.
write. And do you write every day?
I try to. There's some days I only get like a paragraph out, whereas yesterday I was busy at home just doing laundry, and I was able to put down 9,000 words. Which,
Oh my goodness.
yeah. I was really feeling the
Yeah.
inspiration. So
Yeah. And by the way, you have editors. Do you have any groups you belong to that you work with?
yes, Right to Reach. They have published all my novels. They're a bit different. They're not just a traditional publisher. They're more like a consultant, but they do everything.
Yeah.
They do my editing, my proofreading. They did the cover for me, all the covers.
Yeah, I'd mentioned the covers, how striking they are. They're really...
Yeah, they did really, really well. And they will not put anything out there that I don't approve of first.
That's nice. You
So-
get to have the final say. And
Yes.
like I say, we have here's a question I have, and I've been surprised by the answers lately because I assumed everybody has a computer and that's where they write their books. Is that what you do?
Yes.
I can't tell you.
Originally, I wrote on my phone, and then
Wow.
that was just a little too complicated for me, transferring all the files, and
Yeah.
I couldn't always tell how many words I had. Rebecca's Rosette, when it was first written, was 160,000 words, so I had to separate it into 2.
By the way, when you
it's
say
gotten
write
a
on
lot
your phone,
easier.
when you say write on your phone, are you dictating or actually typing?
I was actually typing.
Wow, you must be really good at that.
I don't know. I just, like I said, I love it so much, and when I finally was able to write again, it was just, I couldn't stop.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. I mean,
Thank you.
like I said, so many of our viewers are trying to get through with that first book, and you're 3. You've got 14 written, so they're just going to keep coming out. Oh, do you write when you're not at your keyboard? Do you write in your head when you're going through your day?
Yeah, a little bit. And there's times I have to like stop what I'm doing and just quickly put a note into my phone. This is what I need to write when I get home. And I went on a cruise a couple of months ago with my dad before he passed away, and my daughter, she's like, you need this. It's this little notebook that you can just write all your ideas down on. So if you're not able to get to your phone, like if for whatever reason, you can just write it down. So she
mean
gave
right
me
by
one of those, like,
write by hand, you mean?
yeah.
Oh my goodness! See, that is old-fashioned. That's what I've had authors who have the yellow tablet and they write their book that way. It's amazing. So
Yeah.
anyway, we're way past time. Charisse, I could talk to you all day long. Where can people get your book?
Sorry, what was that?
Where can people get your book?
Oh, so you can get it at my website, which is authorcharicedrake.com. But those are just the audio versions for now. If you want like a hard copy or a paperback, just go to either Amazon.com and search for my name or Faraway Hearts. Or you can go to BarnesandNoble.com.
BarnesandNoble.com. Very good. And here's the third one. When will the third one be out?
Within the next month or 2. We don't exactly have a date planned just yet. We're still working on the editing and everything,
Very
the
good.
proofreading part.
And for our
Making sure
viewers,
that everything looks good.
there's the web address on the screen, the Instagram, find Charisse. Do you take questions? Can people ask you questions?
Uh, supposedly, I mean, there's the option there. I just haven't gotten one yet, so I haven't been able to see it work yet.
Well, if I'm reading your books, you're going to get questions. I always ask questions, and I'm trying to learn if I just be patient and keep reading, I'm going to find the answer. So,
Usually,
yeah.
I'm finally answering some things in the ones that I'm working on, but they weren't necessarily questions that people may have even thought of.
Yeah.
So I'm just tying it all together.
Well, you're inspirational, Charisse. You've done it. You've done it
Thank you.
again, and you've got all these books going and squeezing in around the kids and the husband. It's a lot of work, I know. So, thanks for coming on the show, and I hope you'll come back again and again.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you inviting me.
And for our viewers, don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk. The show is the Real Estate and Home Improvement Show. We've had experts on all week telling us where do you go to get your plumbing done, where do you go to get your roof done, who can you trust, who can you trust on different issues. Lately, a lot of our viewers have been asking us about solar and battery backup. So we asked an expert to come on the show, a specialist in those fields. In fact, he's only done this battery backup type of thing since he started his business. Tom Sprague, welcome, Tom.
Oh, good to be here.
Now, mostly you're in the foothills, Fresno, Madera, Mariposa foothills.
Yeah, we basically service 3 counties, Madera, Mariposa, and Fresno. We like to stay north of the 180. We like to have a 1-hour drive radius from our office in Coors Gold.
Oh, you're in Coors Gold. Good.
Yeah, because we like to service our customers if need be.
Those areas I mentioned, especially the foothills, they're most likely to lose their power.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that someone's fault, or is that just how it works? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, it is weather related, a lot of it. But also in the cities, you have a more resilient grid. So in Fresno, you're not going to lose your power as much as in the foothills.
But now, tell me if I'm correct, PG&E sometimes, out of safety, shuts the power off because they don't want these fires. They get blamed for them. They've got to pay for it. So now they're shutting people off.
Yep.
And if you don't have power, I mean, you can't, a lot of things. If you have a well, you can't get water, you can't charge your cell phone. It's a safety issue as well as other things.
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to it.
So you tell me how you can keep people on with energy even if the power goes off, like 24 hours a day.
Yeah, when we have battery storage, when the power goes out, it automatically transfers over to the battery power, and your inverter, the solar brains, and also the mechanism that inverts the energy, that will actually tap into the batteries and use that for battery backup. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, were those batteries making a lot of sense?
No, that's about when I got started. I bought property up in Coors Gold. I started my own, me and my friend that bought property up there, PG&E wanted a lot of money to bring in the poles, and we actually hear this a lot in the foothills. PG&E wants a lot of money, tens of thousands of dollars to bring in electricity, so they go off-grid.
Take off grid.
And we do large off-grid, and that's kind of what me and my friend did 12 years ago. That's how we got started. So our business has been statistically about 60% batteries since we started 7 years ago.
Right.
And now with the new rules,
what are these rules? Started in April?
So last April 2023, new rules were implicated by PG&E, and it's actually SDG&E, SoCal Edison, and PG&E, those 3, which are the main in California.
In Fresno, we say PG&E, but there's other companies in other areas.
Yeah. So they decided that they were tired of paying, or I guess you could say crediting, retail rates to the solar customers. So they're gonna now credit wholesale rates.
Yeah.
Since April.
So you produce more energy than you could use. PG&E used to have to buy it at
the same price you paid for it.
That was pretty fair, but they changed.
Yeah.
Now it's wholesale.
It was kind of an even exchange.
Yeah.
Now it's wholesale. So what happened is it kind of made batteries a necessity. So now every job we sell, every single job we sell is with batteries. And that's with the whole solar industry.
Right.
So the whole solar industry is adjusting a little bit. They all have to sell batteries now because we want to store that. And other places have been doing this, not just other countries like Australia, but also other places in the States like Hawaii, even Florida. these places that don't have favorable net metering rules,
Yeah.
they have to store their energy to use it overnight.
So now maybe you're not selling it to PG&E, you're pushing it to your own battery.
Right.
You're saving it, storing
Exactly.
it. somehow.
Yep.
I just have some pictures of these, maybe the batteries. Maybe
Yeah. So
that
that's
one.
a Tesla Powerwall 3. We just
And it's just this little portion. Let me zoom in. Just that part's the battery, right?
that's actually the battery and the inverter all in one.
It kind of blends in. You know, even this
Oh,
against
it's really
the
nice.
back wall of the garage
Yeah.
or something. You don't even
Yep.
know it's there.
Yeah, very nice, very attractive, very nice. Powerwall 3 is very popular. We've been selling a lot of those. And then here's some panels that we've installed. And that one right back there that you just went to, go over one more. So this is the SolarArc with Simplify. This is also one that we sell a lot of.
And that's a battery.
Yeah, on the left is the batteries, and then on the right is the inverter.
Okay.
And that's a new model that they just came out with, and that is also very attractive for residential.
They just
It's a
blend.
very sleek,
Blends in.
nice design.
Are these batteries
That's
also?
a Lion Energy. We're partners with Lion Energy, and we've done a few of those. That's also a very attractive unit. So we're trying to, as time goes on, they're making it look better in your garage, because these things are going to be in everybody's garage probably eventually. So they're making it look more sleek and more attractive designs.
And here's some of the panels. Are these
Uh-huh.
panels more efficient than in the
Yeah,
past?
these panels, we use REC. I used to use REC as like a premium panel, but we partnered with them, and honestly, because we're partners, we just keep proposing with REC panels because they are the best, and the price isn't much different than the cheaper panels. And they have the best, 92% in 25 years, which is industry highest. I mean, to get in the 90%. So 25 years later, your panels will produce 92%, which is pretty amazing.
Pretty good, yeah.
Because in the past, it was 60%, 70%, 80%,
Well, let me ask you about, and I know you, I've known you a long time, I trust you, so I'm not talking about you.
Yeah.
I get these guys knocking on my door all day
Yeah,
long,
yeah.
say, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. What's your PG&E bill now? Well,
Yeah,
it'll be
yeah.
this much in the future, but I want more of a scientific kind of apples to apples comparison. How can I do that?
Yeah, we get that a lot. So recently I wrote a blog about like what to ask if you're going solar. And that does explain some very key questions. This is like, I have relatives from around the country and friends that call me and say, oh, I want you to do my solar. I can't do your solar. I'm in California. But I can tell you what to ask at
What to
least.
ask,
I can
yeah.
tell you, I can look it over and tell you what's going on. So that's kind of what I try to do in this blog. I try to give people some advice, what to ask, So you want to compare apples to apples. So nowadays, so it used to be just power, really. Your kilowatts. How big is it? Is it an 8 kilowatt system, a 10, a 12? Now we have something else. We have a new terminology called kilowatt hours because we're talking about storage.
I see.
So now we're looking at kilowatts, which is power, and kilowatt hours, which is units of storage. So if you look at both of those things, now you can compare quotes, at least in that sense, on the power and the storage.
Right.
And then from there, the next step is the quality of the products.
Wait, you just mentioned, I was going to ask you that. So there's a better quality battery, and
Yeah.
so you don't want them selling you the bad quality one or the, I don't know, I guess it's all about
Exactly,
money,
yeah.
huh?
Yeah, better quality batteries, better brands that have better reputations. They have, all these batteries. You want to go for lithium ferrophosphate, the lithium iron batteries, which the new Tesla Powerwall 3 is LFP, which is why we partner with them. Simplify has always been LFP. They were actually pioneers in that chemistry. But that's the safest and best batteries. And my blog kind of goes into this a little bit.
That Tesla, is that Elon Musk and
That's
all that?
the Elon Musk one.
And where are they making the batteries?
They have. I'm not exactly
Give me the tough
sure
question.
where
I just see he moved out of California,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know where they're making them.
Yeah,
so
I know they have. I know they have their Fremont.
Yeah.
And then I'm not sure what he's doing if the Texas one's open
maybe if
yet.
they're in
but
Texas.
yeah,
Yeah, okay. Now, who should call you? I mean, you're not looking for every little residential house in Fresno, right? Are you looking for the people in the mountains, people who need
Well,
to get
I
off
mean,
the grid?
most of our business actually does come from Madera and Mariposa, just because we are based up there. I mean,
in
that's
Course Gold.
in Coors Gold. We still do a lot of Fresno jobs too, but a lot of it is. But now with the batteries, things are changing because now everybody needs batteries. Before we were up there because we were battery specialists. Now everybody needs batteries. So us as battery specialists in the foothills, can kind of open up more into Fresno.
Well, you've been doing the batteries for years and years. And
Yeah,
years,
yeah.
So I'm getting what you're saying now. Before, it might not have made as much sense down here in the city to have a battery because you could sell your power to PG&E. But in April, they changed the rules, so you want to keep it.
Right.
You made it, you keep it.
Yeah,
Because you get a
exactly.
battery for that. So, and now, I know here, my power, I'm in the city, I'm in the tower district. At 4 o'clock, my power goes up. My rates go up.
Yeah.
But maybe if I have
That's
a
another-
battery, I
yeah.
could start using mine,
Exactly. That's another
Yeah.
benefit.
Yeah.
Yep. Is that you can offset the peak charges.
the peak charger.
Yeah.
Right, right.
So the way we program our batteries is when the sun goes down, now you're going to start using your battery.
Because you're not producing solar. I get it
Right.
now.
Once your
Well,
battery's down to like 20%,
Uh-huh.
then we stop, and then you start using PG&E.
PG&E, okay.
Right. So some people, that 20%, we're trying to get them through the nights most of the 365 days a year.
Right.
Most of the days we're getting them. So we're designing it kind of like we designed off-grid. Only with off-grid, we used the generator when we ran out of batteries. Now we're using PG&E when we ran out of batteries.
Right. Right.
Yep.
And if it's after their peak hours, might not be
Yeah.
good middle of the night, you're sleeping, running a little air conditioner maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I put your website on the screen, spragasolar.com.
Yep.
And is that the best way to go?
Yeah, SpragaSolar.com, SpragaElectric.com. You can call us directly and set up an appointment. But yeah, basically we ask for your PG&E. If you do have a 1 year PG&E record, that's how we size your system.
It's easy now. You just go online, click, and you got
Yeah,
your PG&E record.
yeah. They're making it a little bit easier. Yeah, so
The
you
green
can
button. You go up PG&E and press the
exactly.
green
Yeah,
button.
yeah,
And they can call you. I like to study it.
yeah.
So I'm going to go to the website and study the heck out of it.
Yeah,
Then I'll have
yeah.
questions for you. So.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of information on our website. We've been updating it a lot. I mean, the solar industry has been going through some changes, especially in California with all these new rules. But I recently went to RE Plus in Anaheim. That's a solar convention that they have every year. So this year there was, last year there was 40,000. This year there was about 50,000 people there, right by Disney, and that was all of the. I mean, there was
Convention Center, right?
yeah, Anaheim
love that
Convention Center.
Anaheim
I think there was
Convention,
1,300 vendors. So there's
Wow.
just the industry is just blowing up more and more every year, and yeah, eventually. And another thing I wanted to mention before I left was the fact that electricity is becoming more. It's more than just powering your house. We already know on most houses we can add enough panels to power your house.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening now is we start having EV cars.
Oh, boy.
I have an EV car. If you have the room for the panels, if you have the room, you can actually offset your gas bill now for your
Wow.
for your transportation.
I hadn't thought of that. You get the EV
Yeah.
electric vehicle, you got to charge that, and that's another power usage.
It's another power usage, but if you have the space, which a lot of people do, you actually can offset your trip to work.
Wow.
So now you take out your gas bill. So as we're changing things, and with the new air conditioners coming out, I mean, this was at the convention too, they're finding all ways to make them more efficient with solar and with DC power.
Yeah, I bet they're coming
So-
out with more efficient air conditioners
Mhm.
because that's how things work.
Yep.
Better at it. Tom, we're running out of time. Last
Okay.
thoughts. What do you want our viewers to know? What do you want them to do? Call you up?
Yeah, definitely call us and get a proposal. We would love to actually do a design for you. We get your PG&E bill. We go out there. I do a quick measure in most cases. And what happens is we can put together a customized design for you and your family. Because we've been doing this for years, and we've been doing it for off-grid customers. Now with the new rules, it's kind of the same thing, only we're using PG&E instead of a generator. So we're very used to designing systems for your use.
How do people finance this thing?
Oh, we have many finance partners. In fact, we signed up with a new company a little while ago called Go Green, and it's actually it is a government website, so it's a government kind of program, and we're linked with about a dozen credit unions, and we can get really low. I mean, we're talking about nowadays. Anything under 6 is amazing, and we can even
it is,
if you have good credit, we can get you under 6% for 15 years.
And you'd own it.
Same as cash, you own it.
So 15 years and it's paid off.
Yeah,
Then you're
15
living
years
for
and it's
free
paid
for the
off.
rest of your life.
Exactly.
Into your retirement years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And we
that's
still have
amazing.
our traditional lenders too, that are even longer and lower payments. But yeah, if you have good credit, we always push you to the credit union because you can get really good rates even in this climate.
Right.
I mean,
Very good. Well, Tom Sprague. Tell them the phone number, 559.
971-9793.
Very good. And it's not just the mountains, it's anywhere. North of...
We like to stay north of 180.
North of 180 is most of Fresno.
It is most of Fresno,
Yeah, North Fresno.
Most of Fresno, yep.
And the important part,
Yeah.
the Tower District, is more than 180. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
I want you to come every month if you can.
Yeah.
This is very important information, and
Yes.
I just like an honest person to come and tell us the truth.
Yeah,
That's what
I
you
always
do,
enjoy
so.
being here, yeah.
We will be back with more real estate and home improvement right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. If you're about to pick the next book you're going to read, hang on, because I've got a pretty exciting book for you. And I guess it's a novel, but it sounds like it could be real with things going on in our universe right now. By the way, here's the book. I'm not even going to try the title. We're going to make the author say it. I just happen to have the author here as well. Welcome, Susie J.
Hello.
Tell our viewers the name of the book.
It's The Darkness of Ragnarok, Shadows of Midgard.
Okay, and it's set in modern times, I'd imagine.
Yes.
but it also pulls from the past and mysteries and the old gods, etc. Tell us a little bit about the book.
Oh gosh, there is so much in it. So Ragnarok is actually the reorder of the cosmos in the gods' worlds in Norse mythology. So, and that hits our planet in the form of a comet storm. Our planet in Norse is Midgard. So what happens is with the reorder of the cosmos, of course, our sun is pulled out of orbit and it plunges our world into darkness. And within the darkness comes everything that is unseen. So you've got some pretty terrible things out there that's going to try and ruin your day for you as well. There's a scientific team in the States that work for the Nuclear Energy and Scientific Technology. And that's based in Idaho Falls, which it actually is there. But just north of that is Test Area North, which is where it chose to put the underground government facility. Now, the team of scientists that are working on the crystal skulls, which the government has procured from private collections, and they're running tests on them. So, of course, Ragnarok hits during the course of the testing, and all chaos breaks loose.
Yeah.
Had great fun making up some really, really diabolical monsters. So one of them is called the ground crawlers. So when the comets were plummeting into our Earth, it opened up really deep fissures, and out came these kind of humanoid beings. They're blind, their skin is a translucent white, they're very muscular with long limbs, talons, they have an echolocation because they're blind, but they also have a very acute sense of smell. Now these creatures, these ground crawlers, they developed a taste for human flesh too. So at the beginning they're happy feasting on dead bodies, but it's not going to be long before they're tracking live meat. So they have that to contend with. So it also goes back to World War II. There's a very little known piece of history. Near to where I live, there is a manor house. And in World War II, Eisenhower did actually fly there on a 4-day mission to meet with the American soldiers that were based there alongside English and British soldiers. So yeah, that is written into the storyline, that 4-day mission. Even to this day, nobody knows what that 4-day mission was. Wow. So I kind of use that in the book. So the thing is, Hitler, as you know, he loved paranormal, Norse mythology, anything like that. He knew of the crystal skulls. And he knew they could hold unimaginable power. So that's in my book, that Eisenhower went there to hide the 13th crystal skull, which is essential to complete the energy field that they need to actually bring the sun back to our world.
Now, the book delves into some mythology. Is it Norse mythology?
It is Norse mythology, yes. Okay, yeah. I've kept it very close to the Poetic Edda, which is the oldest accounts of the Norse gods and their worlds and their trials and tribulations and everything else. So there's an awful lot of research.
I was going to say, this whole thing sounds like a giant research project. Now,
it is.
They say a giant meteor storm is going to pass by Earth in the next few years. That's why it seems kind of, could feel realistic. The book may feel very realistic to us.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, you would imagine that with a comet storm being Ragnarok, the reorder of the cosmos would cause that. So for me, even though Ragnarok has never been depicted this way before, it made sense for me.
Yep. It's very exciting, and it just your imagination just to be able to create this is just incredible. It's amazing. Now, did I see some other books by you out there on Amazon?
No, just this one.
This one,
okay,
good.
This is my debut novel.
Very
good. So it is actually a book series. This is the first one in the series.
Good. I love a series.
Yeah. I'm expecting 6 to 8 books in the series.
Okay.
I'm already working on the sequel.
Yeah.
So that's in the pipeline already. So.
Tell me from start to finish, when did you start this project and how long did it take you and through getting it published and like that?
Yeah, it's taken 9 years.
9 years, yeah.
9 years. Simply because in the first instance, it was an idea for an RPG PC game. And
nice.
I wanted it to be with video playthrough and things for the gamers to be able to do and collect and everything else. So I did all the files for that, and I did all the concept art for all of the entities and creatures in my book. So that took a year to do that, you know. And then I started writing the storyline, and the more I got into the storyline, the more I thought, you know what, this is going to make a great book sort series because there's so much, so many elements you could put into it. And so, yeah, it took a while, but we're there.
So 9 years, will the second one take that long?
No, not at all, no.
Yeah.
No. Obviously, it's my debut novel, so there was a lot of learning about what was expected of me as an author.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of learning went on. But yeah, I did it. I got
Very
there.
good.
And so the next one now, I'm not expecting it to take more than about 18 months.
Wow. By the way, I meant to ask you this early. Tell our viewers where you're located right now.
I'm in the UK, the United Kingdom, and I'm based in South Wales. So yeah, the actual mission for the 13th Christmas Carol takes place 7 miles down the road from me.
Perfect. Now, it's 11:45 a.m. here in California. What time is it where you are?
It's 7. I don't know.
About 8 hours. 8 hours
Yeah,
later
about,
here.
I think it is 8 hours ahead of you.
Very good, very good. So it's going to be nighttime pretty soon.
Yeah, it's starting to fade the light.
Very good, very good. Now, here in California, it's going to be 105 degrees. What's your weather?
It would be very cold to you here.
We're going to be cold too.
We're at about 24 degrees.
That's centigrade.
Yeah.
One of the sea.
That's warm to us. So.
Yeah. In America, we don't know the centigrade. So.
Oh, right. Okay. So I should imagine it's about 72 degrees.
Oh, that's nice. A very nice day there.
Yeah.
Very
yeah.
good.
So it's pleasant, but unfortunately we don't get enough of it to be able to acclimatise to it. So before you know it, we're back in the minus.
Great. Susie, you're amazing. Your mind is amazing. And I can't wait to read this book. And I can't wait for the next one to come out. We're past time. We're only supposed to have about 10 minutes here, but you're so fascinated. I wanted to talk to you more. Any last thoughts for our viewers about your book or about anything you want to talk about?
It's a blended genre, even though it's classed as a fantasy adventure. It's got Norse mythology, it's got the paranormal, it's got runes, but it's all set in the modern day, and it just
modern day,
like brings those two things together nicely. It's 330 pages long, so it's a good-sized book.
Yeah, that's good.
And yeah, I'm hoping 18 months and the sequel will be out.
Perfect.
I don't want to say too much about the ending to this one because I don't want to spoil it for the readers.
Very good. Well, thank you, Susie. I hope you'll come on the show again because you're exciting and amazing just to talk to. And I can tell this book's going to be really, really good. And we help people pick their next read. And I think it helps when you meet the author and see how interesting and creative the author is. So hopefully people go buy this book.
Sorry, it is available on Amazon US now, and it's also in Barnes & Noble as well.
Very
good.
good.
You guys out there.
Very good. Thank you, Susie. And for our viewers, stick around. We're going to have another author right after this. Welcome back to our international talk show, Briggs on Books, where we talk to authors from all over the world about their book, their inspirations, and just learn a little bit about them, because what we want to help you to do is choose the next book you're going to read. Our next guest is all the way from Sweden, author Christer Jufer. Welcome, Christer. Chris?
Thank you very much, Mr. Briggs.
Tell our viewers where you are in Sweden. Where are you in Sweden right now?
I'm on the west coast, about 80 miles north of Gothenburg.
Nice. Now it's maybe almost coming up on 11 a.m. California time. What time is it there?
It's 7:30 p.m.
7:30 p.m. Okay, so it's nighttime there, or in the evening, I should say. We're in the hottest weather ever. We're at over 100 degrees. What's your weather over there?
We could use little about that. We could use little from that weather. It's rather cold here, really.
Okay.
The Swedish summer is, well, like it used to be. It goes up and down, and now it's okay. But you never know with the Swedish summer weather. It's very changing.
Yeah. I have to tell our viewers that I'm reading the most fascinating book right now, and I'm just having such a good time with it. It's by this author, Christer Jufer, The Involuntary Bus Driver, and it covers a lot. It covers Sweden, royalty, political intrigue, students in California. It covers a lot of the world and a lot of very exciting things. I don't want to give away too much, but tell us about the book, Christer.
Yes, I like to think it's some sort of an epic novel. I want to incorporate different things in it. As you said, it's take places in different countries, different people, and I think, well, basically, I could say it's modern version of the old ancient war between Christianity and Islam. But even though violence takes place in the book as well, but I think it's a more sophisticated war this time. It's not only with weapons in hand, it's with money in hands. And I think, it's an interesting subject. I know that Saudi Arabia, they have a very, very lot of oil money, and maybe they buy the whole world in the end. But I think this book is little too. Well, I don't want to say only to describe that, because the book is so much more. Yeah. But I think it describes a modern version of an old ancient war, and a Swedish normal family gets in the way and gets in trouble because of this. Now, and I think it's got a lot of charm, it's got a lot of action, humor. I tried to incorporate the best I could, really. Yeah, it's not easy to short describe a book.
Well, I tell you, Chris sent me this book months and months ago, and I've had it on my stack. And so finally the interview is coming up. I thought, I better read some. I was going to read a chapter or something, but I couldn't stop because it's just fascinating. It's a fascinating and exciting book, and anybody who likes to read about things like this, they're going to really love this book. Is there any truth in the book? I mean, it just, at first I thought I was reading a history, but then I realized, no, this is a novel, so some of it is, a story. But are things like this going on in Sweden right now?
Well, I think it's this action, what the book describes. I think it takes places in many countries in the world today. And I'm not hostile to different religions. I have the belief that you can believe what you want, or if you don't want to, it's okay too. But I think many politicians in countries They don't think about the synergy effects. Yes, we can borrow money. Yes, very good. Oh my God, so much money. And yeah, we can sign that. We can sign that. But then things happens, and and it gets out of the hand. Things get out of hand for the politician. They argue with each others, and it's your fault. No, it's your fault. And the sandbox is in full action. So I think this book, maybe, I hope that when you have read this book, I hope you think it was well written. I hope you think it was interesting.
Yeah.
I hope you learned something. I hope I could entertain all those hours, because it's over 700 pages. So, and the reason the ebook version is 718 and yours 671, it's because I got up from 10.5 text size to 11. So that had that effect, that it was some more pages.
Yeah. I got my first, for Father's Day this week, I got my first Kindle. And since I'm going to be reading this book for weeks and weeks, I might try to open it on the Kindle with the ebook version, since it's so accessible. One of the things I like the best, Chris, is how you introduce the characters. And it's very clear who is who, and you get their, I know we're going to learn a lot more about the characters as we go into the book, but that was my favorite part, how you introduce the characters, and it drew me in right away. I must read more about these people. So I have not seen a book presented that way before, and I appreciate it very much. I have a link on the screen here, Chris, and I clicked on it right before we came on the air. It's mirou.co.uk. It's on the screen for our viewers to hear. Tell the viewers what they will find there.
Yes, they can find information about me. I thought that maybe there are some people, I'm sure here in Scandinavia, but maybe even in the United States and Great Britain, there are many readers. Amazon, okay, it's it eatable or what is it? But I have tried to help people understand what it's like to shop an ebook from Amazon. So I have done it for, if you connect by a computer and cell phone, the Swedish, the English I have still to do. It's not ready yet, but it will be occasionally. But I think on that website you find information about me, who am I, what I did before I started to write a book, a link to YouTube channel where you can go in and watch videos and learn more about the world around me, I think.
Now, your English is very good, by the way. Did you write the book first in Swedish and then make it into English?
Yes, of course. It was first written in Swedish. The first original was released 2021 in late June, and it was 10 in size. So you almost have to have the magnifier to see. And I got, the people who bought it, they were nice. They didn't complain, but I got a few remarks that maybe you could make the text a little bigger.
Little bigger, yes.
So I did. I went from 10 to 11 and from 593 to 718 pages.
Yeah.
Yes.
It adds more pages when you make the font larger.
Yes, the font was larger because it's a little easier to read, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Krister, what are you working on now?
Well, I'm marketing. I'm marketing the
Marketing, yeah.
Swedish and the English ebook versions. I have started to write for a sequel to The Bus Driver. I have written 100 pages something. I don't know for sure. And I love to go on with that, but some other things always takes the time.
Yeah.
So yes, I would very much like to have time to continue to write on the sequel, but
Nice.
it will get ready when it is ready.
That's right.
Maybe next year, we'll see.
There's no hurry, Krister, because this is going to take me some time to get through this book.
Yeah, of course. But as I said in an email, you have to be aware of there are some grammatical errors and stuff like that, which is corrected in the new ebook version.
I see. Okay.
But of course, you get the message anyway. I'm sure about that. Yes.
Yeah, I did notice a couple, I don't know, grammatical errors, just a different way of putting the words than I'm used to, but I found it very charming. I like that because I really feel like it's being written by a Swedish author.
Okay. Yes, obviously, yes. But I think I discovered after that, oh, no, not like that. Yes, it works, but no, I don't talk like that.
Right.
You don't pronounce it like that. You don't do it that way. So that's why, because I went through everything from the beginning again to get it right.
Yeah.
But as I said before, even though you find some errors here and there, I'm sure the message and the book itself gets through all this anyway, yes.
Krister, we're really out of time, but I just want to give you a minute and say, is there anything else you want to add or tell our viewers?
Well, I don't know. I think it's a very epic novel. It's worth reading, and it would be nice if people discover it and get curious about it, and of course buy it, of course.
I will repeat that because it is an epic novel and it is worth reading, and I encourage our viewers to get it on ebook or any of the other versions that it's going to be out on. Order it in English or in Swedish, but order it nonetheless. And you know what's fun? I tell our viewers, Krister, I don't like to just order one. I like to order a few copies of books and get other people to be reading at the same time I'm reading. So I encourage our viewers to do that. I'm going to order the ebook, and I'm going to have it sent to a couple of my fellow readers.
Very, very good. Thank you very much for that.
All right, Krister, I'm inspired now after talking to you, and thanks for sending me the book, because now, once I started it, I cannot stop reading it. So I hope to have you back on again and again, because you're a fascinating person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Briggs, and I'm happy to be on your show, of course.
I look forward to talking to you next time. And for our and for our viewers, we'll be right back with another author right after this. Are you watching this show, Briggs on Books, to pick the next book you're going to read? There's a very interesting book out right now, The Tears of Wednesday. And not only do I have the book here, I also have the author, who's our special guest. Welcome, author R.L. Mackenzie. Welcome, Rebecca.
Well, hi. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a guest on your show, Mike.
I like to, I'm always trying to pick the next book I'm going to read. And if I could meet the author and get some of their background and know a little bit about them, it's more exciting to pick their book. So hopefully people watching today will pick this book, The Tears of Wednesday. Here's the cover. Tell us about it, Rebecca.
Okay, so the Tears of Wednesday. I was born on a Wednesday, so I was keen on the days that people were born. I would say it's mainly a chilling story about a mother and her four daughters. So the superstitions, visions, premonitions of the main character, Ruby Anderson. I always say when life happens, as it does, what even is a fairy tale ending. So I would probably say it's a book of love, shock, and horror.
Now, you have a British accent. Are you in London?
I am, yes. So it's evening time for me, but I think it's morning time for you.
Yeah, it's about 11 a.m. here, and what about 7 p.m. there?
Yes, yes, 7 p.m. So just starting to unwind.
Great.
And I do love your accent.
I have an accent. That's fun.
You do. I love it.
Now, by the way, Mackenzie's kind of a famous name in London. Are you related to the boxers?
Indeed, yes. So I'll start with my father, Clinton Mackenzie, former British and European champion. And of course, there's my uncle, Duke, who's 3 times world champion, and my brother, Leon Mackenzie.
Ah, nice. And did you ever get into the boxing?
Well, if I'd known that women's boxing was going to take off, I definitely would have chosen it as a career and made some big money. But no, it was never for me. I think I've got a devastating hook, but I don't like to receive. So
it's amazing. I really enjoyed watching it in the Olympics.
Yes, my father fought in the Olympics.
Wow.
Sugar Ray Leonard.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, what's your background? What do you do for a living? How did you come up with the idea of this book?
Well, I'm a counsellor, cognitive behavioural therapist. I work for an employment assistance program, Health Assured. And I would say writing came about. I always had a drama background. I loved drama. I was always writing stories when I was young. I grew up on Enid Blyton. So I had big imagination. But I suppose this came about, the Tears of Wednesday. It was quite special to me, really, because I had to undergo life-changing surgery. So I did question my purpose in life, if I hadn't have made it. And I really wanted to just, I think, be heard, get my sort of who I am as a person and write my story. So I had all of the time to write it. God gave me that time. So I decided to come out with my book, my first one.
Kind of based around the superstitions or your idea came about the superstitions, what people think about when people are born, days of the week, and things like that.
Yes, yeah. You know, there's the saying, you know, Wednesday's child is full of woe. And there was a famous poem as well about Monday's child. That was penned sort of quite in the early on times, but it always really interested me. So I had a few ideas of where I wanted to go with it. But I wrote it mostly with improvisation. My plots came, my characters came. It was very exciting from chapter to chapter, and here we are today.
Is this your only book?
This is my first book, it's only that I read it again, and I thought, oh, do you know what? I've got another book in the making here. So I'm writing my second book. I'm on chapter 18, and it's going to be a sequel to The Tears of Wednesday.
We have so many viewers who are writing books and trying to get their first book out. So I always like to say, congratulations, you did it. You wrote one, you got it out. How long did it take to write? And then after you wrote it, how long did it take to get it published and out there?
It is a really difficult process. And I think this is where boxing in the blood came handy, because you have to have thick skin. And, that chin, it was there. I felt like being knocked out plenty of times. And I think in culture, being a black woman as well, it was really challenging. So for myself, writing just was easy. I enjoyed it. I wrote the book probably within a year. I was over keen and I was very excited. So I did submit it, and I had a few come back, a few not so good come back. And then I sort of sat down and reflected on my options, and I went with a contract that I thought was really decent. And that process was really long. It was really tedious, actually, because it was getting the illustration. Of course, there's the proofreadings, the editing, there's the tracking. then there's sort of, you know, going back, paraphrasing, and then you sort of have a certain amount of time to say, okay, this is finalized, get it back to them. And then I'd probably say, in all honesty, once you submit it, it could probably take another year before you even think
Wow.
about getting published. Yeah. And then yes, and then once you are, it's a really, really good feeling. It's quite surreal. But you have to have a strong belief system.
Do you think the second book will go smoother?
I believe so, but I'm very optimistic, and I feel like I've got a good marketing team and I've got good publishers anyway. Who knows what can happen, you know?
Yeah. Now, I call you Rebecca McKenzie. Your author name is R.L. McKenzie. And on the screen, we have your web address, rlmckenzie.com. What would our viewers find if they go to your website?
They would find lots of mental health stuff. So if anybody is out there and you're needing support, writing is an escapism as well. So there's lots of information for you on how to receive support. And then with my author page, you'll find a little bit more about the Tears of Wednesday, my latest projects, magazines that I've been involved. And I will be putting you up here as well, Mike Brooks, on my website.
Okay. Well, when the next book comes out, or anytime you want, we'd love to have you back on the show. We really like to be an international show like this, and you honor us by coming on, all the way from London.
I know. Hopefully I'll get on a plane and I'll come out to you.
Come on out. Yeah, come to the studio live. We're way past time. I could talk to you all day long, but any last thoughts about the book or anything you want to discuss with our viewers?
Please read. There's so many people that support authors and buy the books, but everybody's busy now. So the readers, please read. And then, of course, reviews always help. So honest reviews, but kind ones.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, always give a little review. Oh, where can our viewers buy the book?
It's available to order at Waterstones, available to buy Amazon and Olympia Publishers.
Very good. Our guest is R.L. McKenzie. Thank you so much for coming on the show. And for our viewers, don't go anywhere. We're going to have another author right after this. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Center Valley Talk, where we celebrate what's good about Fresno. There's so many great businesses, so many great events, so much great stuff going on in Fresno, and we want you to know about it. We try to spotlight an industry or a business every week, and this week, because of some searches I'm doing, I wanted to know more about jewelry and buying jewelry and having jewelry made and stuff like that. So we reached out to experts, people who've been doing this for a long time in Fresno, the people from Vault Jewelers, and we have one of the owners here, Elaine Yervon.
Hello, nice to
Welcome.
meet you.
Thank you very much. You guys have been there a long time.
33 years.
Now tell me, it's in Fig Garden. Let me picture where it is. Which part of Fig Garden?
It's in Fig Garden Village, just down from the CVS pharmacy.
Okay, I got you. I know right where it is.
Yeah, on the corner.
Fig Garden is such a great place to go anyway, just to walk around and get a coffee or a lunch or some great shops to go into.
Yes.
And it's a lot of fun. So
yes.
I tell people, young people, because that's who seeks my advice all the time, go with somebody who has longevity, because there's a reason they've been there a long time, reason you guys have been there for a long time.
Yes.
And by the way, you go, and I promise you I wouldn't speak bad about other places, but you go up and down a mall, and there's all these jewelry stores, and you go up in the next month, and they're all gone.
Well,
not all gone, but they've changed and switched and moved around.
Yeah, it seems eventually it just seems to get more and more complicated lately with the different types of ways of doing business. But what's important to remember about that type of an environment is you may not want to leave. You want a jewelry repair, you have a Rolex watch, you've got a nice diamond bracelet, a 2-carat diamond or something along those lines. You want to make sure you take it to a reputable jewelry. And my husband Gary has been has an excellent reputation and integrity in the community, so people feel comfortable in trusting him to leave jewelry repairs at the vault.
And by the way, they don't let just anybody repair Rolexes.
No, you have to. You can go to a Rolex dealer if you want to, but we also do that, and we give a warranty with the piece. Right. We also would do repairs of other watches as well, and we do watch batteries, and if you have a piece of jewelry in your jewelry box that needs some sort of a soldering or some sort of a repair job, or something's piece of a stone's fallen out, or all kinds of different reasons that you. The jewelry business is a huge business, and we work with a company called Stuller, who has a massive business in findings. We call those findings, whether it's a little hook or a solder job or pieces of jewelry that have fallen apart. As long as it's gold or sterling silver, it can be repaired.
It can be repaired, yeah. And by the way, we were kidding about this before we opened the show, but you don't want to take your Rolex or your jewelry, your wedding ring to be cleaned or something to a store that might be gone the next month or the next year. So
yeah, you've had that happen?
yeah.
Yeah,
I've
wow.
heard stories of that. But the vault has been there. They're us. They're Fresno. They've been there for years and years and years. We'll be there for many, many more years.
Yeah.
I talked to a lot of young people getting married, and now they all want their own designed ring. Do you guys do that kind of thing?
Of course. We carry, you can go to our website. You can see that on the bottom there at thevaultjewelry.com. But we do have lines of jewelry. We carry the leading lines, which is Takori and A. Jaffe and bridal lines and so on. But if you do want to have something actually made, you can find a picture. We can create something for you. We have a big custom design department, and we work with people. And as I say, you go to my website, you can find it under the education section, and I'll go there for you, and I will talk to you about how it's done, how we make a wax, how we send you a computer CAD, wow. And we create this piece of jewelry, and you actually can come in, try on the wax, see if you like it. We can tweak it, and there's a lot of process to it, but a lot of men like to have their own design work done too. So yes, that's a big part of our business, actually.
You've seen some changes, haven't you? The computers and stuff to do this?
It has been. It's been a challenge because, being we started out with, it was all done manually. So now you can, and we did that last time. We showed you how it was done. And
that's right.
We had a CAD out there for you, and it was fun.
Now, what about young people getting married? They don't have a lot of money. Is there some kind of financing to buy jewelry?
That's a really important area. We do 1 year free financing program. So wow. If you want to get a piece of jewelry, you'll pay monthly payments for your piece of jewelry, just like you would buy a car or a refrigerator, and it's free interest. So it's an extended piece of extended time to buy a piece of jewelry, and it could be a bridal event, or it could be a birthday. We use Wells Fargo as well as Synchrony, two different companies that finance you. So you come in and fill out the paperwork, and we can make it happen.
It sounds like if somebody needs a piece of jewelry for getting married or an anniversary or just a special gift, there's no reason they shouldn't go in and talk to you, because you'll help them figure out how to get it done and paid for and everything.
Yeah, we do have also catalogs that you can take a look at. We order from a company called Quality Gold, and if you just want to buy a $300 piece of jewelry for a gift, we can do that, or we can take you into a $8,000 colored stone, maybe a ruby, or whatever it is you're looking for that you want. We do have a lot of merchandise in the store to take a look at too. Yeah. So we carry in our store a line called Shy Creations, which has some really cute young people's looks for Valentine's Day or anniversary gifts or birthday gifts. And we also carry a newer line for us is Gabrielle and Company, and then we also have a fine line of jewelry called Roberto Coin, which you've probably seen in the major department stores. That particular line is a high-end designer line that's very beautiful, and we have some very nice quality things. We don't carry real low-end jewelry, but moderately priced and quality. We really do pride ourselves in having nice quality things.
And that's kind of it. A guy like me doesn't know what the quality is. So I want to go to somebody like you who knows, and you could steer me in the right direction.
Well, if it doesn't sparkle, it's probably not good quality.
It doesn't sparkle, yeah. Now, I go in and say, this carats and that carat. I know nothing about jewelry, and I feel like that's why I should go to somebody who's been there a while, been around for a while, going to continue to be around for a while. You're invested in Fresno.
Yes, we have been a long time, and there are various qualities of diamonds. For example, when you buy a diamond, you know, you have the cut, clarity, the size, but you get a certificate, a GIA certificate, or if you buy even the lab-grown merchandise that we have, you get a certificate with what it actually, so that what we're telling you is what it actually is, rather than just trying to hustle you to buy a diamond and pay you, this is how much it costs, and you don't even know if it's legitimately what they claim it is.
But yours comes with a certificate.
It comes with a legitimate certificate.
Now, is lab-grown legitimate?
Lab grown, yeah, that's a big subject. And again, I refer you back to our website explaining the differences, man-made versus genuine earth diamonds is a different process.
Right.
A lot of people prefer those because they're less than half the price. So, you know, it's great for fashion.
Yeah. And it's not just diamonds, right? Aren't some other...
rubies, sapphires, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, rubies, sapphires, emeralds. I love tanzanites. Those are gorgeous stones and
But they're
all
still
that.
real jewels.
Those are genuine jewels.
Whereas costume jewelry would be something different.
Costume jewelry is actually, I used to be in the costume jewelry business, and it's a fun business, and it's very creative, and it's trendy, and it's a great business. But it's pot metal, you know, and if you put it under fire, it'll disintegrate. So you can't size it. It doesn't last very long. You know, you don't get as much longevity out of a costume piece of jewelry. I do have some pieces that are really nice quality in my own house, and I enjoyed wearing, but I don't wear them that much. The more you wear it, the more it wears.
Wears down, yeah. It's not made to last forever.
No.
Like your good jewelry. Now, I guess a good place to start is going to the website, thevaultjewelry.com. But also the store is there. When can someone go to the store? Do you need an appointment, or can you just show up?
No, you can just show up. We are open in the mornings at 11 o'clock, and we're open till 6 o'clock, Monday through Saturday. We are closed on Sunday, and the reason that we open a little bit later is because we have to set the entire store up due to people that want to come in and take things that don't belong to them. So we have to do a big setup and pull down every night.
That's a big thing now. People come crash through a window and go in and grab stuff. So you take all that jewelry, you put it back in a safe somewhere.
Yes, we have safes that are very difficult to get into, and yeah, that's what we do. So we have to do that every night.
So in the morning, that's what you do in the morning. So you could open at 11. Is
yes,
moving the stuff out. And so I guess it's free to come in and talk to you, like someone like me who doesn't know anything about anything, and I want to learn about it and figure out what I need to buy and make an educated experience.
And you know, you should. It's a decision. I mean, you're going to spend, if you're going to spend $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $10,000, $20,000, I think you should know what you're buying. You know, it's like buying a car. You know, you might like the way it looks, but you want to know what kind of quality is it going to hold up. You know, there are different ways to set stones and things that fall out, you know, which more durable, what kind of lifestyle you live, all those kinds of things. We take that in consideration when we're working with you. So we make you, and most of our customers are, like I say, we've been in business over 30 years. Most of our customers are like friends. I mean, we know them.
Yeah, because they come back.
Yes, it's repeat, and that's because of the good customer service. I come from, as I mentioned to you before we started, I come from a Gottschalk's background, and also worked in outside sales too in my life. And one thing I was taught in Nordstrom's, one of their rules that I learned was the customer's always right, and customer service is the reason that you survive and do well in business. Because if you don't give your customers, and you're rude to your customers, or you don't treat them well, you're not going to be in business very long.
And there's a reason you've been there. Was it 30 years?
33 years.
33 years. There's a reason for that. I like, when I go in, if I don't want to be intimidated. I want somebody to bring me in and coddle me a little, take me through some steps, and especially a big purchase. I don't want to just run in and throw the money out. I want to know what I'm doing and what I'm getting.
And you don't want to be hounded when you walk in. Like some places you go in, and the jewelers are desperate for sales or something, and you don't feel comfortable talking to them. And most people do not purchase on the first visit.
That's probably smart. Should somebody, if they have a wedding ring, is there such a thing as getting it serviced? Do want to bring it in and get it clean and make sure the settings are holding the diamonds and stuff?
That's an important thing that you just brought up. Yes, you bring them in, and we do soak them for you. If you want to leave it, fine. If you want to have it polished and really cleaned out, we can do that. But also the little prongs on your wedding ring, for example, or your bracelets or whatever, they can wear down. And those little prongs have to be. You may not think about taking a look at something like that, but that's how you lose your diamond. Mm-hmm. Is because they wear down through the years. You should probably have them checked on about every 6 months.
About every 6 months?
Yeah, just kind of check it out. You know, we go with it through a little loop and we check it and see. And sometimes it doesn't need anything, and it's fine. But, you know, it's always good to make sure.
Do you have a main customer? Is it people buying, women buying their husbands, their good husbands, a Rolex watch, or is it people buying wedding rings or gifts?
You mean...
Your main customer, your main business.
Our regular customers always think of us first, and they go to the store, and we have a lot of new business too, especially like the girls are getting pregnant, who are just had a baby, maybe a push present they call it, and maybe they bought their engagement rings from us, and they come back again and they buy anniversary gifts or future gifts for their spouse. Nice. So that's always, we love to see them.
Very good.
We're always here.
It's the Vault Jewelers. What else do you want our viewers to know? Did we cover it?
Just remember we have 1 year free interest financing, and I think most importantly, you may have a lot of questions. Do go to the education system, the education section, and you can look at all the vendors and jewelry companies that we carry, and that's www.thevaultjewelry.com, and you can find our beautiful website that we have designed, and you can go in the education system, and I'll come and talk to you all about the different questions and videos. We've done some videos that explain, the difference between lab and actual earth diamonds, and we do a lot of things. And if you have more questions after that, by all means, come by and see us.
Also to clarify, we know you have a better quality. Does that mean it's always going to be not affordable? Is it still affordable?
No, I mean, it's like buying, we're not like an Armani suit where you're going to pay $2,000. We're probably a little more average, but we do have pieces in there that are expensive. Mm-hmm. And they're really high end. But then we have the average, most of our customers are average people who, need a gift, and they don't have to be spending $10,000 every time they walk in.
So you have good quality, good prices, financing available,
and we're fun.
Yeah, they're fun. Elaine is fun. She'll help you figure it out. You don't have to know what you're doing. Just go in and talk to her. You go in 2, 3, 5 times. There's no limit, and make it fun. Make buying jewelry fun.
Come see Rachel, and if I'm not there, see Rachel or Kelly or my husband Gary. They'll all help you.
Very good. Elaine, your van, we've been practicing. Anyway, they're the experts. Go to the Vault Jewelers, and we'll be back with more Central Valley Talk right after this. Welcome back to the international talk show Briggs on Books, where we talk to authors from all over the world every day and talk to them about their books, their ideas. How did they even get a book published? But check out this one. Very cool, called Mind, and something else about getting your mind straight. And the guy who wrote it is just, he has a great mind himself, how he's able to word stuff and make it make sense to us. I wish I could express myself like he does. But I just happen to have the author here with us, by the way. Al West. He's an international published author, speaker, and life coach. Welcome, Al.
Welcome. I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. We have your book cover up here on the screen. And right now it's an audiobook?
Yes, it is.
But any minute now, it's going to come out on, what, Amazon and other places?
Yeah, it's going to be available on Amazon, iTunes, and other places in hard copy as well.
Yeah. But those of us, now I'm a little older, Al. It's harder and harder for me to read books because the print is getting smaller and smaller. But I love audiobooks, and that's where you could get this book right now. Is that correct?
It is an ebook right now. It'll be an audiobook and a hardcover in the next 30 days. Yeah. Absolutely.
Ebook. That's what I meant to say. Ebook. ebook. I do the ebooks because I could blow up the text and change the backgrounds and stuff like that. And I want to tell you're going to tell us everywhere it could be obtained right now, but I'll tell our viewers, if you go to the web address on the screen, amouthfulofmasterpieces.com, that's so easy. It's right there. You click, and that's the best way to get it, I think. Tell us about, what's the full title, Al?
The book is called Mind, Poetic Power Principles, and it's essentially about self-discovery and putting you on a path to enlighten yourself to be the best version that you could possibly be. A lot of individuals, a lot of people, a lot of us, everybody wants to be a millionaire in this day and age. And it's extending yourself to everybody else's version of themselves, but you fall short when you don't enlighten the version of yourself to become the best person. You can't reach that until you pour into yourself and get out what's locked inside, and that's the best version of your mind.
Yeah. Why? I know a lot of people that you're talking about, those they just can't get to that next step. Is it a confidence issue? What stops people from getting to their next level?
I think that it is a confidence issue and just believing in yourself to the point that you don't need an opinion from anybody else. We're raised to get opinions based off of what others think. And if we're getting praise over here or praise over here, then we think we're on the right path.
Yeah.
And as soon as the cheerleading stops, then we go right back to what's wrong. So nothing's ever been wrong. It's just that you have to be your own cheerleader.
And by the way, I told you before we came on the air, the back of the book, it says it all about believing in yourself and getting confidence in yourself and kind of taking control of yourself. And I guess the book probably expands on those thoughts?
Absolutely. I like to write in a poetic format. I believe that life comes to us in pieces. As we all know, we can't eat our food whole. We have to cut it in pieces to even put it down. So I write my book in pieces, and it's like a big puzzle. And once you read it, you'll put the whole puzzle together.
Yeah. Who needs this book, Al? Who should be reading it?
The person that needs that book is someone who is trying to find themselves, someone who is trying to enlighten themselves, someone who is trying to discover what and whom they are to become a better version of that. This is who needs this book.
Yeah. I could think of a couple of people I'd like to give it to right away, and I will. I will do that. Now, I study this stuff too. Some people don't like the term self-help book, but just ways to get your mind in the right place to move towards success. I've been studying that all my life, and I do very well with it. But I don't stop studying it. You got to pick up the next book, and this is a good one. I'll recommend to a lot of people. It's the next book. You got to keep studying it, listen to people how they phrase stuff, and you do it really well, Al. I haven't read into the book. I want to see how you do it poetically. That'll be neat.
Absolutely. I think that it's just like I said, it's like putting a puzzle together. When you have a bunch of small parts, I don't write in chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. I just think that's too long. And a lot of people, if a book is that long, they won't get through it. But it's like watching a movie for the first time. If you go back and watch the movie again, you're going to notice things that you didn't notice before. So I like to kind of put my book in a gated community. Unless you are pouring into yourself and pouring into your mind and trying to develop those instincts and that intelligence, then you'll come back to this book and read it again in its small portionate format, and you'll see something or hear something that you didn't see before.
Now, once somebody's read the book and they want to go back, can they go piece by piece, or they need to go in order? Can they just pick one part out and go over that again?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's in no particular format. It's in the format that's going to bring you into enlightenment, so you can read it from back to front if you want to.
Back to front. I might try that. Now, you've been doing this for some time, studying this, writing about this. Are you a poet? Are you an author?
I'm a poet and an author, but I'd like to say that life's experiences has brought me here. A lot of us have studied things. I haven't studied these things. I've actually experienced a lot of things. That's what brings me to my writing.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting approach. You've gone out and done stuff. You learn. You're not always successful, but that's how you learn to take the next step. Now, tell me about the website. When I saw the website, A Mouthful of Masterpieces. I thought, wow, that's an incredible website. By the way, I memorized it the first time I read it because you made it into a nice little, almost poetic sentence. What would our guests find if they visit the website?
At my website, you'll find information about me. You'll find information about my books. You'll find information about my speaking engagements and where I'll be in the world speaking. And you'll also find information to book a call with me if you want to come on a personal call and let's talk about it. So you'll find all that information on my website. And you'll also find links to books that I've created on Amazon. I have 14 titles on Amazon.
Okay.
That I've created books on, coloring books that have positive affirmations in them, and notebooks that have positive affirmations in them. So not only do I write, I create other types of books.
Nice. Now, I was going to ask you about the life coach. You kind of answered the question. If somebody wants to engage you as a life coach, they could go to your website and get a hold of you?
Absolutely. They can book a call or subscribe to my newsletter and get a hold of me, and then we can start the process.
Oh, great. There's a newsletter, an ongoing input from Al West. Now, Al, I am going to, I mentioned I know some people that I would like to give this book to, but this is how I order books like this sometimes. I'll go on, I don't order one, I order 5 of them, and I give them out, because you'll meet somebody every day. Even guys like me, I need books like this. I need to keep reviewing and getting in touch with myself and figuring out where I need to be. And every week I have to go to somebody's house for dinner or whatever. And you always want to take a book, take a gift. So I take books like this and leave it with them, and they love them. So
that is absolutely the best way. That is the best gift to give somebody.
Yeah, a book.
You can give them money, they'll spend it. Yeah. But if you give them a book, you'll give them a lifetime of information that they can use.
Well, I always used to take a bottle of wine, but now I take books. And they go, no wine? I go, but this book is great. You gotta look at it. Al, we're running out of time already. I could talk to you all day because I like your approach and especially the way you write. Any last thoughts, anything else you want to share with our viewers on your books about life or any subject at all?
You know, I wrote a quote, and it's called Generations. You will teach your children what your grandmother taught your mom if you don't change your mind. So it's all about changing your mind so you can trickle down to the next generation so we can get better and better as a people in what we do and what we discover here. But the first point is do your own self-discovery. Do your own work. Find yourself and you'll find your freedom.
Right. Wow. That's great, Al. Al West. I hope you come back on the show again and again.
Absolutely, I will.
It's great to interview people who know what they want to say. It makes it so easy. I'm going to get the book. I'm going to get the ebook, and I'll let you know. I'll email you and tell you how I liked it or what I got out of it, Al.
Absolutely.
All right. And for our viewers, like I say, go to the website at mouthfulofmasterpieces.com. You'll find everything you need right there. And our guest is Al West, and we'll be back with another guest right after this.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Hope Roski with Weddings and Celebrations, and today we're going to the floral department. So I have with me a very special guest. Her name is Ann Denise. Ann, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for
Oh, it's so great to have you back again. I wanted to talk to you a bit about your floral company called Country Chic, which I just love the name, and you're located out in the Madera Ranchos, correct? Yes, and you've just started your business, but you have been very, very busy, and what you produce with your floral arrangements just absolutely beautiful and breathtaking, and the pictures that you sent are really worth the see, and we'll talk about those in a bit. Tell us a little bit about what's current in the floral industry when it comes to weddings.
Lately, I have had a lot of either like whites and neutrals, or we just finished summer, so I had a lot of bright colors too.
Yes.
So kind of almost like opposites of the spectrum, but both really fun to design and create. A lot of more, instead of large arrangements, like bud vases and just a lot of variety throughout tables and throughout the venue. Which
Right.
makes it a lot fun too.
So one of the things that I've noticed are some of your bridal bouquets, and just it's like a very simple yet very elegant. And like in this picture that the viewers are seeing right now, it's a very flowing arrangement of flowers. About how many flowers does it take to make a big bouquet like that one?
That big bouquet, there was probably 7 to 10 roses, plus there was ranunculus, there was multiple stems of orchids, there was a lot of different filler and line flowers, and that one had about 3 or 4 different kinds of greens mixed in too. They can get pretty
pops.
hefty,
Yeah.
or they can be really small and simple.
Right. Well, this one just looks so beautiful, just the way that it flows and it looks, and it like I said, it's simple. It's a little bit more to the neutral, but I just really like the way you work some of the blush colors in there as well.
Thanks.
All right, and then there was another one that I really liked. It was a smaller bridal bouquet, and it's just the simple whites, just with the stems, and that one was really lovely. Tell us a little bit about that.
The bride was a really petite person, and so she was really worried about her bouquet being too big or too large for her and her dress and kind of overpowering. So she really wanted to make sure it stayed just small, compact, and simple. But I was still able to work in a lot of texture, because that's one of my favorite things is texture and not using the same flower through everything. And some peonies in there, since we were in the beginning of summer with this one.
It's absolutely beautiful. Now, we talk a lot about the bride, but then it comes time for the groom and the pocket boutonniere. How often do you, some guys are, they're pocket boutonniere, but that really makes a statement, especially during pictures. How important is that pocket boutonniere?
So the pocket boutonnieres have definitely been a newer trend this last year, rather than your normal pin-on boutonniere.
Yes.
So it's actually made in a card, and it slips into the pocket, so you can do so much more with them. I feel like the one in the picture actually had a lot of flowers in it, because that's what the bride wanted. And then the rest of the groomsmen were just a very simple boutonniere. So his stood out, just like her bouquet was really big and extravagant.
Right.
And then all the bridesmaids just had a few simple flowers.
And his does, just in the colors and everything.
There's a lot in there, yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Looks great. So let's talk about, as you're coming down the aisle, you have, those taller podiums and things to that effect. How important is the arrangement up there?
So your aisle is going to have a ton of photo shots, right? From the whole ceremony, walking in and out. And I really try to tell my brides and my couples that either start of the aisle pieces or even aisle runners along the way really make a difference in those photos, but also they're super easy to repurpose. So you could move them to in front of your bar or your DJ or your sweetheart table, whatever it is.
Sure.
And get multi-purposes out of them and make that impact at your ceremony and your photos there, but still enjoy them for the rest of the night too.
And once the people get seated, it's really, I think, important. Everybody loves that elaborate flower arrangement, but I think you can be elaborate and what I call low, because you want to be able to converse with the person across from you. What type of things are you arranging when it comes to that?
So for centerpieces, you can go a lot of ways. Like that low, you don't want to be right at face level, because
right.
You talk to everyone. So lately, I've had a lot of orders for bud vases, and just an arrangement, and all the vases are a little bit different. Sometimes you do different colored glasses, and just a few blooms and some greenery in each one, which is really nice. And it's been really like a gardeny or a more of an elegant. Sometimes they're a little more like whimsical, just kind of depending on how you set them up. But if you really do want a big arrangement too, one of your best ways for that at a table is to put it on a riser and have it up high so that you can still see through to everybody and the flowers up top.
So I have to go to the Shetland pony, because that just stole my heart. So, at weddings, you might have different things going on, and this one actually had a Shetland pony. Tell me about how you decorated that cute
Yeah.
little creature
So
right there.
this is the venue. It's called Tiny Hoof Acres. It's out in Madera Ranchos. And the owner and myself and another local vendor, Amy Shabby Sheiks, we coordinated on this wedding. And so we had two mini horses out during the ceremony, and there was a lot of greenery in the willow eucalyptus. So we made garlands for both of the mini horses as they wandered around on the grass. And then Stacy added the flowers in. But I've also even done garlands for alpacas, believe it or not.
Oh,
And
that's fascinating.
a couple that took pictures with alpacas. And I've seen them with donkeys and the mini horses and all kinds of things.
Oh my goodness.
And I just loved the angle of that picture because you can see the head table and that big arrangement.
Uh-huh.
And a little mini horse with it too.
So, with that being said, how long did it take you to do something like that for that miniature horse?
So for that mini horse, I cheated a little bit because the venue had the big willow trees. And so we trimmed big long pieces, so I just had to loop them. I didn't have to hand make the garland. If I have to hand make the garland, then that can get pretty time consuming.
So now, do you have a website for people to go?
So I mostly my full website is under construction, but Instagram or Facebook, which is just at Country Chic Floral Co.
Okay.
And there.
At Country Chic Floral Co. You know what? You have inspired, it looks like, so many creative directions with your floral work, which is just, I think, absolutely wonderful. And how often do you communicate? Like, if you are working with a bride, groom, etc., how often are you in communication with them?
At the beginning, quite a bit, getting all of their ideas, all their Pinterest screenshots, and figuring out what their vision is. And if not with the bride, if they have a wedding coordinator, then I'll work with them as well for the same type of thing.
Do you have
and then get them there? What was that?
Sure. Do you have a certain lead time?
Oh, lead time. The sooner the better. I've definitely pulled off some magic like last minute things, but preferably a good few months at least, just because I want to be able to put the time and the thought into that day, and because those flowers are going to be, especially your people flowers, are going to be in your photos forever.
And how far out do you deliver?
I have gone all the way up to Tenaya Lodge in Yosemite.
Okay.
I've been out to Exeter and Porterville areas a few times. I'm going to Visalia in November. I have a wedding down in Visalia. But I've also traveled to the coast for a few people. Mostly it's people that I know that get married over there, and I just load everything in my toy hauler and make it a camping trip at the same time.
Oh, there you go. That sounds great. Well, Anne, Denise, thank you so much for coming on the show. And your company, Country Chic Floral, certainly has a great deal to offer for any, obviously, you could see special event, because I'm looking at that little miniature horse and I'm thinking, how cute for a kid's birthday party to get the horse decorated. So, I mean, it's not just the weddings, it's the other celebrations that you do as well.
Yeah, anything from baby showers and bridal showers, weddings, all the way to celebrations of life and memorials and things like that as well.
Well, I thank you so much for coming on the show, and I hope to see you again.
Thank you.
This is Hope Roski with Weddings and Celebrations.
Welcome back to Briggs on Books. It's our 9/11 edition, and I've been watching a lot of newscasts and reliving that day, 9/11. It seems like just yesterday, but I think it's been 23 years. We have a regular guest on our show, Bob Millsap, who has a 9/11 story. I've asked him to come on and share the story. He actually touches on the story in his book, Shake Yourself Free. It's a book that about take control of your life to move through the pain. Let's see if we can do some clicks and get our guest, Bob Millsap, on the screen. There he is. Welcome, Bob.
Hey there.
Yeah.
Great to be back with you.
I was reading your
on
9/11 story today, and I watched a podcast with Mike Rowe that talked about your story. Amazing, and moving story. I don't want to spoil too much of it, but it seems like a chance encounter with an old friend might have saved some lives. Tell us the story, Bob.
Yeah, so, gosh, it was, hard to believe 23 years ago. I was in the grocery business working for a company called Wild Oats Markets. I was on the East Coast, had been through a few states, and it was an action-packed trip. And I finished early on myself and my coworker, Simon. We finished early. We were in Connecticut. Finished early on the 10th, the morning of the 10th.
By the way, did you get to go on a lot of trips like this, or was this kind of a...
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
At that point in time, I was national director of grocery for this company. It was Wild Oats Markets got eventually bought out by Whole Foods. And so I was on the road every week. And at times I'd see people. It was a good opportunity to see people and go out to dinner with friends and family around the country. And this particular trip, though, was so fast-paced. We had a lot of ground to cover, so I was due to fly out of LaGuardia back to Phoenix on September 11th, midday. So got finished with my work. We got finished early in Westport, Connecticut, and I was texting with my mom, of all people, and my mom texts me, and she's like, you know what you should do, since you've got some time on your hands, you should go to Yankee Stadium tonight, and Roger Clemens is pitching. He's going for his 20th win.
Wow.
Huge Dodger fan. I grew up with season tickets to the Dodgers, and so I'm like, all right, I'm all over it. So Simon and I, we checked out of our hotel early. We hightailed it down to Yankee Stadium, bought great tickets, and then it started raining.
Oh.
And so and it was raining hard. So Simon and I went into, I think it was called Ballpark Lanes. It was a bowling alley bar across the street from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. We had a few beers, waited it out. Finally, they said they're going to play the game. So Simon and I go in, get to our seats, and our seats are great, right between first base and home plate. And we're getting ready to, the game's going to hopefully start. And right in front of me walks my lifelong best friend, Mike. Mike and I had grown up together
in L.A.
My best friend from Bakersfield.
Bakersfield, okay.
And here we are at Yankee Stadium. Running into each other. So
Amazing.
I'm like, oh my God, Mike, what are you doing here? So
you guys are from Bakersfield,
crazy.
and you bump into him at Yankee Stadium.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And him and I had been to Dodger Stadium together probably 100 times from the time we were in 7th grade to past college. And here we are both at Yankee Stadium for the very first time and don't even know we're there. I'd see Mike at times when I'd be traveling, but this trip I didn't even reach out to him because it was so fast.
Yeah.
So start talking, small world. He had gotten tickets at work and taken the train up. He worked in Manhattan, lower Manhattan, and we had a rental car. But we didn't have a place to stay because we were road warriors, and we would just, find a place to stay last minute back then, at different times. So anyway, we went back the game got rained out. We went back. We drove Mike and his wife Elena back to Hoboken, New Jersey, where they live. On the way to Hoboken, we're passing by the Twin Towers, and that's where Mike works. He works on the 104th floor.
Oh boy!
And he says, "You ought to come with me this morning, tomorrow morning, and see the view, because we didn't fly out till early afternoon. So we were going to do that. We were going to go in, go see his view, and then go on to the airport. Well, we get back. We go to the little Irish pub down on the corner, and one beer turns to two, turns to three.
Yeah.
We end up closing the place down because we're talking.
It's an Irish pub, so yeah.
Right, and Mike and Simon are connecting well. We're talking a lot about music, and so we close the place down, and we go back and we keep drinking. Simon and I, we were done with working our rear off, and it was like a weekend for us. But for Mike, he was doing something he'd never done before.
Yeah.
And so the party, so to speak, kept going at Mike's apartment in Hoboken. And we were waking his wife, Elaine, up. She's like, get to bed. You guys are loud. Finally, we get to bed. I wake up the next morning, massive headache, and I hear the shower going. And I think it's Mike, in the shower. And I lay there for a little while, try to go back to sleep. Door shuts. The person leaves. So I get up, and Simon is asleep on the couch. I'm in the spare bedroom. And I wake Simon up, tell him to get in the shower. And then I turn the TV on, and the tower had just been hit.
Oh, my gosh.
And I open the curtain, look out, and we're right across the Hudson and can see the tower. So I'm like, oh, my God, where's Mike? I think he's gone to work. Well, I'm like, Mike. And he's like, yeah, what? I said, you're here. And he's like, I am here. I hung over, and I didn't go in. I'm like, oh, my God, look at your building's gotten hit. Well, he looks out. He says, no, that's not my building. That's the other building. But, oh, my God.
So he didn't go to work. He always goes to work, and he didn't go to work that day because...
He didn't go to work that day because we drank too much.
Okay, you partied. You partied all night.
Right. He, I guess the binge drinking from Garces High in Bakersfield paid off.
Came back, yeah.
And it was from that point forward, it was unbelievable. And Elena was gone, his wife, and she could have been. She had to take the PATH train into the World Trade Center, and then was going to take that. Then walk from there to where she worked near the Trade Center. Anyway, she came back. She didn't make it that far. She got turned back.
Oh boy! And
she just hugged me, and it was like oh my God, the magnitude of what had just happened was that we kept this chance encounter kept Mike from going to work. 66 people didn't make it that day from his office. I think there were 110 people overall in his office. 82 were there that day. 16 made it out that just went immedately. They had just a very short window to get out. So Simon and I were there for the rest of the week.
You didn't. You couldn't fly out. They shut down all the airports.
They shut down the airport.
So you couldn't leave.
They couldn't leave. We were talking to our corporate travel agent about, renting a car and driving from New Jersey back to Phoenix, and Simon had to get to Portland, Oregon. We were talking about doing that. Some people with our company had done that from the East Coast to get back to the West. But we stayed, and I'll never forget, and it's hard to really put into crystal clear words, just the magnitude of the kindness, strength, support, unison, unity that was shared by all the people there at that time. New York's it's a hard charging, rough place.
Yes.
And we, everyone, nobody had that, everybody was just working together and kind, and it's a feeling that I've never let go of. You know, it was life changing.
Yeah.
And
it's very amazing.
It's quite a story.
This guy from
talked to Mike. I'll talk to Mike later today. I talk to him every year.
You grew up together.
Say that one more time.
You grew up together in Bakersfield. You bump into each other at, was it Yankee Stadium?
And Yankee Stadium.
Ended up saying, how was the day, by the way? You're at his apartment in New Jersey?
Sorry, we're picking up.
That's all right.
My mic's not working very well. Go one more time.
You were at his apartment, and how did the day unfold? You watched the whole day unfold from his apartment?
Yeah, we did. So cell phones weren't working. So people knew that I was, that Simon and I were back there.
Yeah.
You know, so the office, people from the office, my family were trying to get a hold of me. So my phone was dinging. You know, this was 2001 technology. My phone was dinging that I was having messages, but I couldn't get them, and the phone wouldn't ring. So I was just getting dozens of messages. Because that night we had told a few people, like I had told my wife, I told my folks, told people at the office, told some people from Bakersfield that we were going to go into the Trade Center in the morning and see the view and on our way to the airport. Yeah. So there was that going on. We walked down to the river to the huts and they were ferrying injured people. You know, the downtown Manhattan was just chaos, and they couldn't get fire engines and couldn't get ambulances down there. So they were ferrying people over across the river, and there were ambulances lined up, and they were taking people to New Jersey hospitals from there. You know, you saw people with ashes and soot on their faces. I mean, it was unbelievable. It was just such a horrible time, and it just.
Could you see the Twin Towers? Could you see the Twin Towers from inside the apartment?
Yeah, you could.
And did you see them collapse?
You could see them. You could see them. So we were watching them. We were watching TV. Mike was trying to work the phones to try to talk to people and figure out, you know, what was going on, and you know, because he lost 66 friends and colleagues that day. Yeah. And so the rest of the week was just, you know, a lot of he was finding a lot of devastating things out. Yeah. You know, and it just was quite a life changing situation.
Bob, I would like to talk to you for another hour, but they're already giving me the cutoff notice.
Nice.
I want to go back before. I'll give you one more chance to say something, but here's Bob's book, Shake Yourself Free, and he talks about this in the book. Order the book at all your places. Bob's web address and Instagram on the screen. Bob, we've got to go. I just want to give you a minute. Any last thoughts? Anything else you want to share that we weren't able to get to?
You know, as you can hear overhead, I live right by Luke Air Force Base. So that's the sound of freedom literally going on over us right now. And just, you know, just to be, you know, we live in an amazing country. God bless America. And just, there's so much for us to be thankful for, and so much to be, you know, unified about. And I just thank God every day that Mike's still here, and that I'm still here, and that we're able to tell this story. And God bless America.
I do want to say Bob is in Surprise, Arizona, kind of near Phoenix. How many days over 100 degrees in a row are you now?
It's well over 100 now. I think finally on Sunday it's going to be below 100, but it's been nonstop.
How many days?
108, I think, today.
108 days, my goodness.
100 days.
Our guest is Bob Millsap. I appreciate the time. It's really a moving story. It's probably gets you a little choked up every time you tell it. And it's I've been watching this footage all day, and it gets me choked up. For our viewers, we'll be back with another author right after this, so please don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. Are you about to pick the next book you read or the next book to add to your list? You're going to want to check this one out. It's called Pandora's Theorem. Not only do I have the book here, I have the author here who's going to tell us about the book and his inspiration and why and how he wrote it. Welcome to our show, Brian Christopher Murphy, the author of Pandora's Theorem. Welcome, Brian.
Hey, Mike, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Very good. I was reading up on this book a little. It's pretty exciting. Set in Canada. Are you from Canada?
No, I'm actually originally from Indianapolis, but I was in Canada at the time I was writing it, so that's why I made that location, because different locations such as Ryerson University was kind of in my neighborhood, and so I'm familiar with all the different locations. That's why I'm able to write them so well. And a lot of the characters were based off friends of mine, and though the descriptions may have been a bit different, you know, some of the people and some of the personalities were kind of theirs. You know, a lot of authors do that. It's, you know, a certain part of our lives kind of go into the books as well, and you know, the key character is actually that was more a construct that Jameson. That like Michelle Louvet, that was a close friend, and the cat Muff was his cat, and you know, just I had a lot of fun. It took me 4 years to write.
Oh my goodness!
It turned out pretty good, I think.
Yeah. What is? Did you say whether it was set in a certain city in Canada?
Yeah, it's set in Toronto.
Toronto. Okay, so people from Toronto will recognize places and things in the book.
Right.
Now, what got my heart beating, and it always does when you said the Royal Canadian Mounted Police started searching for the suspect. I always thought that's neat that they have that in Canada.
Yeah, the RCMP is, that was a bit of a misnomer, because the RCMP is more equivalent to our FBI. So, now they, you know, that being international terrorism, they'd be involved. You know, things like that. There may be a few Canadian-ish things that I didn't quite get right, but I try to get my best friend to help me edit it. He's like, no, I want to wait until it's done. I'm like, okay, but once it's done, you can't complain. Okay?
Yeah, can't complain when it's finished. What year did you finish writing it?
I finished writing in 2002, I think, maybe later in 2002, and then 2003 was when it actually published, and it was originally published through Author House.
And what would you say the genre is? Who's going to want to read this book?
Be probably under medical thriller. And maybe get a little into science fiction, but mainly I would say medical thriller.
Medical thriller, yeah. But it almost sounded like something that could, you know, believably happen in today's day and age.
Oh yeah, I kind of think so, especially seeing that with all the advances in digital technologies and medical technologies, you know, and you know, telomeres, that's been a known science, you know, science of aging and things like that. That's been known for quite a while.
Yeah.
So I'm not too much into the science fiction realm.
By the way, here's the cover, which is a very dramatic cover.
I actually designed that myself. I did not use a design department. I just kind of came up with that. I think I don't know what inspired it, but it was just sort of. I think the theory of Pandora's box. You don't know what you're going to get. It's kind of where I drew my inspiration for the cover. You know, Madness, Mayhem, Murder, Money, of course. Kind of all the different elements I see as contributing, you know, to those different kind of the motive for murder, so to speak.
Almost a formula for murder.
Really, I was just kind of thinking, no, but that just sounds kind of poetic. But hey, author, go figure.
Now, before I start any interview, I punch up to the Amazon, and it popped right up, very easy to find. Where else can people get the book?
If they're still around, like Borders bookstores, Barnes and Noble, probably Amazon is your best bet. I'm not sure what booksellers. There's really only 3 book distributors, like Baker, Taylor, Brown, and I can't remember the third.
Yeah.
But so where else? But definitely Amazon. I know it's available there, hardcover. I'm sure there are places where you can find paperback copies. With it having been available for so long, I think it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Yep, they should be out there. If they're out there, they're out there. You can find them, that's for sure. And now is it in? I call the versions you have analog, good old hardcover and paperback.
Right. Because see, one of the issues that was supposed to be the first book in a trilogy I was working on. And unfortunately, the manuscript for it is on a 3.5-inch disc. Well, those are now obsolete. So even if I still had that disc, I lost it somewhere along the line. I've moved a few times since I lived in Toronto. I moved back to the U.S. at the end of '04. So somewhere along the line, the original manuscript was lost, and I never got around to writing a second in that trilogy. I figure, well, still got a lot of years left, so I may finally get around to doing that.
I have, my kids are grown, but they would not know what a 3.5-inch disc was, so that's interesting. So. Yeah,
I'm sure we've both seen so many things come and go, the VCR, and remember 8-track tapes.
Yep, 8-track tapes.
My grandfather had one. I went, ooh, look, an 8-track, just like Smithsonian.
Well, you could send the book out to a typist and just have them retype the whole thing for you. You'd have a manuscript, and you're young. I mean, you're really a young man, relatively, and there's plenty of time for you to come out with the two more in the series.
It's really amazing today's digital technologies, and of course we got print on demand now. Because back then, to publish a book, it was a minimum 10,000 copy run. Whereas now they can be printed as they're ordered, and it may take a while if you order a copy to get it. But again, it's being freshly printed and minted, and because that was some friends said they ordered a copy, but it took forever to get it. And I'm like, well, back then it would have.
Right. That's amazing that the technology has come so far for authors and publishing, and people who never had a chance to be a publisher are now able to write books and get them out there, and that is great. Brian, we're running out of time. I know you have a lot of other irons in the fire, so to speak, so we hope we see more books come out. And I encourage our viewers, go check this one out. I was getting to the point, it's not on Kindle, is that right? It's not on audiobook, it's just on the good old analog hardcover and paperback?
Yeah, just hardcover, paperback. I've done a lot of recent writing, there's some articles available on LinkedIn about leadership in the 21st century, and I've still got some works out there. I have a book outline done about adulting through the generations that may be coming into a book form. We'll just kind of see, because I do enjoy writing, but I have a lot of creative outlets as well.
Yeah, so we may see another book by you in another genre. Who knows?
Yeah, and then I have a new show coming out, actually. I have some PAR Real Talk guest spots. That's become a recurring thing. And then I have a new show that's going to be coming out. It'll be available on a couple different streaming platforms and available through the channel store on Roku TV, Fire TV, iHeartRadio. So, yeah, things are really kind of taking off and going in different directions.
And what will the subject of that show be?
Actually, it's going to be about investing, you know, making more money, saving more money, spending your money, spending less, and investing wisely, and, you know, just to get you to the life of your dreams.
Very good.
Really, you know, pretty much what I've talked about before on our business investing segment.
Very good. Our guest is author Brian Christopher Murphy. Go to Amazon or go wherever you want and check out his book. It's a thriller. You call it a thriller, Brian?
Yeah, it starts out kind of sleepy, honestly, but for a first book, it was pretty good. But once the killing starts, it gets a lot better.
It gets going, gets moving. All right. Thank you, Brian. And for our viewers, stick around because we'll be back with more authors right after this. Xylene X-Band. Give this away because this is on page 1, right?
That is right. Yeah.
Tell our viewers what happens.
Well, what happens is that there's a rock and roll band in 1985 named X-Band, and they're finishing up the 3rd record of their 3-record contract. So they need another contract. Otherwise, they're pretty much has-beens already. But 1985 is, you know, rap is coming on strong. And so, you know, the labels aren't really looking at rock and roll bands anymore. They're looking at rap labels. So getting a contract is going to be difficult. Even their own label is not, they're holding back. And then while they're mixing their 3rd album, the guitarist, Joe X, has like a seizure-like experience, and after that, he loses all memory of himself, but he believes he has the memories of somebody else named Mike Smith. And Mike is the opposite of Joe X in that he adapts well to the rock star, I guess, the job, but he doesn't have the skills, so he can't play guitar and he can't sing. And the challenge is to really keep that hidden, do the things you need to do to be a rock band if you can, and you know, still look viable to get another contract. And so that's the challenge.
We've heard of this where people have a seizure and then wake up with an accent or a different personality or something like that.
Right. Well, it's really a Prince and the Pauper story where, you know, somebody gets thrust into a desired role. Mm-hmm. So like the movie Dave, where somebody impersonates the president and then sort of becomes the president. Yeah. You know, and even though he really doesn't know anything about being president. Yeah. So this is that kind of story.
But it's a fascinating story and a fascinating approach to writing a book. And what a mind you have, Charles. Who's going to read this book? Who will like this?
Well, you know, I started out writing it for young adults because I think young adults need a lot to read. But sort of the more I wrote it, the more complex and I don't really throw in a lot of adult themes, mm-hmm. but there is some bad language. But I really it kind of grew to become, you know, a sort of a general fiction book. So I think anybody, I think it would be great if you were imagining what would it be like to be a rock star. Uh-huh. I mean, then read this book. But the other thing that I didn't know when I was writing it is that, you know, that's kind of a male fantasy. Mm-hmm. But a female fantasy is your over-controlling jerk husband wakes up and suddenly becomes a nice guy. And how do you adapt to that? So for young women seem to like the story.
That's great.
A lot because it falls into that.
Well, it's absolutely fascinating and interesting. But what I'm going to find interesting is how this works itself out in the end. That's why I can't wait to get my hands on the book.
You don't want me to spill those beans now?
Nope.
All right.
Where can you find this book?
You can buy it online from just about anybody. So,
all the usual places.
I self-published it, and the printer distributes to everybody. So you could go on Barnes & Noble, Thrift Books, Amazon. They all have it.
Yeah, I don't favor one over another, but man, I go to that Amazon, I press the button, and it's delivered for free, and it's always the next day. So, what a great operation.
Yeah.
Also, I like to go into bookstores and into Target and things like that and ask for the books of the guests who've been on my show.
Oh, going into a bookstore, it must be like what an alcoholic feels like going into a liquor store.
It is. It is. Harvey, when did you write this book? When did you start? When did you finish?
Oh, well, that's a good question, because the first idea for the book was in 1981, actually. I had a dream in which I had to go on stage and play guitar. And
oh, boy.
I didn't play guitar, and I didn't know what to do. And I thought, geez, I wonder if that would make a funny story. Like maybe I could get some laughs out of it.
Yeah.
And I started writing this story, and then I was taking a creative writing class in college. And I brought it to the class and read it. And, the other people in the class liked it. So I wrote it up as a short story. And later on, after college, I really decided, I really could fill this out with an actual plot. And so I started writing really the rough draft about 2002. And I wrote it just about every day up until 2008.
Wow.
And then I picked it up again in 2018 and finished it in 22. So
nice.
It's been a number of years. I think 9 years altogether working on it, and 41 years from concept to finish.
Well, my first thoughts were, haven't all of us dreamed of being an 80s rock star?
Oh, yeah, everybody my age has. Yeah.
All right, Charlie.
I would hope so.
They only give us 10 or 12 minutes here, Charles, so sorry about it. I could talk to you all day because your mind is fascinating in your creative process. Any last thoughts, anything you want our viewers to know?
Well, I guess too, in the book, there's a humor element. I think that it's not in the plot necessarily, but the characters interact with each other.
Yeah.
I think it's amusing.
Yeah.
I like doing the dialogue.
I hate to say this, but it kind of sounds like it could be a movie. It would be an interesting movie.
Oh, that's the dream. Yeah, I'd love that.
You'd have to star in it, Charles.
Well, I'd rather be the narrator.
There you go. Thanks for coming on and tell us about the book. Say the title again, because I get it wrong every time.
Okay, Xylene X-Band.
Xylene X-Band. And the main character starts out with what name and ends up with what name?
Joe X, and it's spelled E-C-K-S.
Nice.
So it's Joe X, and he becomes Mike Smith. And believes himself to be a Harvard graduate.
Nice. Yeah. And he can't play a lick of the guitar then?
No.
All right.
No. And you know what? He doesn't really have a talent for it either.
Wow, that's fascinating. So, all right, the book is Xylene X-Band. Go get it wherever you get your books. And thank you, Charles. And we'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books. Are you about to pick your next book? Are you about to pick your next gift to give to somebody who's young, like 3, 4, 5, 6 years old? You're going to want to check out these books. I Don't Like Sharing. We're going to talk about this book, but as a surprise, or maybe as expected, I also have the author of the book here, Dawn Caldwell DeWolf. Welcome, Dawn.
Hi, nice to be here.
I love children's books. And I truly believe that I could read before I entered kindergarten. I don't know if I could read or if I just memorized the books from hearing my mom read them to me over and over and over. Tell us about the book, I Don't Like Sharing.
Well, I Don't Like Sharing. It follows Molly, who was also in the first book. She has a little bit of difficulty learning the fruit of the Spirit from the Bible, and she learns a lot from her poppy, which is based on my poppy. In fact, my illustrator Jen Grafton, who's amazing. She made him look pretty much just like my puppy, with it down to the hat. So
now, did I get
she
them
learns
backwards?
from him how to share, huh?
Did I get them backwards?
No,
I don't like.
I don't like sharing is the latest one. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the first one. I guess I don't like patience.
Yeah. This is actually based on a situation when I was younger. I started writing the story out and then I changed it up a little bit. But she learns how to be patient. Her puppy lets her grow carrots for the first time.
Nice.
And she just doesn't want to wait for them to grow. So she tries all sorts of different techniques to try and get them to grow faster, which I kind of did when I was little.
Nice. And you say they're Christian, Christian children's books?
Yes.
Yeah, I always say, well, it starts off, you think, well, the person's coming from the right place, so the book's going to be okay for my kids. And now you books and reading and writing, has that been part of your whole life?
Oh my goodness, yes. Like you said, I was reading before I went to school. I actually started school early because my mom had me tested to see, my mom was a teacher. I was a teacher as well, but she, did the teacher thing and wanted to know what she needed to work with me on, and there was nothing. So I was so bored, she put me into school early.
Oh boy.
And yes, reading has been a part of my life as long as I can remember. Voracious reading. Getting my limit of books at the library. There was a limit how many you could get each week, and I would get them and read them in a day and then have to wait another week. So.
Had to wait a week. Oh, boy. Now, have you been crafting stories your whole life in your head?
I have. And the funny thing is, we just recently moved my mom up. She's living with us now. And when we were going through her stuff, she had kept things from when I was little. I found a little book that I totally forgot about that I had made when I was probably like 7 or 8, where I had wrote a story about this cat and made the cover and everything. So it was fun to see because I didn't even remember making it. So yeah.
We talked before we came on the air what ages these books are suitable for. Tell us who you wrote them for and who's reading them.
Well, I do have 4 young grandchildren so far.
Nice.
I have 5 daughters, so I'm sure there will be more grandchildren. But I wrote them so that kids, especially as a former teacher, would get to experience learning about Christ, but maybe in a more relatable way, through situations that are really, like believable, something that they might experience themselves, how it's hard to wait, how it's hard to share. So yeah, I wrote them for kids in general, but also with my grandkids in mind. I have 4 of them, ages 4, 3, 2, and a baby. So
yeah. I have crazy ways that I buy books. I'm always buying books, of course, but if I went to buy these books, and I am because I have nieces and nephews coming up or about to be born and stuff like that, I don't buy one. I like to buy 5 of them. And by the way, if your kids are 5 years old, 6 years old, they're going to be going to birthday parties every other week. So buy multiple copies of these books, and they make great gifts for the presents for the kids at those parties, and I love to do that. The other thing I do is I buy them and send them to my mom, Grandma, because when the little kids go to Grandma's house, there's their book. It's already there at Grandma's, and she loves to read the kids the books too. So
I have multiple shelves in our bookshelf, the bottom shelves, of course, that are my grandkids' books. So when they come over, they have plenty of books to pick from. And this, I should say that these 2 books are part of a 9-book series, so there will be 9 altogether. Each one covers a different fruit of the Spirit listed in the Bible. Let's see if I can do it. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, self-control, and there's one I always forget, faithfulness.
Faithfulness.
So there will be 9 altogether, yeah.
That is fun. How thick, how many pages are these books?
I have the first one right here. I believe it's 30.
Oh, wow, okay.
I believe it's 36, but that's including the cover page, the page with the dedication, etc. So I'd say maybe the actual story, probably maybe 30 of it is the actual story.
That's wonderful. That's great for kids. They're not going to memorize those 30 pages overnight, so it'll be good. When are the next ones coming out? When will the next one be out?
The next one, I believe, is I have it mostly written, is I Don't Like Being Kind, and that should come out in February.
In February, that'll be nice. I hope you'll come back and tell us about that one.
Oh, absolutely.
Tell us about I have your web address on the screen. Tell us what our viewers would find at your website.
On my website, I have, of course, both links to both of my books. I have a blog on there that I update semi-regularly. And if they go onto my website, lots of times I'll post things about other books from other authors that I really like, that I really think that are helpful, that my readers would like. It has all the contact information, all the places that you can find me, Instagram, X, Threads, everything.
You're out there. We're already running out of time, Dawn, but any last thoughts about your books, about life, about parenting, anything you'd like to tell our viewers?
Parenting's tough. My 5 daughters are all adults now. I have 2 sets of twins and one in the middle, and they're all adults. And so it's doable. Keep your kids grounded in Christ, and then help them grow in their faith through any possible way that you can, including reading, getting them involved in church, kids ministries.
That's good. What are they, all girls?
All girls.
5 daughters. Yes. Good for you. You're truly blessed.
I am, or I'm crazy.
You're crazy. Thank you so much. You've inspired me, Dawn.
Thank you.
You did this book, and not only have you done the 2, but you know right where you're going to go, the path you're going to take on the remainder. Yeah. So I appreciate that. I hope you come back each time another book comes out.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors about their books. Are you about to pick the next book you read? Stand by, because we have a book for you and an author. The author's here too. Welcome. Let's welcome, first of all, our author, Gabriella Kovac. Tell us where you are, Gabriella.
I am on the Sunshine Coast in Australia.
I'm going to put the cover of your book up here for a minute, because that's what we're going to talk about. Georgina, Holocaust Memoirs. And tell us, in California right now, it's about 11 a.m. What time is it there?
At the moment, it's 20 to 4 in the morning.
20 to 4 in the morning. You got up this early to talk to us. Thank you.
Yes, I thought you're worth it.
Yeah. So many, I spend a lot of time trying to pick my next book. So the idea of this show is so people can pick their next book. And here is a book that's very fascinating. Tell us a little bit about the book, Gabriella.
Well, the book is about my family and my parents, basically about my mother. She was an extraordinary person who believed in herself totally and utterly. And basically that's one of the reasons I wrote the book, was some of the things I couldn't get grips with. And the way I could figure it out was by writing it down. That was the only solution I had to it, and I'm getting to understand her more and more. Her father, and this is very important, I think, and that's why I think it's very important that people know, that her dad brought her up in such an unusual way that she didn't believe in any stops in life. She knew she was in a magic bubble, and while she was in a magic bubble, she was protected. So she went through the Holocaust, communism. Most people, it's just unbelievable. They feed her more than she feed them. At each time and all the adventures she had, she just unbelievable. Made sure that she knew that she was in charge at all times, which is just crazy. And in the end, because she knew that she'd win, she was playing funny games with her. By the time some of the games, like she knew that she's going to win the lottery. You know, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Just crazy.
Now she started, she was in where? Was she in Hungary?
Yeah, she was in Hungary right through the Holocaust.
Okay.
And also under communism. And then finally, she just went to the Hungarian government when the revolution there was a revolution against the communists, and after the revolution failed, she went to the Hungarian government and said, how much for 11 visas? You know, that's guts.
Yeah.
And she paid it because she had a couple of businesses under communism, which was illegal, but she just did it. That's the sort of person she was.
Now,
And that's why I wrote the book.
A lot of people don't know this. Most people know about the Holocaust, but there's a lot of countries that after the Holocaust were taken over by communism. And tell us what that was like. Was it worse?
Oh, it was horrific. Yeah. Like, I never, because of the way she was handling us, and as I said, she had several businesses under communism, under their noses. But, you know, from our flat, we could see people in queues waiting for bread, waiting for meat. Yeah. There was no food. Most people starved. Yeah. It was just, you know, if there was a horse on the street that was dead, people would run and cut it up for meat. It was, communism is the most horrible thing that I have experienced as a child. You can't have a religion. You don't know if your neighbors are watching you. You don't know who's going to dob you in for a penny. It's horrible.
Yeah. Now I understand that, of course, in certain countries like Germany, Germans killed a lot of their citizens, but I understand under the communists they killed a lot of their citizens as well.
I think they killed more under Stalin. I think there were more people being murdered by Stalin than under the Holocaust under Hitler.
Yeah. We were talking before how I love to read about history, so I recommend for our history buffs out there like me, you may get a whole nother perspective of what went on during the Holocaust and after the Holocaust that we don't get to read a lot about. I'm glad you did this book, Gabriella.
Yeah, but you can. I have put quite a lot of real details in the book about what was happening and how she overcame them. And that's why I said to you before, if anybody would like to contact me on my email, I'm more than happy to send them, because I just did the audio book, so they gave me a couple of freebies, and I'm quite happy to share.
Now, did you do the voice yourself on the audiobook?
Yes, I was a bit scared because of my accent, but yes, I did do it. I felt that it was necessary.
Yeah, you have a great speaking voice, but I was going to say it does not have much of an Australian twang to it.
Really?
Are you more?
I don't know.
You have a Hungarian accent? Is that what we're hearing?
Yes, you can hear my Hungarian accent.
But not much Australian at all, I don't think.
It's probably most Hungarian. Yeah. You see, as I said, we came legally to Australia with a passport, with all our books, and one of the main problems I had when I came to Australia was that I could not learn English because my vocabulary as a child was a lot larger than most. And therefore I just couldn't express myself.
What year did you come to Australia?
I can express myself in Hungarian.
What year did you come to Australia?
1957, a year after the revolution.
Yeah. Now, tell me this, Gabriella. We do have your web address on the screen, GabriellaKovac.com. What would our viewers find on that page?
Oh, they would find mostly about me. Mm-hmm. Also, I did turn the book into a stage show, and they find out a bit more about that, and basically about me. It's if they want to have the audio book, it's my email address that they need, and that's also on that page.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can go there. Can people communicate with you there through your webpage?
Yes, they can communicate on my webpage, on my Facebook page. I'm quite well known in Australia, and also I've sold I don't know how many thousand books on Amazon. It is a bestseller.
Okay.
So I think we got over 500 5-stars on it.
Oh, that's excellent. Now, what will people take away from this book? Is it going to be incredibly sad? Is it going to be inspirational?
mostly inspirational and give you an idea that you can, no matter what you do, if you have the intention to do it, you will succeed. That's basically the message of the book. And it's nothing, it's inspirational. There's not much sadness about it at all. It's mostly, this happened, so this is what she did. This is how she solved that problem.
Well, I love books with strong women in them, and it sounds like Georgina was very strong and overcame. You kind of say she did what she needed to do, and she knew what she needed to do.
She wanted to get, you know what was the main thing she said after, during the revolution, when she wanted to get out of the flat, and my dad said, not now, wait until it's all finished. Yeah. And she said, yes, when it's finished, I want to go somewhere where they don't kill each other every 10 years, and it's warm. She wanted to be warm.
It's warm. Gabriella, we're way out of time. I could talk to you all day. I can tell our viewers, this is my next book. I've decided. I'm always trying to decide what to read next, but I think this is going to be a very important book in my learning and education of what happened in that part of the world during that period. Gabriella, any last thoughts you'd like to share with our viewers?
No, I just wish you all the best, and I do hope that you get something and take away something from this book. It's a very small book. Even a 10-year-old can read it, and I think you will learn by it. That's the main thing.
Yeah, very good. All right, thank you, Gabriella. Go to her website, go to Amazon, buy the book, or go to her website. Probably that will lead you to purchasing the book.
Either one. You can go onto my website. You can buy the book from me, but I think it'd be a bit expensive for me to send it to you. Yeah. But I can sign it. But I think the audio book's better.
Good, good. Thank you, Gabriella. And for our viewers, stick around. We'll have another author right after this. If you're about to pick the next book you're going to read, you're going to want to hear this. Here's the book, Woman in the Wind, and I've got the author here. You're watching Briggs on Books, our truly international talk show on books and authors. And welcome, Greg Stout.
Thanks very much. Nice to be with you today.
I'm excited about the book, Woman in the Wind. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it is the third in a series which will, I guess I'm under contract for 6, so this is number 3. It's the third in the Jackson Gamble Private Investigator Mystery Series, which is set in Nashville, Tennessee, which, by the way, is where BoucherCon is next month. So I'm going to have to go.
You're going to be there? Where you have your books?
Yes.
Nice. And that will be in Nashville?
Yes.
Nice. And now you're a long way from Nashville. You're in St. Gerardo, Missouri, right?
St. Gerardo. We're about 3.5 hours driving.
Okay, very good. Now, The Woman in the Wind, that's not your first book, is it? That's your most recent, I should say.
No.
I think maybe the next most recent was this one, Lost Little Girl. Is that right?
Lost Little Girl was the first in the series.
Okay.
And I got kind of lucky with that one. I sent that manuscript to 10 publishers. 4 of them wanted it. One of them offered me a 3-book deal, so, that was the one that I took. That one came out in 21. The next one, which was called The Gone Man, came out in 22. Woman in the Wind in 23. And later this year, we'll have the 4th one, which is called Long Time Gone.
Long Time Gone.
Yes.
And here's the Gone Man cover. All your covers are very intriguing. I don't know who does the art, but they kind of pull you in a little bit.
Well, the publisher more or less does the art, but the way it happens is that I pick basically stock photos of, they're all Nashville at night.
Okay.
And they're intended to kind of convey a sense of loneliness and alienation, which is sort of goes with, noir and PI fiction generally.
Yeah, that was my next question. Tell us about your genre. What is the genre? Who's going to be looking to read these books?
Well, if like me, you cut your teeth on somebody like Raymond Chandler, that would be a good choice, or Dennis Lehane, or Walter Mosley, or any of the contemporary PI fiction writers. They all kind of run to a type, which is generally speaking first-person narrative, which for me is much easier to handle.
Yeah.
But I think anybody that likes PI fiction would like these.
We'll like those. now the favorite one of yours so far that I wanted to talk about. You said I could go in any order and talk about anything. So tell us about Connor's War.
Okay, Connor's War is it's somewhere between young adult and middle grade. At the end of my working life, the last 12 years that I worked, I was in the private sector for 27 years. My company got bought out. I got bought out. I needed something to do. So I got a master's in education, and I taught in the public school system in Illinois for 12 years. And I had a section of reading every day. Mostly I taught 20th century U.S. history, which was easy because I lived through half of it. But I had a section of reading, and by the end of those 12 years, I had a pretty good handle on what, let's say 8th graders read, and I thought, I bet I can do this. And so I wrote a book called Gideon's Ghost, and it sat for a while, and eventually a publisher picked it up. And then I decided, well, let's try another one. So I did Connor's War, and that one is set during 1968, which was a tumultuous year if you happen to be around for it. We had the Kennedy assassination, we had the King assassination, we had Lyndon Johnson deciding that he was going to stand down, and we had the Tet Offensive. So there was lots going on. So I tried to bring in, I guess because I'm a history teacher, the idea of that as it would apply to a kid, 15, 16 years old, who finds himself spending the summer with his grandfather because both his mother and father are in the service. And she is a Navy doctor. She's called back into active duty, and so he's got to go stay someplace. And he goes from, from California to a little town in Kansas, which is about as far from California as you can get.
Yes. It's amazing that that was such a tremendous year, really stamped in a lot of our minds. So I guess you kind of cover the history through this book?
Well, I touch on the war, I touch on the assassinations, and just, mostly the disruption, I think, and having not come from a military family, I was guessing at this a little bit, but the disruption that military families would have faced during that period, because it was a lot of uncertainty. People were getting killed in big numbers.
And I think, without spoiling it, we could say maybe his father gets shot down.
He does. And they don't exactly know if he's a POW, if he was KIA, if he's MIA. They don't exactly know what.
But it's not all history and seriousness. That's a boy meet girl book as well, I would guess.
I'm a sucker for a love story.
And you're trying to appeal to the young adult audience. So, I'm reading that one first. Sorry, Greg. I know that wasn't your top push today, which I want to get back to. Woman in the Wind. When did this come out?
It came out last October.
Okay. And your most recent. And where can people find it? And tell me about this new question everybody makes me ask. What formats is it in?
Well, it's available as an ebook. The YA books are available as ebooks, as print books, and as audiobooks. That publisher does audiobooks. My other publisher, they're working their way into audiobooks, but they're doing it slowly. So it's available. You can order it online at Amazon, Barnes & Noble. My Barnes & Noble here carries it.
Okay.
It's probably a long way to drive for a lot of your listeners to come to southeast Missouri.
Yeah. Now, Women in the Wind, is that an audiobook?
It is not.
Okay. So you get it in paperback or what do you call it? Ebook. That's the same as Kindle, I guess.
Kindle.
Yeah. My kids just sent me a Kindle machine, so I guess I'm going to learn how to use that.
Well, I do reviews for like ITW, and they always want to send me a Kindle, and to me, it's easier to read the book.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But as my age advances, it's harder and harder for me to see the text in those books. So I'm hoping the Kindle device helps me see better. So.
Yeah, to me, for whatever reason, reading on the screen, maybe because I didn't grow up that way.
Yeah.
And because I don't have a smartphone yet.
Now, Greg, I got a feeling that you're not done with this writing thing. Well, you already said you have a contract to write more books. What's coming up next?
Well, the next one will be out this October. And I'm working on book 5. I'm about 45,000 words through it. So that's a 2025 release, and then there'll be one more that I have no idea what it's going to be, but something will come to me. I hope.
It'll come to you. It'll come to you, no doubt about that. Greg, we're about running out of time. I just want to give you a chance to say anything you would like about your books, about life in general, or messages to the readers.
I think what I'd rather do is say something to people who feel like they want to write, and that is, this is a tough business.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people opt for indie or self-publication, and I guess that's okay if that's what you want to do. It never occurred to me to do that because when I started writing, that wasn't a thing. But it's a difficult business. It's very competitive, and it's just something you have to stay with it, hone your craft, join a writers group because you get support from other writers, which is really how I got my support from the people who were in the groups with me.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, yeah.
And if you like PI fiction or if you like mid-grade books, buy my books.
Buy your books, yeah. That's all I'm going to say.
Buy my books.
I was going to close on that pitch. Go to wherever you buy books, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, whatever. Just type in Greg Stout. I just did it right before we came on there. All of his books came up. They're really easy to find. But my advice is don't go and click one time to buy a book. Click 5 times. I like to buy 5 copies of every book I read, and I make everybody else read them at the same time. So
appreciate it.
Yeah, and I have to always having to go to somebody's party at their house, and you want to take a host gift, take a book. Take a book by Greg Stout. Thank you so much, Greg.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're fascinating. I could talk to you a lot longer, but my producer's already signaling me to get off the air. But hopefully you'll come back again and again.
I will.
All right. For our viewers, stick around because we'll be back with more authors right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world about their books, their process. Also, we talk to publishers, editors, people who can help you get your book published. So many of our viewers are trying to do just that, get their first book out there. Our next guest today, I should say, has done it several times. She's an expert at it now. Margaret Izzard. Welcome, Margaret.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Last time you were here, we talked about your first book. In fact, here's the cover of it. It's called Stone of Love. And now your second book is out, Stone of Fear.
Yes.
Now, as I recall, the protagonist, should we call her? Is her name Marie?
Yes.
And she has something to do, she is an expert on buildings or religious facilities?
Religious buildings. She's an expert on religious buildings, specifically historical religious buildings across Scotland.
Across Scotland, in specific.
Yes.
Now, and so she's building. She gets hired to maybe restore one or the flooring or something. Tell us a little bit about the story.
Yes, Marie actually does appear in the first book. She was brought on with the main first character of the first book, Brielle. Marie is brought on to restore the mosaic flooring in the chapel in the woods at Dunstafnage Castle. And the interesting thing about book 2 is it actually starts where we left off with the first book. But what's an interesting fact is that Marie and John's love story occurred while the main characters in the first book were traveled back in time in order to recover a magic face stone. So we actually start book 2 at Happily Ever After. Okay. And a priest kidnaps Marie because he believes that she possesses magical powers in order to recover a magic face stone. And he drags her across Scotland, or across the Western Isles of Scotland, searching ancient crosses, attempting to find a magic face stone. And her romantic interest, John, who is the assistant to the main character in the first book, must chase her through space and time in order to help find her. And what's nice about this story is their love story is actually told in flashback from two different points of view because they fell in love while Colin and Bree in the first book were back in time. So it's a very interesting story. It's filled with romance, fae magic, some mysterious events, and a few twists and turns along the way.
Now, it's based in Scotland. Will people know these places?
Yes. Actually, Dunstafnage Castle exists. It's outside of Oban on the Western Isles of Scotland. The Chapel in the Woods is a chapel building. It is a ruin. And in the book, it gets remodeled. It actually, at the time it was built, probably somewhere around the 13th century. It was probably considered one of the most spectacular private chapels across Scotland. It actually rivals Iona Abbey, which the Isle of Iona is a place that we visit in book 2. And we visit a couple other places along the Western Isles because we're chasing some of those ancient Celtic crosses.
Now, what would you call the genre? Is it a romance? Romantic?
This is paranormal romance.
Paranormal
romance, because we do have fairies. We have the magic of the fairies and the fae. We have some of their folklore that is actually some of the folklore that the Irish immigrants brought to Scotland. Mm-hmm. So when we talk about the fae, we talk about the Tuatha De Danann and the Fomor fae. So that's the good fae and the evil fae, and it becomes down to this battle of good against evil, and how the humans help the fae recover the magic fae stones.
Somebody like me who's recently become interested in Scotland, because I'm found out I'm almost 100% Scottish. Well, I learned something about Scotland.
You'll learn some history about it. What's interesting about my paranormal stories, and I do get asked this often, is how do you merge this paranormal into this modern day story and these stories that you're trying to create, these romances. And what's interesting is the history actually drives my paranormal. So it's the history of Scotland and the history of the fae and these folklore stories that are told that drive some of the paranormal concepts that I blend within what these real stories are.
Well, it's amazing that, as I said in the introduction, so many of our viewers are authors, trying to write their first book, and you've got this device where you're telling a story through flashbacks. It's amazing you can keep all that straight in your mind.
Actually, I'm glad that you asked, and I didn't think of this coming into the interview, but I'm so happy that you asked, because outlining, I am a plotter. I'm a huge plotter as a writer. And I have a 7-book series with 3 Christmas companion books planned for this series. So you have to be a plotter to keep up with time travel and what's going on. Yeah. But in this particular book, it was an extreme challenge. I knew what their romantic story was. I hadn't quite fully written it out. My outlines are summary driven. And when I did this outline, I actually had to break apart their love story and write it from beginning to end, because as I started the story of the Stones and progressed forward with the story of the Stones, and I went into these flashbacks, they started getting out of order. And I had to ensure whose point of view was I in, because you get Marie's point of view and then John's point of view and Marie's point of view and John's point of view until they come together. So it was a challenge because it was very confusing. And so what I did in the outline was actually pulled out on 2 separate columns to the side. The first column was here's the story we're working on now, where Mary's kidnapped by this priest and going through time, and John has to chase after her. And then in the next 2 columns were the love story. So if you read it from top to bottom, one column was Marie, one column was John, but if you read it from top to bottom, you got their love story. So if you read that alone, it was their love story from beginning to end. So we ensured that we started at, the beginning of their romance, how their romance developed, what things were important to them, what symbols were important to them. There's some symbolism in their relationship and how that developed. And I had to go back and redo it a couple times to keep it all straight. And what's nice about that, and what a lot of reviewers have said, is that I've really blended these flashbacks seamlessly. Some readers don't take, the flashbacks are difficult for a lot of readers because you have to keep up with things. You have to follow with it. But the way in which I blended it within the current story and almost made these flashbacks seamless, because you're invested and you're immersed in this character and in this environment. And I've been complimented on how seamless these come across. And so I'm very proud of that, because it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work as a writer.
And so for our viewers that are trying to finish their books, They're probably now thinking, man, this is a harder job than I realized. And what a terrific job you do doing that.
Thank you.
By the way, again, here's the first book, Stone of Love. And then here's the second book cover. The covers are beautiful, by the way. Stone of Fear. What comes next, Margaret?
I'm glad you asked. Stone of Lust. Like I said, there's 7 books in the series. There's 3 good stones, there's 3 evil stones, and together the 6 stones show the Stone of Destiny. So the next book is Stone of Lust. That's our 3rd book in the series. It comes out October 21st, and it follows Colin's sister, Annis Lee, and her obsession for the Viking life. Nice. And so we get Stone of Lust and her story. Following that, on November 4th, is the first Christmas companion book, which is Thistle and the Mistletoe. And that releases November 4th. That features a couple in history, in the past. When on our first book, as we follow Colin and Bree's story, Colin has to go back and assume the identity of an identical ancestor, who is Roderick. So Thistle and the Mistletoe backs up a little bit before Colin goes back in time, and we get Roderick and Mary's love story that occurs back in time. And there's a little bit of paranormal in there, but we get to actually see their relationship, how it developed, the people and some of the characters we met in book 1. When Colin went back in the past, we get to meet some of these people, get to know them a little bit better. And so that will be coming November 4th. And following that, we actually have Stone of Hope, which is the 4th book in the series. And that will come sometime in 2025. I don't have a publication date yet. It's actually with my editor. I just recently signed the contract last week, and I'm very excited about that book. That features Brielle's brother, Dominic DeVolt, who is an Air Force Special Ops pilot. And we get to follow him on his story and how he finds love. And what's interesting is that actually starts in Florida, and it does not take place in Scotland.
Wow.
We actually follow Dominique back in time. He actually ends up going through a portal and finding himself in the middle of an Egyptian archaeological dig in the 1930s.
Now you have, I know a lot of this comes from your mind, but do you have to do a lot of research?
Oh, yes. Yes. I'm very well read. It's, as a writer, it's reading is part of writing. And reading is what started me wanting to write, reading stories and thinking, I would rather do this, or I would like this, or I don't like the way she wrote that. I'd write it like this. Yeah. So that's what started the juices of maybe, I want to be a writer. And it started when I was in my 30s, and I didn't start writing until my 50s, my mid 50s now. But that's what started it. And the interesting thing about all this research that I have to do is that it leads me great places. And like I mentioned before, a lot of the history drives a lot of my creativeness with the paranormal and how I insert and incorporate and make this paranormal and this history part of what these stories are. And that I've had some great discoveries from my research. I've for Stone of Lust, I stumbled across something that just really blew up my story. It really expanded my story for Stone of Lust. I don't want to share it because it's a spoiler, but there are gifts in research, and there are gifts in storytelling when you do your research, and I've allowed it to guide me, and it's really been a huge help.
Yeah, nothing more fun than research. So I love that. So, have you been to Scotland?
Yes, we went to Scotland a year ago. My husband and I went for our 30th wedding anniversary.
Wow, nice.
It was a dream trip for me. It was a bucket list item. Yeah. We'd taken over a year to plan it. We toured. We started in Glasgow. We went toured through Oban, went up into the Cairngorms, came back down, ended up in Edinburgh. A lot of inspiration from there. I visited Dunstafnage Castle. You can go to my website at margaretisardauthor.com, check out some of the pictures I have there. We were in Oban for 2 days. Donnelly Castle is also a MacDougall. The Dunstafnage Castle was originally built and owned by the MacDougall family, the clan. Donnelly Castle, which is outside of Oban, is also featured. That's featured in Stone of Lust. And it was also a MacDougall Castle. So, it was very inspiring to visit these places that I've read so much about. I've looked at pictures, but being there and immersing myself in the aura and the atmosphere of what these places are and what they mean, walking through the chapel in the woods, it's much larger than I imagined. It's a larger building than I thought. And it's very inspiring, and it was a really great trip. And we had a blast.
Yeah, you sound passionate about Scotland.
Uh-huh.
And now, I have a million more questions. We're out of time. They're waving me off. I got to ask you a lot more things, Margaret. But I will say this to our viewers: the web address is on the screen. Margaret is our author.com. We have your Instagram up there. Any last thoughts? Anything else we've left out that you want our viewers to know?
No, just stay tuned, keep in touch, check out my website. Like I said, there's 7 books in this series. I've already drafted book 5 and book 6. I'm currently working on book 7. In addition to this, I hope to bring to you an additional series, The Dragons of Tantalon. We met our dragons, our shape-shifting dragons in the first book in a dream that Colin had. And I've also turned that into a 7-book series. Yeah. And so I hope to bring you that after the Stones of Iona series. So just stay in touch and keep in tune. There's so much more to come. I'm
going to wave off my producer for a second. I'll ask one more question. So this
Sure.
series, you call it the Stone series, or?
It's called the Stones of Iona series. And it features these stones that come from the Isle of Iona, these magic face stones, and they're put in the trust of the McDougall family to protect for all the realms.
And have you finished all 8? I know you're publishing one at a time. Or do you have all 8 outlined? How does that work?
There's 7 books and 3 Christmas companion books. I'm drafting the 7th book. I finished book 1 through 6, and I have finished 2 of the Christmas books. So the first Christmas book will come out this year. It takes anywhere from 3 to 5 months to draft a book, to outline draft a book. Yeah. It gets now that I'm doing a series, it comes a lot easier and a lot quicker. But it's once they're drafted and complete, it still takes another 8 to 12 months from the time that I first get it to my editor, that it gets contracted, before it actually gets released. So you kind of, if I want these books to come out every 3 to 4 months, I kind of got to backstock them, I got to keep working.
Well, you're an inspiration to all of us who are still working on our first, Margaret. I hope you come back every time a book's coming out, or as often as you like, because you're a great guest to have and an inspiration.
Well, thank you so much.
All righty. And for our viewers, stick around. We have another author coming up right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we meet authors from all over the world. I've got your next book for you. If you're trying to figure out what to read next, Hazardous Lies is a work of fiction, or is it a chemical plant explosion? I don't know. Could that really happen? Not only are we going to talk about the book, but guess what? I've got the author right here, too. Welcome to our guest, Stephen J. Wallace. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to speak with you.
By the way, here is the book cover. Tell us a little bit about the book.
Well, I'm a debut author. It's my first work of fiction. They say to write what you know. And so I have investigated several chemical accidents at refineries, chemical plants, laboratories, several things throughout my career. And I've always been interested not only in the technical side, but also in the creative writing side. So I've had this idea for some time. I've had a number of plot points that I had in my mind, and I would write those down over the last couple of years, and I then weaved it all into a story. But the way the book unfolds is there's an accident in a chemical plant, and it's a fatal accident. 3 employees die. And as the story unfolds, we have an investigator who himself is very compromised. He actually had a role, or seemed to have a role, that's part of the intrigue that rolls out, in a previous accident when he was working in the chemical industry. So he sort of, when he goes and investigates this, he sees this as an opportunity perhaps for him to get some type of redemption, if he can find out what happened. And as he starts to figure out what may have caused the accident, he realizes that this particular hazard is designed into plants throughout the United States.
Huh.
And if he doesn't succeed in trying to figure out what happened, then there could be several more fatalities. And But the problem is, as you can imagine, there are some bad decisions that have been made, and there's a lot of pushback from the corporate level, an extreme amount of pushback. So he has to wade through all that, but also find the courage to continue, and it's a difficult task for him.
He gets a little political at some point?
Well, you know, he's working for the government, so there's always that aspect to it as well. And one of the problems is that since he is in a brand new office, there is a very politically connected person who is a political appointee who wants to sweep the money for his own usage for the office. So it truly is very much a race against time, not only to find out what the problem was and to try to prevent it in other plants, but also because the very existence of this office itself and the investigation is on a very short timetable.
Now let's see, what did somebody say about you? You're an author trapped in the body of an engineer, or the other way around?
Yes. That's I sort of like to think of myself as a writer trapped in an engineer's body, or vice versa. As I said, I've written a number of technical papers, and I've also written some book chapters for safety handbooks. But I've also written some short stories and poems and even songs.
Nice.
As I've been young. So I've kind of had this interest in the technical side as an engineer, but I've also had a lot of interest in the creative side, and so that creative side culminated with this, my first novel.
Now, Hazardous Lies is the name of the book, and who's going to read this? People who love thrillers, I guess.
People who love thrillers, people who like some of the people who have reviewed it said it sounds, and I take this as a great compliment, if you like David Baldacci type novels, they would those individuals would really like it. If you like intrigue, police procedurals, if you will, it is and if you are interested in science, but not science so heavy that it's not approachable. One of the very important things to me, and it sounds contrived, but it's very true. When I set out to write this novel, I wanted to write a novel that a grandmother who perhaps didn't have a technical background could talk to her granddaughter who was a chemical engineer, and they could actually have a conversation about this. And I've actually heard from people that that's happened. I've had technical people who've talked to non-technical people, but they can all sort of calibrate about, oh, well, that's actually, I feel like I was inside a chemical plant.
Nice. Now, I'm putting up on the screen here a graphic you sent that says bestseller, now an Amazon bestseller. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I tell you why that's important. Why that's important to me is I'm always picking my next book. I'm always saying, what am I going to read next? And if I see bestseller or an award or some good reviews, or if I see an author being interviewed on a little talk show, it just helps me get to the next book, because there's just millions of books out there. I never know where to turn next. So hopefully the notice you got, it makes a big difference to me when picking my next book. So and congratulations, by the way. That's
Thank you.
amazing.
Thank you very much. And I understand. I'm the same way. I love to read, but you have so many that can sort of fall on the slush pile. So it helps to know if the individual who wrote this particular book actually knows exactly what they're talking about. They can tell a realistic story, but not make it, even though it's fiction, but not make it unrealistic. Hopefully that's what I've done.
And by the way, I introduced you, said it's a fiction, or is it a fiction? I mean, the kind of thing you describe in your book could actually happen. Is that right?
It could, very much so. As I said, I investigated several accidents in chemical plants when I was throughout my life. And it's very realistic scenarios. There are different type of accidents that are discussed, and all are very realistic, and perhaps they have happened. Again, it is a work of fiction. I want to say that. But it's not unrealistic. So it's fictional, but not unrealistic. It's very realistic.
Now, do you have another book churning around in your head?
I do. I've just finished a draft of one. It's a very different one. It's more of a humorous book, believe it or not, so it's a bit of a different genre. Whereas this one, some of the reviewers have said is a bit like Chernobyl meets CSI, that would be a little bit more like The Office meets the federal government, and a bit of a humorous take on some things that can happen there. It's going to be a bit different, a bit of a novella. But I also have a few chapters already written for what may actually develop into a sequel of this one.
Nice. Oh, sequel to this one. That's nice. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I can tell you have an amazing mind, being an engineer, and I love it when an engineer could actually pull out of that. Because sometimes engineers operate in a box, pull out of that and make something creative and entertaining, and I'll be even more interested to read your humorous work. So we'll unwrap your mind. Stephen J. Wallace's mind. By the way, I was trying to research the author before we talk, and went to Amazon, and your book popped right up. It was so easy to find. I just typed Stephen J. Wallace and popped up. It had a great little bio on you and a synopsis of the book, so that was great. Where else can people buy this?
They could go directly to my website, which is stephenjwallace.com, and Stephen is spelled with a PH. They can also go to Goodreads. I believe it is on Goodreads. It's on Amazon. Barnes & Noble has it as well. Target. So most anywhere that books are sold, you can get a copy.
By the way, I go to Goodreads. I post every book I read on Goodreads, so I encourage everybody to do that. It's kind of social media for nerds, people who read a lot of books, and I like to post a little review. And I just want to remind our audience, read this book and post a little review. That really helps, I think. Like I say, when I can see some reviews and some awards and stuff, it helps me pick the next book. And we do have your web address on the screen, stephenjwallace.com, so I encourage our viewers to go there. And whenever I'm reading, I research the author while I'm reading, so I'm glad you did that, have that space on there. Besides being able to order your book, what else might we find on your website?
I have written a few short stories, a bit of a diverse short stories. My interests go all the way from the macabre, more of sort of Edgar Allan Poe type of short stories. And I've also written a historical fiction biblical story as well about Samson. It's a fictional one, but so my interests are sort of all over the place. I think someone told me one time, another author who was quite successful said, I just feel like I have all these ideas, I've got to put them down somewhere.
And
I'm like, well, I'm not sure. I think perhaps I will write something that maybe no one will like everything I write, but at least there's enough variation that everyone will like something that I write.
Everybody will like something. I like that. Stephen, we're about out of time here, but let me put the cover up here again. Fabulous Lies. Any last thoughts for our viewers on the book or anything in the world you want to talk about?
No, I really appreciate you having me on today. Hazardous Lies, as I said, it's a thriller. I've been very honored with the reviews that I've received. An individual who actually worked for an organization I'm very familiar with, the U.S. Chemical Safety Board, was very kind enough to write his endorsement on the back cover, talking about how important it was and how realistic. And I think he's the one who mentioned that it's sort of like Chernobyl meets CSI. But again, I hope that if people like science and engineering and such, but they want to actually review it in an approachable story type way, this may very well be a good book for them to pick up, and I hope so. And as you said, please read it and leave a review either on Amazon or Goodreads or wherever you like to leave reviews, and I would greatly appreciate that.
And every once in a while, I like to say this: if you go out to Amazon or wherever you buy books and you go to order this book, don't just click once, click 5 times, get 5 copies and give them away. You're always having to go to somebody's house and you like to take a gift, and this book would be great, I think. Whenever I give a book, I go to their house in 5 years and the book's still there, so it's a great gift to give. So support the authors of this show. Thank you, Stephen, and I hope you'll come back on again and again.
I'd love to. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll be back with another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors from all over the world. We talked to a Liverpudlian this morning, someone from Oregon, and now we're going to talk to a Californian about her book. It's a true story, by the way, My Real Mother. I'm already getting a little tear-jerker over a little bit. I hope it's not too sad. But welcome our guest, Tina Kadame. Welcome, Tina.
Hi, thank you, Mike. Thank you for having me here.
Now, you've been a storyteller your whole life, is that right?
I fashioned myself a storyteller, yes. Yes. Well, I like to say that when you ask me a question, you do not get a yes or no answer. You get a story.
Good. Now, and you finally put one down on paper and got it published. Both are tremendous accomplishments. Tell us about the book. Here's the cover, by the way. My Real Mother. Tell us a little bit about this book.
So this book is a memoir of such, told by me as I walk the journey with my mother through the events that led up to her abandoning me and my sister when we were very young.
And how old were you?
I was 5 and my sister was 13 months old.
And you went to live with an aunt?
We did. We went and lived with our aunt and uncle eventually, yes.
Yeah.
And when I was starting to write this book, I realized that I thought I was going to write my memoir, but then I thought, you know what? I know what happened to me. I was missing those 5 years of my life, and I really wanted to know what happened to my mother. And so that's where it started. I went all the way back to when my parents met, and this book it spans the 10 years that lead up to her leaving.
And by the way, this is the first book of how many in this series?
This is the first one of 3.
First of 3, okay.
Yes.
And you have them all figured out what's going to be in each book? Or have you kind of
I kind of get it as I go, but book number 1 is My Real Mother. Book number 2, My Other Mother, which will delve more into my aunt and the saint, as I call her, that stepped in to my mother's place when she was gone. And then the 3rd book is called The Good Girl, and you'll get more of my voice there as I navigate my life with 2 mothers.
Yeah. When I was researching this interview and researching this book, it struck me that there you're living with, like you just said, a saint, someone who gave you unconditional love. But what I caught is that unconditional love for your real mother, that doesn't go away.
No, it truly doesn't. And being that I was 5 years old when my mother left, I had a relationship with her. And it was very hard for me to then put the brakes on and love another mother. The loyalty that I felt would not allow me to fully accept her love. And so it's really what the 2nd book is going to be about, just that loyalty of how she and I got on.
Yeah. Now, had this book been churning in your mind for years?
Yes.
And
actually, since I was a teenager and started reading books myself, I would, just read whatever I could get a hold of, which was usually something I probably shouldn't have been reading, love stories and those kind of things. And though they felt good to read, it was always a happy ending, and there was always something good. And in my life, that was not true.
I read you went through your aunt's entire romance novel collection.
Exactly.
As a 12-year-old girl getting a distinct look at how life works, but didn't work. Didn't work out like we're in the books.
No, it did not. And so for me, I wanted to write this story from the time I was a little girl because I thought it was a very beautiful story. You had one mother who, and I don't want to give away too much of the book, but you had one mother who didn't want to be a mother and another one who couldn't be. And so to me as a teenager, that was a very romantic kind of story, the way it was ending, and I won't say ending, but again, I had to live my life and let it all unfold before I could really tell the story.
Yeah. Now, when did you actually start writing? What was the process till you finished writing? And then once you finished writing, you had to figure out how to get it published and out there. Tell us a little bit about that whole process.
Okay. Well, one thing I will say, the way the book started was in 2018, just prior to my mother's death. And I say prior, like in a couple of hours. she opened her eyes and she looked at me and she said, "Now write the book." And she and I had joked about writing this book because it was, just all kinds of dysfunctional stuff that we always laughed that would probably be very entertaining. And so I was not expecting her to open her eyes and just look straight at me. Her last words on this earth were literally, "Now write the book."
Now write the book, yeah. Amazing.
So in 2019, I started writing. I had no idea what I was going to write. I just stared at my computer for, it seemed like a month, and tried and wrote and backspaced and yeah. Eventually I just said, "Mom," literally cried out loud, "Mom, if you want me to write this book, then you need to come and help me." And right then I just started hearing she had the sweetest Southern drawl. She was from Arkansas, and she just started talking, and I started writing. And my real mother is that what she told, the story she told of the things that happened that led up to her leaving.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
So you finished writing, and then you had the publishing thing to overcome. I just want to say congratulations, because so many of our viewers are writing and writing and writing, trying to get that first book out there. And then, I say, be careful when you finish writing your book. You got a whole other challenge ahead of you. So,
my goodness! It seems like every time I face a different thing, I say, well, gosh, the writing was really the best part of it. It was easy. It was fun.
Yeah.
And everything else has been work ever since. But I am self-published. I opted to go that route instead of waiting, 3 or 4 maybe years to find somebody who would want to take the book on.
Yeah.
But I did go through editing and copy editing, and it's gone all the way through.
Yeah. Now, have you started finding other people who have a similar story?
Interestingly, I'll tell you one story that it was quite I was unprepared for it in a way, and I had gotten a message from somebody who had read the book, and it was somebody I had worked with 20-something years ago, and it was a male. And he texted me and said, "Hey, I'm so and so, and I want to let you know." He said, "I heard you wrote a book, and I wanted to read it." And he went on to tell me how it paralleled in his life and how it spoke to him, and he wanted his sister to read it because they had gone through some pretty similar stuff as my sister and I. So I've gotten lots of feedback like that on how it really has touched people.
Yeah, since I've been doing the show, we've been doing the show since 2008, and it just amazes me how people have felt they're the only ones who went through this their experience. And once the book gets out there, you find there's so many people that just, wow, that's me. I went through that same thing, and people can relate and things like that. It's just, in fact, I've got 3 or 4 people I'm going to give this book to. I love to give books away, by the way. People I think it'll really touch. But I think it'll be an appealing book to anybody.
I really do. I mean, when I set out to write this book, I didn't know who I was writing it for other than myself and my siblings. I really wanted my siblings to have a better understanding of their mother, because I also have a brother. And so I was writing it for them, but with no idea of who my target audience was. I just thought, you know what, I'm going to write the book, and the book is going to find its audience. I've always believed that it would find its audience. And so far, it's been very true. The people that have texted me that I would have never known bought the book, that have gone through the same things, especially since, the age bracket that I am, we've all gone through the Vietnam War. So you have all of that goes through this book. There's more than just hearing about a woman. You hear about the tragedies, and yes, there's sad and there's happy times, and then again she leaves. But is that necessarily bad? Maybe not.
You mentioned the Vietnam War. I was just, before you said that, I was going to ask you, does this really capture a time period in America?
It does. It starts out in 1957 with my parents. They're very young. They get married very young, and my father enlists in the Army. And it's a struggle that 2 young people, number one, getting married and trying to play house and and be very responsible. And then you have the war looming, and there's she has some struggles with getting pregnant. And so, I mean, we touch on so many things from infertility to infidelity and everywhere in between.
Amazing. It sounds like my whole era, my whole life. It sounds like I'm to hear about my own life period there.
Yeah.
By the way, Tina, I have your web address on the screen. What would our viewers find there?
On my website, you're going to find a little bit more about the book. You'll find, number one, if you subscribe, you get a free chapter of the book.
Nice.
So get a preview first before you decide if you want to buy it. And a little bit more about me and what I'm, and I blog. So there's some blogs there. I'm sharing some pretty intimate things. I'm getting ready to do some excerpts from book 1 while people are waiting for book 2, and releasing some more because I've got a lot of anxious people that want more.
Yeah. I know that old trick about giving away the first chapter, and I fall for it every time because once you read that first chapter, you've got to get the rest of the book then. So
exactly.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go to your website today and read that first chapter. And by the way, I say this. I say I like to give away books. When you go order this book, don't just click once. Order 5 of them. You'll have people you need to give gifts to all year long. You'll have this great book to give away. And follow Tina Katame and go to her website and find out more about her. Tina, we're about out of time. Any last thoughts for our viewers about the book or anything in the world you want to talk about?
Oh, I think I'd like to just say that I hope that those who buy it will find the journey as cathartic as I did, and understand that sometimes we've all heard it. Put yourself in somebody else's shoes.
Yep.
But it isn't easy. And it isn't always the journey that I had, putting myself in my mother's shoes, writing her story. But I think your readers and your audience, or my audience and your readers, will find it a beautiful story without happy endings.
Beautiful story without a happy ending. Tina, thank you so much for coming on the show. And I hope you'll come back again and again because you're fascinating.
Absolutely.
And you're a storyteller.
Absolutely, I would love to.
I appreciate that. I can tell you're a storyteller. And for our viewers,
Thank
stick
you, Mike.
around. We'll be back with another author right after this. That was great, Tina. Thank you.
Whew, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Welcome back to Briggs on Books. Are you about to pick the next read for the fall or for the winter? Hey, I've got a trilogy. I love a trilogy. I've got a trilogy here for you, and it is the Reaper, the Sower, and Judgment Day. Not only do I have the books here, but guess what? I've got the author as well. Welcome, Rob Young. Hello, Rob.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Tell our viewers where you are.
I am in St. Paul, Minnesota. I'm actually in a southern suburb of St. Paul.
Now, this series, this trilogy, is it a trilogy?
Yes.
And the most recent one to come out, I guess, is The Judgment. Well, tell us about the whole trilogy.
The trilogy started because of a painting that disappeared from the 1937 Paris World Exposition by an avant-garde artist named Joan Moreau. I've been a Moreau fan all my adult life, and my wife and I were in Barcelona and went to a Moreau museum and learned about this painting that disappeared. And from that painting, which still has never been found, arose the story, the Reaper, which was the English translation of the name of the painting. I started it out thinking I was writing a standalone book, and when I got to the end, I realized it wasn't over. So I wrote a sequel, and then when I got about 50 pages into the sequel, I realized there was a third story involved. So it ended up being a trilogy.
The Reaper, the Sower, and Judgment Day. Does the cover represent the painting?
The cover, if you look closely at the cover of the Reaper, the painting, the cover is actually a picture frame with a Reaper-type character holding a dripping paintbrush. But the background behind the picture frame is actually the Reaper itself, the actual picture of the Reaper.
Yeah, I just zoomed in on that. It's amazing. I see now. I love book covers that kind of have these hidden Easter eggs or whatever you want to call them. Now,
Yeah.
when did you start the series and when did you finish?
I started the series in, let's see, probably about 2017, and the Reaper was published in 2019,
Mm-hmm.
and then I finished it with Judgment Day, which just was released in what, April of this year, I think, something like that.
I think our producers stumbled upon that book and said, we got to get this guy on. Fascinating, fascinating story. So would you say it's historical fiction or is it a straight novel?
No, I tend to cross genres. So the first book, The Reaper, is actually two novellas under one cover.
Nice.
The first half of it is historical fiction, what happened the last week of the 1937 Paris World Exposition.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second half of the book fast forwards to 2009 and how that missing painting, still missing, impacts the life of a struggling artist from St. Paul, Minnesota, and his powerful but estranged mother.
Okay.
That's the theme. The conflict between mother and son is the theme through the rest of the trilogy.
Well, let's stick on that. So the painters in Minnesota, I want to go to this, and you're in Minnesota, and there's an event you have once a month, I think. Is it the third Monday?
Yep. It's called Minnesota Mystery Night. We pull in top mystery or thriller writers, put them in conversation with somebody very interesting, and we just have a very wonderful evening. We have a great venue. It seats about 80 people. We pack it every Monday that we're there, and we're bringing in some national authors now.
Yeah.
Tracy Clark from Chicago is going to come in. We've had Nick Petrie from Milwaukee working on Don Winslow, although he's not writing anymore, but hopefully he'll be back to that.
So this is mostly a live event, or can people attend remotely?
No, it is a live event, but come the first of the year, it is going to be a radio show also.
Well, that's great. Yeah, by the way, I put on the screen www.mnmysterynight.com. So that stands for Minnesota Mystery Night?
That's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. It's great that's happening in your community. Now, these books that we're talking about today, those are not your first. I stumbled upon another one here. Let's see, about the Cold War. No, Cloud Warriors.
Cloud Warriors.
I keep saying Cold War. It's Cloud Warriors, a paranormal thriller. Tell us a little bit about that.
Everything I write starts, it is set in the modern day, but starts with some historical event that's true. And the historical event that underpins Cloud Warriors is a confederation of small tribes that lived at the very top of the Andes Mountains at the time of the Incans. And the Incans called them the Chachapoyas, which is a Quechua word, Indian Quechua word. If you translate it to English, it's either cloud people or cloud warriors. What makes them unique is that the people in this conglomeration of tribes had the same complexion, eye color, and hair color as you do, which is a little odd for that part of the world. And so I took that historical fact and turned it into a story that, in essence, is my fictional rant against the greed of the pharmaceutical industry.
Holy cow. Now, since your books are partly based on real things, I love that World's Fair and Spain and everything. You have to do a lot of research?
Yeah. That's part of what I love.
Yeah.
I've got two in the works right now, one set in Ireland and one set in Galena, Illinois. Galena fictionally in this case. I'll think a different name up for it. But both of which are I've basically stumbled over while I was traveling. So now I've got to go back to both places and do some on the ground research for both of them.
You have to go to Ireland?
Yep.
Pretty tough duty, Rob.
Well, I found it on a trip to Ireland in 2016. And so we're going to go back and do that again, hopefully next spring. But that's a book that I've been wanting to write for a long time.
Now let me ask you these. I have your, of course, the Minnesota Mystery Night, mnmysterynight.com, but we also have robyoungwriter.com. It's Jung, by the way, Rob Young Writer. What would people find if they visit your website?
Well, they'll find my books, of course. They will find information about Minnesota Mystery Night. They will find my monthly newsletter, which is called The View from Middle Spunk Creek, which is sort of my tongue-in-cheek look at the world. You can sign up for the newsletter. You can sign up for the Minnesota Mystery Night distribution list. You can sign up for my books. You'll see my schedule. That's sort of the standard stuff that's on all authors' websites. Yeah. So pretty much that. Anything new coming out.
I would guess your books are available at all the usual places.
That's correct. Yeah, you can get them online. You can get them through my website. You can get them at probably in California. You'd have to order them from your bookstore where you're located, but they're all available from Ingram, which is the world's biggest book distributor. So.
Yes. Now, what formats? Are paperback, I'd imagine?
Paperback and ebooks. And the first book, The Reaper, will be out in audio by before the first of the year. I'm hoping to make it in time for the Christmas market. But
good. Reaper will be out in audio. I got to tell you, Rob, for us old guys, that audio is great. Those words on the pages are getting smaller and smaller. So I'm really doing half my reading on ebooks now, or on audiobooks, I should say.
Yeah. My wife belongs to 4 book clubs, and she listens to a lot of audiobooks because of that, because she can do it while she's doing other things.
Yeah, I go to the gym, I drive in my car, listen to my wife nag me. I got that ebook going, so all the time. Rob,
you're a brave man to say that for publication.
Well, she doesn't watch my show, so I'm pretty safe.
Oh, okay. So. Well, you're all right. Okay.
Now, we're past time. You're a fascinating guy. I'd love to talk to you all day. Just any last thoughts? I'll give you a minute. You want to talk anything about your books or things going on in the world or anything authors and readers should know?
I just have a request of all your listeners, and that is arises out of the difficulty of indie writers, independent writers who aren't backed by a big marketing thing of getting their books known. Mm-hmm. So if you find an author or a book that you really like when you read it, tell your friends. Don't give them your copy because that doesn't help the author any or the publishing company.
Yeah.
And if you can, put a review on Amazon or Goodreads or BookBub or any of those places online that you can put on. Those are the lifeblood of an indie author in terms of getting their books recognized. That, of course, and podcasts like yours.
Tell me about the review. Do they just click like, or do they need to type a sentence? Do they need to type several paragraphs? What's the best way?
You can well, it depends upon which one you're going on. Remember that if you want to put a review on Amazon, you have to have purchased $50 through Amazon of something in the last 12 or 24 months. Otherwise, you can't post. But if you do that, you can just click a number. There's 1 through 5 rated.
Okay.
Or you can add a written review, which can be 1 sentence or half a book, because there's no limit.
Okay, good.
I'm sure they trim it. Other ones have different requirements. Some that require something written. Some you can just rate the book.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you said that, because what does it take? I've read a book. I spent hours and hours and hours. I could take a minute out to. I click on Goodreads a lot and rate books there, but I guess you could rate them right on Amazon as well. I certainly spend $50 a month on Amazon. I should get that right.
Yeah. Well, the more good reviews you get on Amazon, of course, the more you make their algorithm happy, and your book gets higher up on the list of shows. So.
Yeah, and there's, I know we're past time. They're giving me the signal, but there's millions, literally millions of books out there. So,
1.6 million every year, roughly.
Wow. Thank you, Rob. I hope you'll come back again and again. You're a fascinating guest.
I would love to come back. Thank you very much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
And I'm going to go look at your websites right now because they seem very interesting. Thank you, Rob. And for our viewers, stick around. We're going to have another author right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, where we talk to authors from all over the world about their life, their project, what they're working on. One theme on this show is people who are overcoming adversity. They've lost a spouse, they've lost a job, they've going through rough times, and we like to talk to people who've overcome, who've worked through things, who could help us. There's an interesting book we've had on a few times, Free Fall, talking to somebody who's gone through some adversity and come out the other end, and now she wants to help other people overcome their adversity. Our guest is Barbara File. Welcome, Barbara.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Very good. Now, my understanding is you're becoming a life coach where you can help some people through these adversities. Tell us about that.
Yes, as you know, Mike, I've done a lot of different things in my career, starting out with banking, and I was a financial advisor and a real estate broker. But then when my second husband became ill with early onset dementia 6 years after we got married, I felt a calling after he passed away 6 years later to write about our journey to bring awareness of the disease. And that was in 2020. So 4 years later, I'm like, I want to help people. And so I was searching for, what I would be best suited for. And I got an interesting email and an invitation to take a class. And I decided that this was what I wanted to do. I wanted to help either individuals or businesses achieve their dream life or business. And I thought with the experience that I had with my husband, because I was his caregiver for 2 years, that would be one avenue where I could help people that after a loss or after a loss of job, that I could help them reinvent themselves and help them discover the qualities that they have that they haven't uncovered yet. And they could lead their dream life or successful career or business that they wanted to do. So that's what I decided to do.
A lot of people, something happens to them. Your husband got Alzheimer's, and you went through that. A lot of people go through things, and they feel like they're the first person hitting the wall like this, and that they have to figure out on their own how to get past this adversity. And that's why I liked your book. And you told, you were very frank and brave to tell your story, that you did get through it. And I hope other people get to read that book and say, oh, there's other people out there, there's resources, there's ways to move on. But you're going to take this to all aspects of life. People who've lost their job, or maybe just people who have lost their self-esteem.
Absolutely. Yeah, and there's people that, and I'm one of them, you live your life by default because of circumstances that happen. That's how I got into banking and the financial advising, and there is a way that you can find your best quality by working with a coach, and I have found that out. And because of all the things I've gone through, now I understand why I went through them so that I could teach people myself.
Well, I tell you, Barbara, I'm one who studies this kind of stuff as well, overcoming, becoming successful, finding myself where I'm supposed to be. And I've studied that my whole life, and I've been very successful at many things, but I never stop seeking and studying those things. So even if somebody's at a pretty good place in their life, I feel like spending some time with a life coach, you can overcome even more or achieve even higher.
Absolutely, because we all have limiting conditions at times, which are called paradigms.
Paradigms.
That jump in, and you have this fear that you can't achieve things. And we can help you uncover that and find a way to detract from that and achieve the things that you want to achieve and the vision of what you want your life to be.
I find it interesting you call them paradigms. You're studied at this. I'm not studied at it. I call them boulders. I feel like somebody up there keeps dropping these boulders that I've got to figure out how to get over, get around, get through, and you call them paradigms.
Right. And we all have fear from one thing or the other. And it's learning to befriend our fear, to put the fear aside and say, not now. And then move on with the vision that you want for your life that, I can help uncover.
I tell you that people I see around me who I think need to talk to Barbara File, people around me, is they have no vision of where they want to be or where they want to get to, and I feel like that's their boulder.
It can be. Yes, it can be. And I'm hoping to reach out to some of those people, and in particular, people that have been through what I've been through with a loss, that feel like they, don't have any direction and they maybe lost their self-confidence, that we can help them regain their confidence and learn how to fight those fears and just go for it.
Are there people always whacking away at people, taking their self-confidence away?
Well, I think when you have a loss and you're in that mode of sadness, that you have to kind of regenerate yourself to what your soul's purpose is. And a lot of us don't know that.
Right.
Because we live by survival, by default, and we haven't given ourselves the time to, and sometimes meditate. So you listen to your intuition.
I forgot about meditating. I'd studied that years ago, and man, it really opened up my mind to things. But that's why even people who are doing okay could use a life coach, because they remind you about, taking the time to meditate and things like that.
Absolutely.
Now,
absolutely.
And we talk about lost people who lose a loved one, but a loss could be losing a job. And sometimes you go to work and you do everything, you think you're doing everything right, and you do it right for years and years and years, and all of a sudden you're out. That could be a big confidence zapper right there.
Absolutely. Or you could still be in your job, but you're spending so many hours and you feel like you have no other life. And there's a way to find out, that there are other things, and you just need to uncover those things and learn how to get rid of the fears of taking that next step.
Barbara, what's your next step? People need you. They need life coaches. You're developing a website, a way people can access you?
I'm in the process of doing that, Mike, and I'll be certified effectively the middle of October. So right now it's in its infancy, but it will be up and running after mid-October. But for now, they can reach me at the FelicityJeanAuthor.com.
Okay. Same website, FelicityJeanAuthor.com. By the way, I'm going to put up your book here, Free Fall, with the you wrote under the pen name Felicity Jean. Tell us a little bit about the book.
Well, a little bit about the book is really a lot. It took I started writing the book in 2013, which was a year after my husband passed away, and I self-published it in 2020. And it's my experience, my journey with my husband, who was diagnosed 6 years after we got married, and he passed away 6 years later. And it's a book that's not a clinical book. It's a book about the true experience of what a spouse goes through with the illness that he was diagnosed with. And it's not pretty in some of the pages of describing exactly what happens, but I wanted people to know what it's like when you go and you live through that.
I wish I could certify you as a life coach, because you're somebody I've known for years and years and years who had giant successes in banking and in real estate and finance. And then you had another experience with your second husband and what happened with the early onset Alzheimer's. You've been through a lot, and I think you will be an excellent life coach. And I hope people will say, yeah, I need that, and contact you. Barbara, we're running out of time, but I want to give you a couple minutes to say anything you want about any subject.
Well, I just want to tell people out there that it's never over. Your life isn't over, even though it may feel like it is. You can reinvent yourself, and we have the capacity to keep learning. I don't want to say how old I am, but I'm old enough.
Yeah.
And I have enough life experience to where I feel like I can help somebody move along in their direction to grow.
Yeah, and it's amazing, I don't want to say at your age, at our age, that you're taking another chapter, you're starting a new thing and heading in a new direction. It's never over, Barbara. Thank you for saying that. And for our viewers, when Barbara gets further along, gets her web address and stuff, we're going to have her back on again and you can find out how to reach her. But for now, don't go anywhere because we're going to have another author coming up right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show, where we feature authors from all over the world to tell us about their book, their process, their life, how they got from being a non-author to an author, what happened during the process from starting writing to finishing writing, how did they get their books published. It's just amazing what people go through to get to where they are. And I think this next guest, who is Lynn Moore, is going to be very inspiring as well as everything else. Welcome, Lynn.
Hi, Mike. Nice to see you this morning.
Yes. And by the way, here's the cover of Lynn's book, Born to Bounce Back. And now, Lynn, you have been, by the way, she writes under the name Frances Teigen and publishes as Frances Teigen. You've done a lot of stuff. You've been a teacher. You've been an entrepreneur. You've built businesses. You went back to school at 72 or something like that. Tell us a little bit about you.
Well, it's been a very busy life. It's been a life that has been difficult in many ways, but also extraordinary in many other ways, like most people. I will tell you, I'm 81 years old, and I've lived a lot of life and learned a lot. And I started writing at the age of 9. And my mom kept all my little stories and typed them up for me, and I just kept on writing it. It seems to be a natural thing I was born to do. So,
yeah, that's one thing I got about research. You were always a writer.
Always.
Yeah, and what writers must do is write.
Yeah.
I think, like me, though, you're a reader, too.
Oh, yeah, a voracious reader.
Yeah.
I love knowledge. And I always have to learn something every day because I just believe that without knowledge, things just don't change. They don't get better. We must keep learning.
Yeah. In grad school, I came up with this term, ABR, always be reading. And from that day on, I mean, and the line at the supermarket, wherever you are, you need to keep devouring these books. So that's probably helped make you a great writer, too, all the reading.
And
now,
before you spell, really,
yeah.
reading.
Now, you've gone through some things in your life, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, you use those experiences to put out this book that kind of highlights, is it maybe some of the speed bumps in your life? How would you describe it?
I call them instant pivotal crises, and no one is immune. We will all have them. Instant because they come out of left field, no warning. Pivotal because they take your life and turn it upside down, inside out, and backwards. And you're looking at a life, excuse me, in front of you that you've never seen before, and it will never be the same again. And a crisis, it's catastrophe. So everyone has a catastrophe, or many catastrophes. I wrote about 7 of my own. And what I learned from all of this, it took me a long time to realize that they had value and they had meaning. And I want everyone to know that when these crises knock you crazy and you just don't even know how to get up, it's for a reason. So I wanted to get that across to people, so I gave them the examples of my own, and then kind of went backwards as to, okay, this is what I learned from this one. Maybe I can teach them.
By the way, it's very brave of you to expose. I mean, you really expose yourself in the book.
I do. I did it purposely because I also believe that if we don't allow ourselves to be vulnerable, again, we aren't going to live a life without truth and honesty. We have to learn to listen to each other's stories because they create empathy, and empathy creates. It just makes us all equal.
Yeah. By the way, I meant to ask you in the beginning of the interview, where are you located right now?
I'm in Vernon, British Columbia, Canada.
And that's above California or above New York? I don't know.
It's above California. As a matter of fact, the province of British Columbia is as large as Washington State, Oregon, and Northern California.
Oh, okay. And is it, what's the weather there right now?
Right now, we're looking at lovely sunshine. I would say, because we are in Celsius, I'm going to try and convert that. But we're probably going to be about 18 degrees today, which is close to 70.
70, yeah. That's amazing. Canadians, Americans, we don't know Celsius. We don't know the metric system. And
well, I was with that. It changed.
Yeah.
I was a young adult, I think.
Yeah. We now your book. Who should be reading this book?
Anyone who has had difficulty in their lives and they just can't seem to get over it.
Sounds like almost all of us, Lynn.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, as I said earlier, that's brave of you to kind of lay yours out. There's 7 big ones. There's probably more than that in your life, but you chose 7 and talked about how you went through them, how you got through them, and maybe that will inspire other people as to how they could get over their own.
That's my whole purpose of writing the book. I want to help others know that their life isn't over when they a catastrophe, and there are ways to come back. And I go through a number of ways of doing that and advice. Yeah. I also have a wicked sense of humor. Not totally down and, oh, woe is me. Yeah. I do put quite a bit of laughter in there, too, when it's appropriate.
Very good. Now, you went through a lot. You were a mom. You had children. You had a husband. And then at some point, you didn't have a husband.
Yes, and that was because that was one of my IPCs, is that he ended up being what the psychology world names a malignant narcissist. They are brutal, they are mean, and they are charismatic. And so I ended up by him being brutal with me in many ways, and who deserted me without a penny to my name with a 2-year-old and an unborn baby.
Wow. Now,
but I also learned I probably saved my life. Any man whose partners kill them, especially malignant narcissists.
Yeah. Now, many women are married to malignant narcissists. Do you think reading your book would help somebody understand that that's what the issue? I mean, people don't know psychology. They don't know they're married to a malignant narcissist. It's just a guy that acts a certain way. Do you think your book would help expose that and help people understand what they're in the middle of?
I would hope so. I would think so, because I did explain, the whole relationship and what he did. Yeah. And he did it. And anyone who, I don't know, I think probably one of the really good ways to find out about a malignant narcissist is through Dr. Phil and his podcast, and they're up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Go find out.
I love to watch Dr. Phil. So literally somebody reading your book might save their life.
Oh, boy, that would be wonderful if it would have saved somebody's life. I would be so honored.
If you could save one life, yeah. Now, I want to ask you, I was curious about you went to college later or again at 72 or 74?
I always loved studying. I loved biology, psychology, and I've been a life coach since 2004. And at the age of about 74, I guess it was, I went back to university to study psychology. And one of the things we have here is that if you are a senior, you can go and attend university at no cost. So I thought, hey, what better time, way to spend my time.
Yeah, I did it.
A lot.
Yeah, I did an extra degree later in life too, and wow, it was so different because I was just having fun doing it instead of trying to get through it so I get my post-college job. So I really enjoyed it, and I hope you did too. Now, I have an idea that this book is should be in the hands of a lot of people, and for our viewers out there, go order this book, but don't order one, order 5 of them because there's people out there who need this book, and you could give it to them, give them as a gift. I think that'd be a great idea. Now,
and because anybody can keep on going to any age. It's just a number.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Inspiring. I know we're out of time, but you're so fascinating. I have to keep talking to you. We have your web address on the screen, borntobounceback.ca. I think that stands for Canada.ca. Yeah. What do we find at your website?
What will you find on it?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll find stories, you'll find blogs, you'll find the way to order the book, of course. And it's probably about 15 pages. There's a lot of information there. So if you want to learn more, there's lots there on the website.
That would lead people to more answers. That's great. Now, I know we're out of time, but I just want to give you a moment. You got any last thoughts for our viewers about you or your book or life in general?
Just look for meaning in everything that happens in your life. It's not all bad. And, really, I heard it once. I think it was Neil Donald Walsh. He said, there's nothing right, wrong, good, or bad. It just is.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Lynn, for your message and for being so brave to, kind of expose yourself, pour yourself out there so that other people could be moved and inspired and hopefully find some peace in themselves. And I hope you'll come back over and over.
I would love to. Just ask.
All right, Lynn. And we'll be back with more authors right after this.
Hello, this is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events, and today we're going to talk about real estate. And I am so thrilled to have not only one of the top realtors in our valley, but friend and somebody who I've known for a few years, Kara Paraki Douglas. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Hope. Thank you.
So great for you to be here. And when we say award winner, we mean award winner.
Oh my
so
gosh.
Congratulations to you, and it's so deserved because I've been able to follow you on your Facebook, and every time I turn around, you have sold a house, you're helping people move, and I would say one of your great strengths is the way you present the homes that you are trying to sell.
Gosh,
Just the
thank you.
videos that you run and the pictures that you show really give a complete detail of what a buyer should expect. So, I mean, kudos to you for what you are doing and what you have done.
Thank you. I just want to give a little credit to the photographer behind the scenes who makes me look good and also has just done a beautiful job showcasing our properties. And that's Allison Douglas, and she is Dweller Properties, Dweller Photos.
Okay.
So check her out. She's great and does an amazing job, and I am so appreciative of her. So,
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you for noticing that.
Oh, it's hard not to because it just, each one seems to be so welcoming. How did you get into real estate? Because I know you dabble in some different things.
Oh my gosh.
But
well, that's always been a love and fascination of mine, and truly started as kind of a side hustle for me, to tell you the truth. I think you know that several years ago I lost my husband, and I was raising 3 children, young children on my own, and working, and and I was just thinking, how in the world am I going to make enough money to support these children and my family? And so I just said, I have to buy something. I have to buy property. And at the time, Airbnb was starting. And I thought, well, if I could just get my hands on a property, I could try it. I could try it out. And I did. I purchased a small fourplex and started out. So I was lucky enough to have 2 units that were unoccupied and that I could do a short-term rental in. And so that's kind of how I got started with like the real love of it. And then I thought, I need to get my license. And I did. And so I had just always been practicing, I feel like, for the past almost 20 years now. But really, in the past, I think almost 10 years in the Valley here, I've had the privilege to work with so many wonderful people looking to accomplish their dreams, to find a home, to look for investments, and a combination of both. And it's just been an amazing journey. But I also want to say thank you so much for having me here today. And it's a special day, right? It's 9/11, and I just want to take a moment to just say thank you to the people in our nation who protect us and who help keep our homes safe. And you know, as a realtor, you really think about the full picture. What does it mean to have a home? What does it mean to find a place to live and a community to live in? And I consciously wanted to practice here in Fresno because I have so many people in my life here that I love so much, a big family and a huge network of friends like you. And I just it means it's so exciting and so fun and so endearing to really get after it. You know, some of the folks that I work with have been looking a long time, and I feel like one of the things that I bring to the table and that I've done for them is I do special like mailings and try to weed out places and door knock and, you know, connect with the community and always have it top of mind, because it really does mean so much to me when a client finds a place where they're like, I just love this house. And I'm like, well, we need to get it then. We need to figure it out.
Well, there's so much to real estate. I mean, from the buying to the selling, and sometimes you're can be on both sides of it. From the person's house you sell, and it's like, now I need to find another one. So there,
yes,
so it's like, you know, so it can be cyclical in its way, and you're in real estate, but yet you're wearing different hats. So how do you find the balance? Because that's always fascinated me.
Yeah, I feel like I represent an equal amount of buyers and sellers. So I'm a listing agent for about 50% of my clientele, and about 50% of my clientele are people looking for homes. I think one of the things that I took a real interest in, and maybe it's because of the age of my children now, they're all starting to look for homes, is representing that first-time buyer. And I love that because there's so much that they don't know about owning a home, and I'm an educator, a lifelong learner, and so for me, being able to take them from the very beginning of the process to the end, and then saying, okay, now you're in it, you're going, and you know, and let's keep going. What is your next goal, and what are you looking for downstream? And so it's that constant relationship that you're building with my clientele, with clients, and that never stops, and it becomes then a friendship, and then you are invited to their weddings, and I mean, it's just like this wonderful journey of getting to know our community in so many different areas. And I really do represent people, like I work with a lot of firefighters and in the Clovis area, and that is so meaningful to me for a number of reasons. And they are, you know, they do so much for our community, and so to find them a home or an investment property. Many firefighters like to invest, and so I've done quite a bit with them on that level and really work to transform a property into an investment property. And so to answer your question, it just grows. You know, it starts with a conversation and trying to understand what their needs are and wants are, and then really working with them to find just the perfect place.
And one of the things that I think is important, you were talking about first-time home buyers. Many of them have this kind of fear, anxiety, because it's the first one.
Right.
And then it's the qualifying. So what would you suggest to a first-time home buyer?
You don't have to put down 20%. Get that out of your brain. You could put 3% down. There's a lot of products out there, lending products. I work with terrific lenders, a whole gamut of them, and they all offer some really unique products and opportunities for first-time home buyers. So that, you know, growing up, we were always like, oh my gosh, how are we going to come up with the money to put down 20% down? It's so much money. I don't have that much cash. Well, you know, one of my buyers actually said, I'm not putting 20% down. I'm putting 2% down or 1% down. I'm like, can you do that? It's like, I'm doing it. And I'm like, all right, let's go. And, you know, working with the lender, that's another relationship within the balance of finding and buying a home and closing on a home. That's integral and super important. So that is the advice that I would give. Don't beat yourself up if you don't have 20%. You can get into a home. You need, you know, it helps to have a W-2, and it helps to have at least 3% to put down.
Right, exactly. And I think that's, you know, imperative. And once they meet with the lender, then they'll know exactly what they can qualify up for, which helps you then as a realtor to get them into the best case scenario for their first home.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm going to just flip things around here. If you were to give advice to somebody who is looking to sell their home, we've talked about the first-time home buyers. What would you suggest to somebody who maybe is a first-time seller? Because people like their homes the way they are, but sometimes things need to move and shift. So what would you share with a first-time home seller?
Well, I mean, if I could say just a home seller in general, because I am working with someone right now that it's difficult because their lifestyle's changing. You know, it's their time in their life where they really need to shift and rethink about how they want to live their life. And do they want this big house still? And do they need this big house still? And so, you know, a lot of times you become a coach, an advisor, a trusted advisor, a confidant, and that is included on a first-time level or maybe at the last purchase of someone's lifetime property purchasing. And, you know, really what I do is I work with them to kind of come up with a plan, an overall plan, so they know every step of the way what's going to happen. And then I use a pretty robust data analysis program that helps me determine pricing and the likelihood of the house selling at that price. And so I have a terrific program that I use, and it's, you know, it's like 82 pages that I end up giving my sellers. So they have the power to really look into the data. It's not just me telling them, like, oh, here's what I think. It's actually data driven. And so I think they have a lot of confidence working with me and on the sellability of their home and the likelihood of it selling and selling quickly. And just knock on wood, I've been very successful in making sure that that does transpire and that get. Thank you. And I care a lot. You know, I'm working on one now where I'm, you know, updating lighting. I'm updating, you know, the look and the feel, and I have, you know, a terrific list of people that help so that they're not saying, well, I don't know who to call or how to do. I'm like, don't worry, I've got this all under control. We're going to get this taken care of for you. And we just continue to move forward. And then, of course, my marketing is, I love to market.
Sure. So. Now, speaking of that, Kara, with the care, you're known for your 3 C's. Can you tell the viewers about that?
Yeah. Well, Kara with the C, I have kind of a long last name. So, you know, when we were looking at how to create a brand, the designer said, let's just go with Kara and go and build it around the C, which is really kind of speaks to who I am, I think. Creative, committed, and connected.
There you go. Well, actually, it's 4 C's if we include your name.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and Kara.
Yeah.
So, but.
Well, no, I think that's just a great way to kind of put it together about you and your personality. Before we close, one of the things I just wanted to talk with you about is the investment aspect of it, and that's something you truly specialize in as well.
Yes. You know, I think people are concerned about having control over their money, and what their money is doing for them. And I feel that real estate, I know that because it has been for me, is a great avenue for people to grow their wealth. To grow your wealth, you need to own real estate. In my opinion, you should get into it as early as you can and hang on to it for as long as you can. And so investing in real estate is something that I specialize in because I understand personally the value of being able to grow your equity and have that equity for your lifetime.
Right.
So looking for places and transforming homes, it's hard to find a flip these days just because of the way the
Sure.
pricing is and the market rates, but rates are coming down. And I just read a big article about it today, and they're going to continue to come down over 2025, so it's very exciting.
That is.
And I say now is the time to start looking again at investment properties and converting. You can convert, there's so many great programs to convert a little shed or a garage into an ADU. It's not difficult.
Right.
It just takes a little ingenuity, creativity, and being connected so that you have the people that can help you to get in the door and to make that happen. And I can certainly help my clients with all of those things.
Well, Kara Paraki Douglas, I could go on totally talking to you like all day because what you have to say is, I think, so important.
So kind.
And it's easy to see why you are an award-winning realtor in the Valley. And again, congratulations to you. Viewers, again, if you're looking for somebody who does have the qualities that you're looking for and that kindness, compassion, and care, knowledge, Kara's the person that you're looking for. She's right there with London Properties, and I thank you so much, Kara, for being on the show. It's just been a joy to have you.
Hope. And I just have to say, Hope is amazing. She does so much for our community, and it's such a pleasure to walk down the street with you, to enjoy life with you.
Well,
and let's do that more.
Agreed. All righty. This is Hope Roski with Business, Arts, and Events.
Are you looking for your next read? You're looking for the next book to put in your stack? I've got such an exciting story for you right here for the boys. It's a true story, but it reads more like a novel. It's very interesting read, a true story, a true person who was in Patton's Third Army. I can't tell you about it, but I do have the author right here, N.C.R. Davis. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Did I describe the book correctly at all?
You did.
Tell us
Yes.
about the book for the boys.
It started when my mother turned 90 years old, and it was on her birthday. And we were all with her that day, 6 children, and I'm the youngest of 6. And for my entire childhood, I saw this book in various closets, up in a, kind of just stuck up there, and I knew them as Mother's War Letters. But of course I never opened them because we're too busy trying to grow up ourselves. We're not too interested in our parents' history.
That's right. They were her letters?
Her letters.
And she had them bound. She had them bound in a book?
My grandmother did. My grandmother was one of those very practical Swedish ladies from Minnesota who said, I'm going to save every darn letter
Yeah.
she writes. And after the war, she hired a typist to type them all because they were all handwritten, of course.
Yeah. I tell
And
you,
then she had them bound and gave them to Mother sometime after the war was over.
Yeah.
So they just, we heard family lore. There was
Yeah.
family lore. There was joking about my mother's time in the service. My father never mentioned his time, which was very typical of
Yeah.
soldiers. And but the experiences that she told were very, just the fun times. And I had absolutely no idea what she had been through until that day when she was 90 years old and said, I want to give you my war archives.
Wow.
And from there, it started. And I realized, wow, this is a story to be told.
as a trained historian, my goodness, what a great find that was.
Oh, I know. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable
It's
to get original archives and have the person still living and able to fill in. Because as you know, with archives, you're always wanting so much more because you can't get the person usually. And also, there was a lot of censoring going on by the Army as well as self-censoring. My mother was very cautious about what she wrote because she had been told, don't write, And so, and she loved her parents and she didn't want them worrying about her. So there was a lot of sugarcoating. I also was a history major in undergraduate, and I realized, holy shit, the places that she was.
Yeah.
And I knew, and so I called her, and she was still at that time at 90, living with one of my sisters in Virginia. And I said, put Mother on the phone. And she got on the phone, and I asked her, if you had one word to describe the war part, what would it be? Now, granted, this is 65 years later.
Yep.
The day that I called her was 65. And she said the one word, and it took her less than 2 seconds to say, rage.
Wow.
And I was just blown away. And of course, as you know, at that point, I knew, oh my gosh, there's so much to this that I didn't know, because this is a very reticent lady, never even heard her say an expletive. And the first word she comes up with 6.5 decades later is rage.
Rage, yeah.
So I got my sister back on the phone and said, Susan, Mother needs to come and live with me for a while. And for the next 2 years, she lived with me, and we talked about the war in the afternoons and over coffee and a pastry.
This is the best historian and historical research story I've ever heard. Now, tell us about your mom? What did she do? She was a nurse?
Oh, yes, very devoted. She retired from nursing when she was 75. She loved nursing so much. She always worked.
And in the war, what did she do in the war?
She was, before the war, her experience as a very young nurse had been in a private hospital called Miller, which doesn't even exist anymore. It was for wealthy people in St. Paul, Minnesota, where she had grown up. As soon as she was finished with University of Minnesota's Bachelor's of Nursing program, she went directly to work for Miller Hospital until she decided to join the war effort behind her parents' back because she knew they wouldn't approve.
Before we go too far, that seems incredible for that period of time for a woman to go and get a bachelor's degree, doesn't it?
Well, her parents were very, I think part of it was, her parents had enough money by then. They'd recovered from the Depression very well. They weren't like the South that was still recovering, still so poverty stricken. So they were a little bit more insulated from that and they were able to recover more. And I think also that my mother had a very interesting experience. She almost died from TB when she was 13. And she was an avid newspaper reader, and she knew a lot of that if you got sent to a sanatorium, you're probably going to die. They called them death halls or something. So when she was diagnosed with TB in the hospital, the doctor came in and said, we need to send her to a sanatorium. And she said, oh, please don't do that. I'll die there.
Yeah.
Please don't send me. And her grandmother was an LPN, a licensed practical nurse, retired, her paternal grandmother. And she was there at the hospital, and she said, I will take care of Mary. I will move in with you, and you can sequester us in her room, and I will take care of her. And I think that was so inspiring to Mary that she said, I came out of that room a year later, recovered from TV, and said, I'm going to be a nurse like my grandmother. The other thing that happened, though, that was really fate for where she ended up in the war, was that her grandmother was German and spoke fluent German and didn't really like to speak English, wasn't comfortable with English. And the entire year, she only heard German. She only heard classic stories read to her in German.
In German, yeah.
Within a couple of months, she was so weak, she was writing on the chalkboard what she wanted in German. So, of course, they needed nurses who could speak German.
Yeah.
On those, right behind those front lines. So that's what fated her, I think, to be where she got.
Amazing. So the war starts, she joins, and who was she served in Patton's Third Army?
Yeah, she joined what's called the Army Nurse Corps, which of course still exists today. And she was very beguiling, and she was always trying to make sure that her parents didn't get upset, didn't worry. So she figured the best thing that she could do was to talk one of her other friends into joining with her so that they wouldn't worry about her so much.
Yeah.
So she and another nurse named Lorraine Matsky that she had grown up with met at Fort Snelling right outside of St. Paul and signed up one afternoon in February of 43.
43, wow.
And Lorraine kept saying, oh, don't worry, Mary. Your parents are going to be upset for a little while. But, the way we're just ripping through the continent, we're going to be fine. There's not, that war's going to be over.
Yeah.
We're not even going to finish training.
Yeah. Amazing.
That didn't happen.
Now, let me ask you, we're going to run out of time, but I got a million questions for you.
Okay.
I know what you're doing. You're sucking us in. I got to get this book because I'm so excited about it. Besides your mom, and it was great, you were able to ask her these fill-in questions to fill in the blanks. Did you have to do other research about the war and places?
Oh, yeah. It took me forever. I spent 12 years on this book.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Amazing.
I didn't want to, I really had to do a whole lot of research. Also, I say 12 years, but it's many, many times I had to put it down for 6 months at a time because it was so emotionally difficult.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Did your mom get to see the finished book?
No.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, she died at 99 from COVID, and
from COVID. Oh boy.
But she was very well aware that I was working on it. So, and the main thing that she wanted, originally she just wanted our family to have the legacy of the book. But once I realized how important the work was and told her that, I also did it to get her to open up a little bit because she was still holding back so much. And to get her to really go to those dark places, which I'll always feel guilty about.
Yeah.
But I had to get the story. And she said, if you can ever get my beautiful friends, my girlfriends, the recognition that they never got after that war, then I will let you talk to me about the stuff I don't want to talk about.
Nice.
So
Now,
that's her motivation.
Yeah, a lot of us who love history, we study history and you study wars and all these big generalities, but to follow one person through these, pre-war and then signing up and going to the bases and it's going to be an amazing story. Where can we order the book?
Oh, anywhere books are sold. Amazon has it, Barnes & Noble, anywhere. And everybody's trying to always say, Nancy, plug local bookstores, but local bookstores have so little inventory and it's hard for them. But of course they'll order it for you. So it's a traditionally published book through Casemate, which is the largest military history publisher in the country. So they'll find it.
Yeah. I like to go in our local Target or bookstore and say, hey, do you have this book in stock? And for the people who are on this show, I do that. Get a little interest stirred up. But I tell you, if I go to Amazon, I press a button, it comes free shipping. You can't beat that, really.
Yeah, you really can't. But the author gets very little. I get about a little less than $2 for every book sold on Amazon. But it doesn't matter. The main thing is to just get the word out and let people know that women were right there on those front lines helping those boys. So that's what we want to. That's what we want to push.
I'm feeling you're going to say that after the war they weren't honored and they just kind of slipped into history. Yeah,
that's correct.
Now, I will tell you this. I'll say this to our viewers, and I do this all the time. I can never buy just one copy of a book because I'm always having to give gifts. Go to someone's house for dinner. You want to take a gift, so go to wherever you like to buy your book. Order 5 of them or 10 of them, and you'll have somebody to give them to over the year. So there's always a birthday party.
Especially veterans. I tell you, veterans love them.
The veterans love that. I bet they do.
They love this story.
Yeah.
They love this story.
And it's interesting. There's not a lot of World War II vets left. Is that right?
Right, but I have been as I've gone around the country talking about the book, the Vietnam vets and the Gulf War vets and the Korean vets, they are the ones, and the men are the ones buying the book, which I thought it would really appeal to women.
A women's book,
yeah, I guess that's with all your experience with books. I guess women more gravitate more to fiction, and they just think nonfiction will be boring, or something. I don't know.
Now, by the way, I know we're past time. They're giving me the signal, but tell me about your website, ncrdavisauthor.com. What would our viewers find there?
You'll be able to find all the links to the social media as well as the background of more to fill in about the story and how it came about.
Yeah. Are you done with the story? Is there another book in you?
There's more books, but I just can't figure out how to make money with books, so may have to do something else. I don't know.
Nancy, NCR Davis, I just really appreciate you coming on the show.
Any
last thoughts for our viewers?
Just try to think about an active military person or a veteran that you love. They really gravitate, and the men have told me, the military men have said, look, if we were about to go on a mission, if we weren't gravely wounded, we weren't seeing the surgeon, we were seeing a nurse.
The nurse, absolutely.
And we love knowing about, from a point of view of a first-person perspective of a nurse, is an incredible read and help to us. And so that's been very gratifying.
What formats is the book? Is it a Kindle or audiobook?
Yep, it's in all of those.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
I'm just so excited to talk to you. I want to keep going. They're cutting me off. Give me the call. We'll have to have you back. Anytime you want to come back once a month or so, I'd love to have you back on the show.
Love to. I'll give you a reading next time. Thank you so much.
All right, for our viewers, don't go anywhere because we've got another author coming up right after this. Welcome back to Briggs on Books, our international talk show where we talk to authors, publishers, editors, coaches, anything we need to help you get your book published. And also, our goal is to get you to buy the books, order the books of the guests we have on the show. They're fascinating. We started the day in Sweden with an author. Our next guest, Carly-Ann Osborne. Welcome, Carly-Ann. Tell our viewers where you are.
I'm in the UK, in Essex.
Essex, okay. Where is that in relation to anything we do?
If you can picture London, I'm about a 45-minute drive from London.
By the way, it's about 11:30 a.m. here in California. What time is it there?
About 7:30 in the evening.
Okay. Oh, so you're about 8 hours, I guess. Now, we are in the midst of our summer. It's over 100 degrees here right now. What is your weather in Essex?
We've finally got the sunshine. We've had bouts of rain and clouds for goodness knows how long.
Wow.
But the sun is finally out.
Before we go too far, I'm going to pop up the cover of your latest book, which is Pretend With Me.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about that book.
So it follows a woman called Catherine, who feels sort of trapped in her life. And it kind of goes through her story of getting out of that, and she along the way she meets another character called Jackson Hunter, who helps her with that.
Yes. Now, it's not your first book, and here's the cover of your first book, I believe. Tell us the name of it. I told you I won't be able to see it from here.
What We Can Be.
What We Can Be. Now, what's the genre that your books are in?
They're under contemporary romance.
Contemporary
so
romance.
Quite modern.
Who can read these books? Can kids read them?
No, definitely not. Very much adult themed.
Adult books. And by the way, your title is Mom, LSA, and Author. What does all that mean?
So I'm a mum. I've got three beautiful children. I'm also an LSA, so I'm a learning support assistant. I work in schools with special needs children. And I'm an author.
And an author.
So I write books.
What's the range of your kids?
My oldest is 12, and I've got a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old.
Wow, those are the best ages, because I had 3 kids spaced just like that, and it's amazing. Carly, what's your process? I ask this to a lot of authors. Do you get up in the morning and start writing, or you have to go work all day somewhere and squeeze it in where you can?
I squeeze it in where I can. It's most of the time I'm writing in my car when my children are doing their sports, various sports during the week. I'm sitting in my car.
And in your car or during the sports, are you typing into something? What kind of device?
I've got an iPad. It goes with me everywhere.
I've talked to so many authors who are now kind of dictating, using their voice to dictate to write their books.
I tried. I end up getting annoyed with myself.
Yes.
Because you delete and you rewrite and delete and rewrite, and it was just easier for me to type.
Just to type it, yeah. Now, are you writing just when you're at the device, or are you writing in your head all day long?
Oh, it's all in my head.
Yeah. Nice.
So it goes in my head all day. Quite often on my phone I have the notes app on there. So if I get a random inspiration, it goes on the notes, and then that gets put into the book later on.
What period, when did you write your first book?
2020.
Is it was it a COVID project?
Towards the end of COVID, yeah. My daughter was just starting preschool, and I started, because she started getting a bit more independent, I started reading again, and then that got me back into writing again, and that's where it came from.
Where are your books set? Are they both set in the same place?
Yeah, in and around London.
In and around London. So are people who are in London or from London going to recognize places in the book?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm mainly focused on the characters rather than the places, to be honest.
Yeah, I always love reading a book and thinking, I've been to that very spot.
I know that place.
Now, we have your web address on the screen, carlyanneosborne.ampbk.com. Tell us about your website.
It's run by my publisher, and it's got news updates and blog updates that I try and get as often as I can, and you can head on there and go purchase the book directly from there. Yeah.
So you did a book in 2020 and another one in 2022 or something like that?
Yes, so the first one was written in 2020, and it got released in 2023.
Okay.
And then, the second one got released a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Is it going to get easier to write now that you've kind of been through it a couple of times?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Now that I know the process, and I'm more rigorous with my editing process, I think. I tend to edit a lot more before sending it off to my publisher.
Yeah, I guess the first time through, you had to figure out how to write a book, how to finish writing a book, but then there's a job after you get it written. It's got to get published somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I sent it off, I didn't actually think I was going to get anywhere.
Yeah.
I wrote it for my own personal amusement, and I sent it off, and when I got that lovely acceptance letter, so, maybe I can do this.
Yeah. I keep asking about the genre, where it's set, but what time, is it a modern time period?
Yes, so it is very, very modern. I would say set in between 2018 and now, really.
A lot happened in London in that period, from COVID ending to the Queen and then a new king, and anything like that. Any pop culture come up in the book?
Not in these ones, no. But I am halfway through writing one that's got COVID in it.
Yeah. So it's more about their lives and what's going on in the world.
Yeah. Focusing on the characters rather than everything else going on.
Yeah. Carly Ann, we're almost out of time.
That's okay.
I could talk to you all day because you're fascinating, and I like to talk to people from England also. So any last thoughts, any message for our viewers or for those authors writing books, or anything you want to say about anything?
And I say this quite a lot, especially to people who message me on Instagram or Facebook. A lot of people say, "Oh, I really want to write, but I don't know if I can do it." I didn't think I could do it. I took a chance, sent it off, and I'm here now, about to send off my third book to the publisher. Wow. So you can do it. Give it a go, and if you enjoy writing it, chances are there's someone that's going to enjoy reading it.
Yeah, it sounds like your first book you wrote for yourself, just to be writing, and you sent it off just to see what would happen, and you're quite surprised.
I was very surprised.
Yeah, so for our viewers, I guess it's just a matter of doing it and trying it. And
do it, give it a go. Worst that can happen is they're going to say no.
Yeah, get one behind you and then see how it goes. Thank you, Carly Ann. Thanks for talking to us so late. Well, it's not that late in the evening, 8 o'clock or something.
I'm going to go put my children to bed now.
Very good. All right, well, I hope you'll come back on the show again and again.
Thank you, I will do.
All right, and for our viewers, go buy this book. Buy both of her books, and don't just buy one. Buy 4 or 5 of them. Pass them around to your friends. I love to do that when I'm reading, is have other people reading what I'm reading at the same time. Thanks, Carly Ann. We'll be back with more authors right after this. Welcome back to Central Valley Talk, where we celebrate what's good about Fresno, and the whole valley for that matter. There's so many good things going on that you should know about. So when we hear about these things, we invite guests in and ask them about it. George Starbuck has been here several times talking about his organization, Youth Voice Impact, and you've done some big things. Tell us about it, George.
Well, yeah, but before I tell you about the big things, you know what I always ask, or what I always say, don't you?
Yeah, I don't remember. Remind me, George.
I always like talking about the events that we put on, but I love coming back and just, sharing about the results of those. For that is the real, real thing.
The results is what it's all about.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you have an event coming up. We're going to tell you about that in a minute. There's going to be a guest speaker, Ricky. I got it all wrong. Jackie Rivera? Jackie Rivera. We'll get to you in a minute. But George, tell us what's up and what's going on and what's coming up.
Well, this is kind of a process. Our kids, the last time I was here, which was in April, we were talking about our youth are at the cusp of revolutionizing college housing across the nation, starting right here in Fresno. And the process kind of began, maybe a year and a half ago when we held our first Youth Empowered Affordable Housing Summit, that our youth centered on putting together a definition as to what affordable home ownership is for the next generation. And I'd like to read you that definition, for it's amazing. It says, to us, housing attainability is the chance to enhance our opportunities through home ownership while not living paycheck to paycheck. It is the ability to attain and obtain a house while not sacrificing survival necessities at any income level. Just profound statement. What our students are wanting to do is to achieve the American dream that was afforded to the baby boomers, but they're facing the American nightmare. It used to be that if you worked hard, you went to college, you could achieve that American dream of home ownership. And that nightmare is no longer available to them.
Right. And by the way, you held a forum youth, young people,
Yes.
and they came together and they made that statement.
Yes, they did. We had some 75 young adults over at Fresno State with Congressman Costa, Andy Hausler, the mayor, and other prominent individuals that assisted them to look forward into their future, to realize this inheritance that they're inheriting, which is a sad inheritance.
Right.
And so then in April, from that summit, a new idea came into place, which is called short-term home purchase developments for college students. And it addresses the 6 obstacles that are laid out in 3 areas. Education, not having the education sufficient enough to obtain that job, to pay for the home. And that education may be college, trade, some type of advanced education. And not having any education in reference to the responsibilities and preparation for home ownership. Then the second is economics, student loan debt, and having no savings. And the third is societal, out of control inflation. And truly we're trying to push the next generation into servitude of home rentership rather than ownership. So the short-term home purchase development centered around that. What we looked at was to take a piece of property, build a couple hundred homes on it, and the student qualifies becoming a short-term home owner through their enrollment into, rather than coming up with a down payment.
That's how they qualify.
That's how they qualify. And so from that, and I'm just going to throw figures out for ease of explanation, but maybe a target point. They pay $1,000 a month, and 500 goes to the land trust and the construction loan, and then 500 becomes home equity savings. At the end of 4 years, they would be required to release that ownership to the next person waiting in line. But in so doing, they walk away with about $24,000 that they can use to pay off their student loan debt, put down on a house, start a business, or put the money in the bank. Fascinating idea that came up from them. And now, you got a question here.
No, I'm just
Okay.
saying that's enough for a down payment on a house. They get out.
And now we're moving this forward into the next phase. We're actually putting together on October 10th a pre-planning meeting looking at short-term home developments. Now I want to take a little step back here. Our mission statement of Youth Voice Impact is to cultivate young adults to care for their community while developing a responsible current and future generation. Unfortunately, the current generation has forgotten their responsibilities and their accountability to those generations to follow. And then it becomes the youth's responsibility to remind the adults of what their responsibilities are. And so in doing this, they've come up with this definition. They've looked at this plan. Now they're reaching out to the adults to begin, who have the power and the resources to assist them in actually creating this short-term home purchase development. And so that's what the pre-planning. And we've been turned on to maybe some funds through the EPA, what are referred to as brownfields funding. Unfortunately, on the west side, southwest side of Fresno, there's a lot of contaminated sites that the funding is set aside to help turn those areas around and bring in new development. We see this occurring a lot on the East Coast, but not so much here on the West Coast. And so at this conference, which is only going to go, well, actually it's more of a workshop. It's going to go from 10 to 1. We're inviting Dave Norman of Provost and Pritchard, who heads up their environmental consulting team to speak about Brownsfield. Jackie here, who's a key speaker, for she comes to us from the California Land Trust Association, and she's going to be speaking here in just a couple moments on how we go about establishing such a land trust to get this off the ground. And then Claude Lester he's going to share with us some opportunities that are currently available.
Before we go too far, tell us where, when.
Where, when. This is directed not really to college students, but to the shakers and the movers and the leaders of our community. It's going to be October 10th at the West Fresno Center, Fresno City College. You know that new campus that's over on Church? And the property we're looking at is located in walking distance from there.
Thanks.
It's from 10 to 1:15, no fee. We will serve you some lunch, and you can go on to the web page and please register.
And tell them the web address.
The web address, go on to yvinc.org.
And it's on the screen there.
It's on the screen right there. Just click on the green up there. There's register now. Click on the little green and sign up and register.
You want to plan for how many lunches you need and stuff. So it's important people register.
Yeah, we're only looking at about 25 individuals here.
And what's your role in this?
Yeah, my name's Jackie Rivera. Again, I'm the San Joaquin Valley Community Ownership Project Coordinator. Super long title, but really exciting things doing here with the California Community Land Trust Network. I'm going to be having the opportunity to speak on the panel and be a part of this conversation, and continue to be able to support. I represent the Community Land Trust, California Community Land Trust Network. We are a statewide organization with membership of community land trusts all throughout the state of California. You can see here we have about 50 community land trusts in 22 counties and growing. I'm very excited to continue supporting that growth here in the state. We'll be talking a little bit more about what a community land trust actually is. We don't only focus on housing. What a community land trust overall does is a nonprofit entity that is, governed by community, that retains or acquires land and is able to steward and hold that land in perpetuity for the benefit of community, primarily folks that don't have the economic opportunity or racial disparities from long ago and current that continue to put barriers up for folks, not only for home ownership, but even affordable, accessible housing. Also, some of our members, again, aside from housing, also support just green spaces, opportunities for community building, and so, community.
It almost sounds like that is exactly what fit with what George was talking about.
Yes, it is, and that's why we're so excited to explain to us how do we get this off the ground. And by the way, this is a brand new idea. When I say that we're at the cusp of changing things, this has never been done across the U.S., and in order to launch this right here in Fresno, Fresno should feel honored, privileged, and get involved in this.
A couple things. One is there's a need for student housing all the time. Either the colleges are going to have to build the housing or kids are going to live off campus or whatever. But these houses, whoever would invest in this, the houses aren't going anywhere. It's not like a car loan, you drive the car away. Houses will be there, and they'll increase in value over the years as well.
Well, this isn't so much in terms of increasing the value of the house as it is to provide more of maybe a forced savings loan.
Forced savings, yeah.
In order to step into that house beyond. And this concept, by the way, can be tweaked to many different ways. It actually could become a mini step into home ownership for other individuals.
Other individuals, yeah.
Yes.
Once you get a community going, then you could do another community with a different target. So how can people get involved? They could attend this this meeting.
Yes.
And the date is October 10th.
Yes.
And it's all on the website. Go to the website. That's my best recommendation. Here's the website again for Youth Voice Impact Inc.
And I just kind of want to reiterate, the progression of this. The mission statement was developed by a group of young adults. The housing definition was created by young adults. The short-term home purchase developments was created by or put into the process by young adults, and now we're moving towards this. They are the leaders to come, and they are the ones that we should be investing our time in.
Yeah, that's great.
I want to share maybe our last slide or that one as well.
Tell
The
us-
last slide.
Okay, let's go to the last one here.
Just in terms of how the network supports organizations and communities like what Youth Voice Impact is doing, right? This came from the community, not only the idea, but the momentum is continuing. And so our network really likes to support and is excited when new potential community land trusts are sprouting in our area and, across the state as well here in San Joaquin Valley. We not only connect folks with resources, and you can find out more in our website at californiacltnetwork.org. My contact's also there. If you are in the Valley, we are doing a lot more intentional work here in the Valley. We have a really strong network in the Bay Area and in Southern California, but we know there's a lot of exciting ideas here in the Valley, and so we are currently hosting a cohort as well as providing more resources for organizations and community groups. These can also just be grassroots groups that are looking into community land trust models. And I will say that what George is speaking to is something completely different in the sense that community land trusts come from a long history. The first one here in the States was in the 1960s. And was led by African American civil rights leaders, and that was called New Communities, Inc. So this comes from, and before that, other global history. So it's not a new concept in the sense of community governance of land and that kind of retention, but in terms of the short-term home ownership, I think that's a really interesting concept and one that is going to be explored here first. So,
George, we are out of time. Any last thoughts on our viewers?
Thank you for allowing us to come back and share with your audience what we've done with our events and how we're moving forward. Again, that's the exciting part.
I'm very excited about it too. If you want to attend, go to the website. Tell them your website again, George.
Youth Voice Impact Inc. YVIINC.org. And Jackie?
CaliforniaCLTnetwork.org or Jackie at CACLTnetwork.org for an email.
And with that, we'll be back with more good news about the Valley right after this.